But unfortunately, you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost on time! Are you kidding me?
A big threat. This is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
Oh,
What?
what a finish! That was sick from Vachier-Lagrave.
He's missed it.
Oh
He's
my
missed
gosh.
93.
Lights out. This is absolutely insane.
Oh,
Wow, Jose.
what a move!
And just before reacts, he gets the dub.
Is a massive threat.
Over.
There we go. Firouzja and Keymer wins Division 2. We see a checkmating pattern with it. And the youngsters have struck back.
Oh! He walked
wait.
with me!
Unbelievable Armageddon. Oh my god.
Magnus has blundered.
It's completely winning for Firouzja now.
Wow, don't try this at home.
It comes down to this.
Whoa, Robert,
Oh.
a sacrifice.
What a comeback from the champ.
Welcome back to the Champions Chess Tour here on Chess.com. Danny Wrench alongside the upgraded Danny, Daniel Naroditsky, Danya. You got a lot of names you go by these days. Which do you prefer?
Maybe Bad Hair Day, Danya. The Big Dan, Danny,
there you
the
go.
GM. There's just so many options, Danny.
So many options. The Prophet, of course, as he is known, because he tends to deliver some knowledge and predict the future along the way. So stick with us. It's going to be an awesome second leg of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. On that note, Danya, let me jump right in and pay off the schedule to remind everybody of where they are, where we are in this overall 2024 campaign. Of course, the first event, the Chessable Masters, is now in the rear view. May 8th through 15th is what your next week is going to be if you are here on planet Earth or in this universe. It's going to be an exciting week as we make our way ultimately toward December. Everyone knows that's where the live finals will happen. It was awesome last year. You saw that recap video reminding you of what this tour event is, and we expect this year to deliver some awesome fun. Danya, what's been your favorite moment so far this year? I know we've only had one, but before we talk a little bit about this next one and recap, what's been your favorite moment?
Well, honestly, just seeing the amount of different players and different stories that come together during these CCT events. And you have these two broadly defined categories. You have the stalwarts and the players who've already proven themselves, and then the up-and-comers who prove themselves in these CCT events and who turn a lot of heads. And we're going to have that again today. There have been so many memories and so many moments. The CCT is really building an amazing history for itself, Danny.
I love that. I'm gonna echo that and say that it's why I like to kick off this event with you. Selfishly, I kind of feel like the play-in stage is one of the most exciting parts because of that dynamic of you just don't know what's going to bleep and happen. You get that Swiss. It's like Title Tuesday and a really high stakes championship big money event had a baby, and that's what we're here to cover. The play-in stage is full of drama. So, all right, we're going to talk about what's ahead, preview it, remind you of how the format works. But before we do, if you did miss the Chessable Masters, here's a recap to remind you. The 2024 Champions Chess Tour kicks off with the Chessable Masters against Hikaru Nakamura.
Over.
That rook on h6 is ugly AF.
No, that's it. Before. What a result. 2-0.
Look at Anish. He's doing his best.
Denis Lazovic, the kid, sends home Hikaru Nakamura. Anish Giri will join his fellow 2800 Club member.
Jospem is about to take this victory. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi just smile again, shake his head.
Jose Martinez is on a roll. This is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
What a finish! That was sick from Vachier-Lagrave.
I see progress with a helping hand, but unfortunately, again, you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost on time! Are you kidding me? Queen G6 would be checkmate. He walked into a mating net.
Oh my gosh, and Vladimir Fedoshev so close. Unbelievable Armageddon.
Magnus cursing his luck here. He knows Denis has done perfectly, and he's about to lose with White Magnus. This nearly never happens. The pawn drops. Denis takes a historic victory. Jan Tanya, he's just checking. He's just hoping now, but 36, 37 seconds. Vachier-Lagrave is forcing the queens off, otherwise it's checkmate. Is this the end of Jan's tournament?
It is the end of the road for Jan.
I think he's just in time here for Firouzja to hold the draw.
He has this under control.
It is Firouzja who progresses, but Dennis threw everything at this game. He got so close. Magnus has blundered.
Oh, and Magnus missed this simple, quiet pawn move. The Black King is safe. Is completely winning for Firouzja now. David, this is getting out of control for Magnus Carlsen.
Knight c3, a winning move, Robert. Double attack.
He is just dominating Magnus Carlsen.
Wow. A lot of fans will be pleased. A lot of fans will be devastated. It's the London system.
b7 comes, and then rook c8 shuts down the access of the black rook along the 8th reg, and the b pawn promotes Magnus Carlsen. He wins on time, but he was winning on the board.
Has Magnus slipped up though? Bishop to e2.
Yes,
Wow,
look at his face.
And
Wow.
Magnus agreed to draw.
So he
Wow.
agreed to lose the match. There was really no stopping the win for Magnus Carlsen. Alireza plays a couple moves, but you could tell that look on his face. He can't believe what has happened, but the game is done. What a comeback from the champ. He lost the grand final, but it's reset, and he successfully has hit the reset button. Magnus needs to prove that he can hold the half point. And whoa, the wrong move from Alireza. Magnus Carlsen wins the tournament, the Chessable Masters 2024, the first event of the Champions Chess Tour.
We see that smiling Magnus Carlsen. Maybe he knows he got away with a couple there against Alireza Firouzja. But either way, both of those guys move on, of course, to Division 1, along with Vincent, Keymer, Danya. These guys won't be throwing down until Friday. They have play-in immunity, if you will, play-in at least placement stage immunity. But there are 4 other players who also punched their ticket to Division 1. Let's remind everybody who those guys are, because they will step in tomorrow, Danya. You've got Lazovic, Nepomniachtchi, Aronian, and Serrano, respectively. I'm going to put you on the spot. Random question. You got to pick one of those guys to win the Chess.com Classic. Who do you think is going to do it of those 4?
I mean, definitely Serrana is a dark horse and kind of always has been a dark horse, flying under the radar, but I'm going to have to go with Jan. Very, original, risky prediction there. I'm really, really on the edge there, Danny.
I was hoping you were going to pick someone different and then ask me, because I was going to go with Nepomniachtchi. I have a theory behind it. You and I have talked a lot about this, that often these top players, after you come out of playing high-level classical chess, where all that prep was being used and on display, and then you step into this arena, your form tends to be great, right? When you play that level of chess, of course, we're talking about the candidates, which just concluded in Toronto. Didn't work out for Jan Nepomniachtchi this year for the first time in several years. I feel like Jan, I just got a feeling that he's going to show up fiery and feisty and ready to go this week, Danya. Let's look at the standings. I think everybody should be reminded that one way to get to the finals, of course, is just by winning one of the 4 events. The other way is to be one of the top 8 finishers on the leaderboard. We see a lot of names that won't surprise you because a lot of them already punched their ticket to Division 1. But your thoughts on anything that stands out to you in our top 20 leaderboard here?
Well, first of all, to second your point about Jan, in my extensive candidates experience, every time I play candidates and then play a CCT event afterward, just kidding. I completely agree. Jan is fired up. But look at some of those names, like Vladimir Fedoseev at number 7, Alexei Serrana, who sits at number 12 and has already pocketed a nice amount of dough. Those are the players who are really defining themselves in this online chess generation as the players to fear in a tournament like this, who might not always finish in the top 3, but definitely might play spoiler to some of the kind of traditional favorites. So it's going to be a really fun event. Everybody plays in these Swiss tournaments, and the games are always really combative starting from round 1. There are no easy games. That is the fact of the matter in Title Tuesday, and it is the fact of the matter in these CCT Swiss events.
Couldn't agree with you more. I think the thing that pops out to me on our tour standings here, once again presented by Jules Baer, by the way, thank you to our one of our founding sponsors and partners there, Jules Baer. The names that aren't on the list also pop out. Where's Hikaru Nakamura? Where's Fabiano Caruana? Right? Obviously, the 2024 Champions Chess Tour is young, but I think if you're one of the players in that online generation, as you said it, you kind of want to keep playing well, because you know that the Titans are coming, right? You know that the best players historically in these events are not going to go quietly into the night. I know Fabiano will be playing today. Speaking of a big name we called out, I actually been chatting with Hikaru about other things. I actually don't know if Hikaru is going to play. I assume he will. But all right, we've got a format to remind everybody about, Danya. I'm going to let you take it away. We have a 9-round Swiss in 10 minutes plus 2 seconds. your thoughts about the 69 players who advance and how the divisions break down.
Well, I mean, the philosophy here, I think, and Denny, you obviously played a founding role in defining this philosophy, but we want to give as many players as possible a chance to fight for serious prizes. And even if you're, 2550, 2600 GM, you've got a shot, because 1 to 11, they qualify to Division 1. But if you're placed 12th through 29th, you've still done really, really well. And to honor that, you get into Division 2. You win Division 2, and you get a shot at Division 1 in the next CCT event. That is, I think, the magic of this format, Danny. Everyone can stay relevant with a good performance, even if you didn't finish in the top 10, or top 11, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do. You often see, like, Leonard Dominguez at number 60 in these events.
It's crazy, and I admit, when we were looking at this format, maybe we were a little influenced by a show that I fell in love with Welcome to Wrexham. One of the things I love about whatever the soccer, Premier League, football stuff is that you literally have an ability for teams that are casually put together by a bunch of guys in a local town, that if they played well enough, there is literally infrastructure that would allow you to go all the way up to the Premier League. That sounds crazy, but it exists. The chess world, of course, we all want to see the greats battle it out. You want to have an event that comes down to the biggest names in the game. But I think there's something super exciting and special about having a format that ultimately allows for anybody, no matter where they are in the world. Maybe not anyone can be the next Magnus Carlsen, but I think the next Magnus Carlsen could come from anywhere, to steal a line from Ratatouille. And if it hasn't been talked about enough yet, let me throw to this explainer video by some dummy doing some voiceover to give you one more breakdown of how the Champions Chess Tour format works before Danya and I fully focus ahead and look at the Chess.com Classic.
Every Champions Chess Tour event kicks off with a play-in tournament, followed by match play on the second day to determine placement across Divisions 1, 2, and 3. The remaining players then compete in these 3 divisions across 6 days of grueling yet thrilling double elimination knockout chess. All players are battling to earn their chunk of the $300,000 prize fund and tour leaderboard points. But the biggest prize is a spot directly to the live finals at the end of the year. Only the winner of Division 1 will claim that honor. In addition, they and the runner-up both secure re-entry to the top division our next time around. The winner of Division 2 also secures a spot in Division 1, while the winner of Division 3 is guaranteed at least a seat in Division 2 and may even advance to Division 1 through match play. 8 days, 3 divisions, 1 golden ticket to the live finals. This is the Chess.com Classic.
That's right, it's the Chess.com Classic, the second leg of our 2024 Champions Chess Tour. There we see Fabiano Caruana, a guy that just missed out in heartbreaking fashion on his opportunity to compete yet again for another World Chess Championship title. I know at some point we're supposed to stop talking about that, Danya, but it's still hard not to talk about.
It really is. I mean, and it will be talked about for a while, but this is a chance for Fabi to move on. And like you said, when you're coming off a tournament like the Candidates, as we see some unidentified French Grandmaster there, always snacking. It feels like every time I look at Maxime,
He's always snacking.
Something's in his hand. It's like a bag of, it's the trail mix or M&Ms, or I wonder what it always is that he's chewing, because he's also eating during the games. But for Fabi,
Fruits.
A big chance to move on, to start a new chapter.
Yeah. Fruits and cheeses, I think, MVL. I remember in one of the early speeches championships, he literally had like a charcuterie board, like that he had prepared for himself. And then if we thought we were going to judge it, Maxime is the only other person besides Hikaru Nakamura to ever beat Magnus Carlsen in the SCC format. So you can't judge the fact that he keeps himself well fed. All right, here we got some notable players who are competing in the Chess.com play-in stage. Big names, a big list of people who we know want to punch their ticket to the placement day, which is mañana. That's tomorrow, and ultimately, hopefully, they're still playing on Friday. Fabiano, Maxime, Wesley, Nodirbek, Anish, Jose Martinez, Jaspam, Bortnik, Gujrathi. We've got Jordan van Forest. Your thoughts on any names you want to circle there that we'll keep our eye on early on?
Well, definitely for Nodirbek, I think a lot of people were looking forward to seeing him in the candidates. Of course, not this time. He will have to wait until the next candidate cycle. But nonetheless, it seems like Nodirbek wins every event that he plays in. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in this rapid time control. 10+2 is a time control that some of the top guys might actually be a little bit less experienced in, Danny, than some of the 26 to 2700 GMs, like Bordnik. And of course, Vidit as well, coming off the candidates, where I thought he handled himself really, really well. But let's jump in because the games are officially underway. Johann Sebastian Bach faces Maxime Vachier van Beethoven.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we just had him on camera a moment ago. The Frenchman with 3 names, and we've got a B4 Sicilian. Let's go. Start the gambits off right. You got to punch your ticket. You got to win games in this playing stage. I love this.
Wow. How often do you see a wing gambit at the highest levels? And not just a regular wing gambit, which is b4 on move 2, but actually b4 on move 3. So this pawn can be captured by the knight. And Johann Sebastian Christensen, of course, his last name is not Bach, is very well known in chess circles for his very deep opening preparation. I think Norway is establishing a tradition between Ariantari and Christensen of GMs who just know how to do work in the opening.
Yeah. And just to give a quick high-level intro to this opening, what is the idea behind sacrificing the wing pawns? You start with b4, and then ultimately we see a3. White is trying to get what you see they've established, a big center. Normally in an open Sicilian, you're exchanging the c pawn for the d pawn, and so while you do get the open d file and better minor pieces, you've sacrificed in some ways the positional advantage of 2 center pawns. So with the wing gambit, you're saying, no, I'm going to keep a big center. You notice that Maxime is giving back that material, but with it, you leave white with that big advantage. It's interesting. I'm a guy who likes to take the pawns I'm given. I don't know what to say, Danya. I tend to take the gambits when they're offered. In this kind of position, I tend to feel like white is having their cake and eating it too, given that the whole purpose of the wing gambit is to sacrifice to maintain the center. But your thoughts on what black is going to do here? Is there a d5 or an e5 strike? What is the thought?
Well, Maxime's top priority there was to take white out of his preparation. In a classical game, I think MVL might have spent longer trying to finagle an advantage out of that position. But he knows about Christensen's reputation. He just wants a position. If he's slightly worse, he doesn't care. D5 would be my instinct here, and it is on the board. The idea is very typical, right? E5, the knight jumps into E4, and that knight is incredibly nasty, not just because it's in the center, but also because you can't really capture it, because the pawn will replace it and white's center will collapse immediately. So I really like Maxime's opening approach. Just get your opponent out of theory and get a fresh position, even if you're a little bit worse, according to the engine.
Okay, I love that. Well, there you go. Counteracting my desire to take a pawn, take your opponent out of their prep and get a position that is now more positional in nature. Love this d5 strike. Love what you highlighted with knight e4. What do we do here? I'm so excited. I'm like a kid. I want to be told like, hey, there's other exciting games. This is just the beginning. Welcome to the Chess.com Classic, the second leg of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Where should we go? Are there other games you've got your eye on already? I see Wesley So.
Danny, this is just beginning. I'm like a little kid. Yeah. There are other exciting games. Welcome to the Chess.com Classic. Let's go to Wesley versus Robbie, maybe.
Okay. Are you doing a repeating thing? Are we parroting or
Are we parroting? Are you doing a repeating thing?
Stop it. Stop it. It's too early. Okay. All right. Chad doesn't want us to have a good time. Let's be serious.
Serious mode.
Okay, just kidding. All right. H4 is played by Wesley So. You got to love it. Harry's joining the party over here. Queen to b6, trying to take advantage of the lack of dark squared bishop on the queen side. Danya, your thoughts?
Wow, what a great position for Wesley out of the opening. And h4 is all the rage in every opening. If you don't know what to do, just play h4 and you can be sure that it's AlphaZero approved. Here, the idea is not necessarily to deliver checkmate, but just to cramp black as much as possible on the king side. If that pawn advances up to h5, the knight on e7 is essentially caught with its pants down. And if I'm black, I'm definitely not castling to the king side because then I am going to get checkmated. But I'm also not staying in the center. Black is just paralyzed. Look at those knights.
Yeah.
Robbie Kevlishvili, also very strong GM, very good blitz player, trying to find a way to get his minor pieces out, but they're kind of stumbling on each other. And if I'm Wesley, I'm just completing my development here with knight f3. He's got a great position out of the opening, does Mr. So.
I love that. It's sort of similar. It has a bit of a French winnower feel in that both dark square bishops are gone for both sides here, but white has this idea, like you said, it's not just a checkmate, but just to sort of cramp and ultimately hold back black's pieces. Maybe you're going to open up some dark squares and have some Swiss cheese and some holes to kind of poke at here. I would argue that black's dark square bishop is potentially more felt here than white's, given how quickly So has gotten castled, and I don't see really anything coming here to the queen side to attack So.
Look at Wesley on the camera there, Danny.
Yeah, he's doing the thing that he does where he makes his monitor as small as possible. Fair play, Cam, brought to you by the most talked about. Oh, he just looked at us. Wesley just looked at us. That was so funny.
No, I hope his chiropractor is standing right outside the door.
I don't know why he just looked at us like that, but that was hilarious. It's like he just peered into our soul. We knew we were talking about him. Yeah, well, there you go. Wesley So zoomed in on his small screen with a big chessboard there. All right.
Okay, some big moves. King b1. Wesley taking it easy. Black also can't really castle queenside for many reasons. f7 is hanging. The queen side is not a safe place to be. White's rook can shift over to c1, and white can play on both sides of the board. The knight from c3 can access the dark squares on the queen side. Knight a4, knight c5. Very common maneuver. This is Wesley's territory, and I think he's going to win the first game.
I love it. I love highlighting. I love, you're spitting mad chess knowledge, and I'm highlighting the squares as we roll. Where to go now? Let's check on Fabiano Caruana's game versus Guillermo Vasquez. This is a weird one. You've got a lot of space on the queen side. Looks like a Benoni gone wrong for black. Actually, a weird Dutch. Like, I don't even want to predict the opening here, but this looks good for white.
Yeah, this is a weird position, and it's funny. We take it for granted that the top players win the first round, but their opponents are all super strong. Vasquez is a solid GM, great player, and this opening was pretty unconventional. Fabi played one c4, and black responded with b6, which is not a move that you're likely to see in the candidates.
I'm just quickly running through it. We see they were following opening theory. Look at that opening bar. I love that, showing the percentages of what moves were played up until this move knight a6. According to the Chess.com opening explorer, we were then at least in original enough territory to activate the engine.
I have no clue what's going on here, Danny. There's tension in the center on the queen side. I can tell you that knight a6 to c7 is a very typical maneuver, but here it's impossible because of bc. This is part of the reason Fabi put a rook on b1. So if I'm Vasquez, I'm just making a neutral move. Queen e7, like rook e8, but clearly black is under a lot of pressure with that pawn on d5, just making black's pieces really, really cramped. It's hard to find a move here for Vasquez.
Yeah. Honestly, even if you could get like e5 and d6 right away, of course, if you play e5, there's the potential that you just lose the pawn. So I'm highlighting that even if you could get e5 and d6 and have this sort of ideal pawn chain for a kingside attack, white is actually still sort of ahead of the game in that race position, having all the space over here. And as you pointed out, the tension really favors white because this knight is stuck due to the pin. It's kind of hard to see a good move for black, which might be why Vasquez has been thinking here for more than a minute and a half, it looks like.
Yeah, queen a4, also an idea. For instance, if black moves the rook from a8 to c8, the queen can slide in, put pressure on the knight. That a7 pawn is weak. So white just has so many options for how to continue prosecuting the initiative. And Vasquez now under 5 minutes. Fabi has everything under control, and maybe RQ to keep going around the horn. I'm seeing the eval bar dropping on a lot of boards. Look at Narat. What is happening here?
I knew where your brain was going because of all the top players. Of all the top players, it looks like JKD, Jan Shistov Duda, might be the first one to get a dub if he converts on this. He's got an extra exchange and a lot of pawns. That is the mathematical evaluation, a lot of pawns.
Can we see how this happened, Danny? Because it looks like it's move 15. It's move 28, actually. But apparently the blunder came on move 12.
Yeah, I'm going to jump to the blunder. It was right here. White played knight to f3 and just walked into knight b4, and the pawn just fell.
And once that pawn falls, well, the whole position shouldn't fall that quickly, but clearly just some tilt by the experienced Indian grandmaster and coach. Another blunder.
Just
And
walks into knight
oh, this is nasty. Queen b1 and knight d2. This is what he missed.
Ah, a fork that only works because of a pin, right? Couple of cousin tactics helping each other. You've got forks and pins working together. Black delivers the goods on d2. The knight cannot capture back because that is an illegal thing to do. And just like that, look at that. He gets greedy.
He didn't even take the rook on f1. He's like, no, give me another pawn and another fork.
Oh.
And that is just dirty by JKB.
There you go.
I don't know why White's not resigning. He's dropped another pawn. He's about to drop another one. And this is getting embarrassing. E5
Sometimes
and F6
I think
traps the bishop.
Sometimes I think when you lose the first game, Danya, you just keep playing to just sort of like, it's almost like a self-reflective process, right? You're just like meditating and you're sort of just like working out all the bad juju before you resign. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but as someone who's lost a lot of first games, maybe more than you have, I can connect with Naranjan here. There you go.
I've lost my share of first round games for sure. The word I've heard used is inertia. You just sort of keep playing because you want to be the first guy to lose. This tournament is commentated by semi-respectable commentators. So okay, this is going to be a win for Black. Okay.
All right, Black is going to get this one. I'm scrolling through. We could check out because the bar is the other way in terms of the favorites. The favorite in the game, Nodirbek Abdusaturov, is, according to the eval bar, at least as we observe it on the Chess.com events platform, which, reminder everybody, if you want to choose your own adventure, you can go there and check it out.
Double capture on e5, Danny. I think White can take... I had a tactic like this against MVL, which I missed. You can take twice on e5, and I'm not sure that is the refutation to Nodirbek's last move.
I'm going to try it because at least we have to show Danya's idea, even if it's not the right thing. Turns out Danya speaks fluent Indian today. The whole point, everybody, is that if Black takes everything, White captures on d4 and bye-bye baby girl on e5. And so I think you ate your Wheaties today, sir. Rook takes e5 followed by... Oh, wait, he played knight h5. He didn't see it. Oh, man.
It's just so easy to assume that the d4 pawn is well protected. You have this battery. The bishop on e5 is firmly entrenched. Knight h5 might be a precursor to rook takes e5. I think that's what he's setting up. He wants the queen to get out of the way. And if the queen moves to d7, I think there he will sacrifice the exchange. It's still very dangerous for Nodirbek, who moves his queen to f7. But the position is very, very messy, Danny. And I'm worried that the Azerbaijani grandmaster, now under 3 minutes, might lose his way in the complications.
We should point out the obvious tactic that obviously the g4 pawn can be taken multiple ways, but neither way is that simple. First of all, the d3 pawn is hanging. So even if you take it with f or g, Black might just capture d3. But either way, if the king side starts to become open here, you have the knight h5, which is tender, and before you had the rook and bishop spying the knight. So to the point that the reason g4 has been played as a bit of a renegade, let me open up the white king's position. This is a very aggressive idea from Nodirbek, and probably a good practical one, even if it's objectively losing to this move, because in a time pressure scramble, I don't know that Asadli is going to see everything. Oh, wait. He actually did just play rook takes e5.
But day late and a dollar, or shall I say, an Azerbaijani manat short. Rook takes e5. What's wrong with it in this version? Well, the problem, Danny, is after you play rook takes e5, Nodirbek's queen is now very nicely positioned. He plays hg, but bishop takes g4, or even bishop takes d3. Rook takes g4. There's a lot of different ways to combine these two captures. But my vote is bishop takes g4. Then we will see rook takes e5. And then it's just pandemonium on the board. Bishop takes f3 is an idea there as well, trying to checkmate White in the endgame with the ladder checkmate.
Wow. I got to show that. That's a crazy line from Danya, and it might be on the board. If bishop takes f3 takes, you just head to the endgame. And this position is actually just like you're threatening both double check followed by winning the bishop, as well as rook h3 checkmate.
That's so easy to miss because when the queens come off the board, Danny, you breathe a sigh of relief and you think you're safe. And that's exactly when you're least safe. Nodirbek sees these types of things. He eats them for breakfast.
He eats tactics for breakfast?
I mean, I don't actually know what he eats for, whether he even eats breakfast. Most chess players, I certainly don't. I'm not a breakfast person.
All right, bishop takes f3. You can smell it. I think Nodirbek is using his time. We call that managing your clock, not just taking your time, but flexing and leveraging your clock as a weapon. When you have a few minutes extra and you can sense the position is critical, good to pause and calculate it all through. And he does it. Look at that. You knew he was going to do it. I don't know how you're speaking fluent Nodirbek right now. Brilliant.
Fluent Nodirbek, fluent engine. I'm so multilingual, but queen takes d4, I think, is what was giving him pause.
Okay, but if queen takes d4, there's bishop takes g2 a check.
But okay, king h2 and no checks, and then maybe king h7, just getting out of the nastiness on the long diagonal. What a game unfolding.
How
here.
awesome would that be if the winning move? Actually, you could probably play king h7 after queen takes d4 too. The winning move is you just put the king to safety. There shall be no discovered checks, and your king still hasn't dealt with my brilliant bishop sacrifice.
Yeah, and look at the clock situation. You know, these top players, their time management in rapid chess is really, really good. They're always putting extra pressure on the opponent's clock. I think Nodirbek will take this one. Fabiano has won. Yep. And Duda, as we expected, has won as well.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also got the dub, the first game we started the day with.
Okay, no upsets so far on the top boards as bishop takes d4 appears. Wow, a queen sacrifice, potentially, well, a temporary queen sacrifice. Bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, and this game is the gift that keeps on giving.
There's some sort of discovered checks here. We got to pull back the analysis board real quick. I know we're about to get time pressure, but we just have to show that this doesn't happen every day, everybody. Bishop takes g2, double queen sack. Queen takes here. And then I think you can move the rook to f5 or e7. I'm not sure which is best. I think e7. Okay, yeah, computer agrees.
Yeah, king g8.
And white's... And you take, and then in the
with
end...
the king.
Okay.
Here you don't have rook d7. Wow, what a subtlety.
Oh, wait. King g6 now?
Yeah, that might be thrown in. Rook d8, bishop e5, though. And look at black's pawns on the queen side. All of them on dark squares. It's hard.
I don't even know how to...
This is anyone's game.
It's so crazy. Even if they get this line, it's a 3-result endgame, as you said. Anyone's game. And I think... Okay, by the way, we're on the Danya profit train today. You're predicting what's happening, and I think we're going to see a double queen sack endgame.
Yeah, because black has alternatives here. King h7 is a very Nodirbek kind of move, just keeping the tension. That's what these top players like to do, but it's immensely risky. And you can just bet that white is sitting there, staring at his computer screen, trying to calculate on his opponent's move, because there is so much to calculate here with only a minute 22 on the clock for Asadli. This is the likeliest game to turn out into an upset, I think, of the top boards right now, Danny. Of course, we can look a little bit further. King to g8. King to g8.
Okay, rook e7 would be a transposition. Note that you can't take it because I take the rook. So
queen d5.
So rook e7 is just the first move that comes to my mind.
I wouldn't rush to trade queens, though, with white. That's the thing that we're establishing. In the endgame, the king is actually less safe.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the best move is for white. I'm even looking at like knight f6, rook e7, like all of these moves circling around your head, 50 seconds on the clock. If Asadli finds his way out of this, I'll be really impressed.
Rook e7 feels like, okay, he ends up playing it. Obviously, it wasn't right, but I said it feels like the human move, so thanks for laughing in my face, computer. Rook e7 felt like the move to play. But turns out that was the move that blew white's advantage. We'll take a look back at some point and see what the winning move was. Don't you worry, boys and girls. Okay, but now what?
Okay, well, now you have to take, I would assume, the queen, right? You can't take the rook. That's illegal.
I could try and then be mad at Chess.com for the bug. But yeah, the problem with this is after takes, we've got shake and bake on h3. The rooks helped deliver the goods. So this is why Asadli is nervous. He does it, but now how does he deal with the threat?
Yeah, that is just vulgar, or should I say vulgar by Nodirbek. King h2, only move. And the eval bar is showing an advantage for white, but rook takes... How is king h2 wrong? What, so you aren't supposed to defend against mate threats now? Is that what I'm supposed to glean from this?
Hey, let me teach you something about modern computers and how they play.
That's right.
Don't defend mate. All right.
Apparently not.
Bishop to e5. By the way, there's a fork threat. There's checks here, but this is one of those games where, with both players under time pressure, we are going to see lots of glyphs on the board. Okay,
wait a second.
Knight
Knight
f6 check is just winning.
King f8. Why was it winning?
Oh, he missed
Knight f6, King f8.
Knight f6,
rook
King
takes
f8.
c7, and rook takes c7, and he had a fork on d7. That was
gorgeous. Winning the rook at the end of the line. So the idea was Knight f6 check, everyone. If King h8, it was mate. If King f8, it was takes
White's
here.
Gonna lose. White's gonna lose.
Oh my God.
Tragic. Rook g4, and Nodirbek's just gonna pick up all of the queenside pawns with his rook. This is the worst case scenario that I was talking about, and it's all because
1 second
of White's clock. It's over. He's gonna flag.
Wow. And he does just that. The clock says 0.
The scoreboard will say 0 soon enough.
The scoreboard will say 0 soon enough. No. Okay, he did move. Sometimes we've got that the time scramble shivers, as Ed Sheeran once wrote a song about when he was talking about "Give Me the Shivers." That's what he was talking about. The time scramble.
Okay, but wait a second. Nodirbek.
Oh, he blew it.
Very sloppy. B6 there.
Be careful. Okay, this is objectively a draw now, and I mean, knock on wood, it's not the most complicated draw either. If you can keep,
flip out your Dvoretsky, Danny. I think even if White gives up the B pawn, in many cases, it's a draw, which is one of the most paradoxical endgames.
Yeah, that's not a high percentage play. You don't want to give up the B pawn, but that is actually a really weird theoretical draw, everyone, because as long as the king is in the opposite color corner of the bishop can guard. I'm oversimplifying, but there's all types of stalemate themes in a position where even though you're down the exchange. So go look it up. Go grab yourself a Dvoretsky endgame manual if you're into it. I think Ludwig has an extra one lying around.
I'm sure he does. I have several lying around in both languages. I certainly never open it. Here's the problem, Danny. The problem is, and you hear this phrase a lot used by chess commentators, Black cannot make progress. What does that mean? Well, it means that that bishop is covering all of the entry points. And never mind, but now it's still covering the entry points because it's tying itself to the h4 pawn. And there's no reason for White to give up the b6 pawn. The bishop is just going to toggle between c7 and d8, the king between g1 and f2. Why was Nodirbek blitzing out those critical moves, having attained a winning position? I thought maybe he relaxed too soon, but now it's essentially automatic defense by Asadli.
100% agree. And we can go back if we choose to do so. Remember, at different parts of the show, we'll bust into some game review, give you some deep dive analysis. But yeah, so what you're seeing right here, everyone, is just an easy theoretical draw. The bishop is stalemated. You can move. You can't move from dark to light, but you can move anywhere on the diagonal, and even a check is blocked because there is no zugzwang. The king is stalemated. Although what you're about to see here is Nodirbek doing his best to try to trick. The white king will just stay in the corner, as Asadli is doing. And we likely will have peace here, or we'll have a heart attack eval bar and someone will fall out of their chair. So,
Rook and bishop, once you get the king to the correct corner, which is the opposite corner to the color of your bishop, this is the only real concept you have to remember. And of course, not to blunder your bishop, not to hang mate in one. Black, again, cannot make progress because of the possibility of stalemate. And I have never seen a strong GM lose this in an increment game. This is not the same, Danny, as like rook and bishop versus rook. People lump all those endgames together. This is much easier to defend because here you're essentially playing automatic moves.
Well said. 100% agreed. In fact, rook and bishop versus rook is borderline 50-50 at the top level. So I feel like we see it won more often than you see it successfully held. But that's probably it. I wonder what the actual stats say on that. Maybe that's just, recency or memory bias because you tend to remember when someone swindles the opponent. But yeah, this is an easy draw. Danya highlighted it well. As long as you have reached the opposite color corner of your bishop, everybody watching, you should be able to do this at home. It is safe. We normally say don't try this at home, Danya. Here we're saying you can try this at home.
Yeah, you are allowed and encouraged to try this at home. Rook h6, bishop h2 is the key, and that is a stalemated position. Black's king has to step away. So.
I want to show real quick that was funny because Nodirbek did set up one pre-move trap and time pressure. The only move that loses here for White was this move.
Exactly.
and you put the bishop there too early, and now you've taken away your own escape square. So Nodirbek is obviously playing it out for a reason, despite both Danya and my analysis that this is an easy draw. Because, strange things do happen. But I don't think that Asadli is in danger of playing a move like that anymore, partly because he has increment, like you said. He's no longer living with just a couple seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he manages to pull out a draw. I don't know who's happy, who's sad, who's sadly, but definitely Nodirbek, not the way that he wanted to start this tournament.
Yeah.
These kinds of topsy-turvy games are normal in Rapid, but it's very easy. We know this, Danny, from previous CCT events. You give up a couple draws, and suddenly you're in that swampland where you keep facing 2600s, you keep giving up draws. So Nodirbek will have to press the gas pedal down in the next couple of rounds, but he will have the white pieces in the next game.
This is a fun one. I just scrolled back up in the events platform viewer here, and you can see we got a rainbow assortment of moves here. You've got a brilliant move for Nodirbek on move 34. You've got red and orange on both sides of black and white's move list. This was a back and forth affair. So if a draw is ultimately the correct karmic result, if you will, then maybe that's what it is. But both sides had their chances in this game. I agree with you that Nodirbek has got to be a little more heartbroken, because at some point he was just winning and he had a couple of minutes edge on the clock and clearly just played too fast when trying to convert that extra exchange. But it is what it is. As the completely irrelevant, nonsensical sports phrase goes, it is what it is.
Yeah, but that's the best phrase to use. Down the stretch, stepping it up on the defensive end. And they're back to the key theoretical position. Bishop h2 is now possible. And I think we're just maybe 3-4 moves away from the 50 move rule, which it's such a relief that it automatically pops up, because in over-the-board chess, you actually have to claim it most of the time.
Yep. Indeed.
Okay. And I've heard stories of even title players not realizing that a 50 move rule has been reached, just too engrossed in the defensive task, and eventually they get tired and blunder. Okay, 116 moves. Surely we must be approaching the 50 move limit. It feels like it's been 80 moves. There we go.
80 moves, 50 moves. Either way, the draw is automatically claimed by the Chess.com server. I guess we shouldn't assume that was the last game standing. I'm going to quickly jump in and scroll through, but I think we are safe.
Assume.
Okay, we can assume. All right, you know what they say about assuming? If you break down that word, there's a couple of S's and a U and a me, and I try to avoid assumptions from time to time.
There's some expression, but I forget how it goes about assume. It's like
pun
expression.
I'm working on my amazing back pillow here. Shout out to Secret Lab for being our sponsor. This back pillow, honestly, is a lifesaver for old guys like me. Oh man, that feels good. All right,
and old guys like me,
and soon to be old guys like you, but. For the most part, despite Nodirbek's draw, I think we saw results that we expected there in the first round of the play-in, Danya.
Yeah, I'm actually always surprised at how few upsets there are. And few upsets, there's definitely a lot of draws, but I don't really consider, a 2600 drawing a 2750 to be a huge upset. I'm really talking about decisive games, Danny. So if we could look around the first 20 boards, did we have any decisive upsets where any of the favorites lost? If we scroll down to the players who have 0 points,
not from what I can see.
Who's the top player with 0?
Back the view of the standings here. But by the way, we've got an FFL sitting up top according to Tiebreak. Shout out to Gatakomsky throwing in his hat in the play-in ring. In fact, now I've just been told that games have started. And on that note, speaking of the famous legend, the famous bleeping legend, he's got the black pieces against the Frenchman with 3 names. I guess we'll just jump right into round 2 and acknowledge that Danya was correct. There really weren't a lot of decisive upsets at all in that round. We probably followed the only one of relevance, which was the draw Nodirbek gave up.
Yeah. MVL versus Gata in a Berlin endgame, which saw the light of day in the candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi displayed some impressive preparation to defeat Vidit. But the Berlin endgame, very misunderstood. It has this terrible reputation, but in fact, if you're uninitiated and you just look at this position, you're going to be salivating at the prospect of an exciting game. It's so unbalanced, but because it's so well studied, we assume that it's boring.
Yep. I appreciate you saying that, and I'm not here to defend the Berlin more than any other guy. But I am going to say that other than the 12-move queen repetition draw Berlin, I actually don't dislike analyzing this endgame. It's
No.
rich. It's the bishop pair in a bad structure and a coordination battle of the king on the queen side against a very dominant pawn majority and really pretty looking development. Like, there's a lot of reasons to believe that this position, if you're not one of the top GMs in the world, is actually a 3-result game. It's not as boring as you think. That's what I want to say.
Any opening that has been played actively for, over 20 years and where players still come up with novelties early on, that basically means it's a ridiculously complex opening if you can't get to the bottom of it with top engines. As we see MVL playing a traditional setup, this fianchetto is what the old books recommended. It's what Kasparov did in the early 2000s. And the knight from c3 often heads over to f4, knight e2, knight f4. And the typical kind of textbook idea is to push e6 at some point. If you can push e6, even sacrificing a pawn, and get the knight from f3 to e5, you get a big initiative in the center. So Gata will likely put a bishop on e6 to prevent that from happening. And we will get a rich maneuvering battle, which I really like for the FFL. He wants a long, slow, simmering positional battle.
Well, and I like it too, just as a bit of a battle of generations too. For those who don't know, MVL is one of the most well-known, well-prepared players, frankly, on either side of the Berlin. I remember his SCC battles with Hikaru Nakamura, where it felt like we were just getting a Berlin theory lesson. So Maxime knows these positions really well. Gata is an OG of this theory, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think from a practical perspective, you have to look at Kamsky's clock and say, hey, it's rapid. Don't get yourself under too much time pressure. But I love the plan you highlighted for White. And eventually, of course, the pawn majority comes into play, and Black has to do the things you said. Stop that idea, try to develop, get the king out of harm's way, finish development, ultimately, if you can, challenge a little bit for the D file, and kind of slowly try to expand and kind of give your bishop pair some chances to make noise later on in the game.
I agree. That was a great breakdown. And as Gata ponders the depths of the Berlin endgame, perhaps we can keep going around the horn. That's board 1. Board 2 is Gladura versus Caruana. But I'll give you the final decision. Wow, what a rich position here.
I jumped to it because it looks like it's moving along quickly. I think that Gladura Caruana might be just what the doctor ordered. Jan Shistov is taken on Sigoryov. Kovalenko taken on Sevian, Geary taken on Svein, just rambling out some matchups if you want to head over to Chess.com and watch the games yourself. But, Danya, guess what opening this was before you check? I'm hiding it.
No, this definitely gives off Naidarf vibes with the Bishop E2 variation.
Okay.
Just looking at the black pawn on D6. No, actually, it was a Sveshnikov. That makes sense. Okay, it was a Sveshnikov. And this line Fabiano had in his World Championship match against some dude named Magnus Carlsen.
Some random guy, the F5 move. That was kind of why I asked, because I actually thought it was a Najdorf 2 until I cheated and clicked over and saw that it was a Pelikan Sveshnikov. And so these are weird positions. Like you said, Fabi played this against Magnus with a lot of deep prep. White has this long-term 4-on-3 majority that you don't want to sleep on, because if all the tactics on the king side sort of, solve themselves, eventually White is positionally very dominant, and that can be a grip that Black struggles with. But it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, you have to solve this one. They don't pay me enough. You're up.
Well, I'm really partial to Black's setup here. A lot of pieces can be captured here. Bishop takes e4 would be my instinct, but it's not a given that Fabi recaptures on e4. In fact, he's much more likely, I think, to take the knight on c4, or even the bishop on f4 and then the knight on c4. It's like some weird jigsaw puzzle. Maybe the bishop on f4 and then the bishop on e4. How many different ways are there to combine?
This is why I punched it over to you. Yeah,
we need a resident mathematician. We need I don't know. I was going to say Mr. Hess, but he's also a history major.
And it's funny because this move reinforces the bishop, Danya, which I like, because the bishop is serving the purpose of pinning this bishop to the queen, which kind of seems weird because bishops don't normally pin bishops. They move the same way. But in this case, because the d6 pawn is a target, it's actually super critical that Black is holding it together. Okay, now the knight has been moved out of harm's way. maybe next white plans to take here.
Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Now more fun stuff going on the queen side. Yeah, now bishop takes e4 is more tempting. He takes the other bishop on g5, and now how will Fabi recapture?
Yeah, I like this from Gladura because I think you have to take with the knight now. I think taking with the pawn and allowing bishop e4, that just looks too ugly. I admit I'm being biased, but the double G pawns, the E pawn being where it is, especially when white does have kind of a free roll over here on the queen side to expand and use space. So I'm anticipating Fabi takes with the knight, but maybe I'm wrong about that. What do you think?
No, I think white is better. I think things have gone a little bit wrong for Fabi here. Knight takes g5 might be necessary, but white's queen can drop into f4, and then the rook from a1 can get involved. So it feels like Fabi hasn't really gotten off the ground on the king side, whereas Gladura is really nicely coordinating his pieces. Yep, you were right. Knight takes g5. The Fabi whisperer strikes again, and queen f4 on the board.
Okay, you're the one predicting the moves
The
that matter
Gladura
here. I love it.
But that's not as impressive as the
you're
Fabi
playing the
whisperer.
position. I'm guessing Fabi's moves, and his position is getting worse. You're guessing Gladura's moves, and his position is getting better. Okay, no, but I do like this move from Fabi trying to get played. But as we've highlighted, white has the space that matters. Black has these sort of long-term pawn weaknesses kind of everywhere. And so black is really relying on the dynamic potential, which is typical of a Sveshnikov. Like, you're really relying on whatever you can muster here, because positionally, if white can parry all the threats, they will be much better when the smoke clears.
Yeah, that's the thing. Openings like the Sveshnikov or the King's Indian, no matter how bad they look, you're always going to have tactical chances. It's just built into the nature of the opening. So rook f to e8, for example, just fighting for the e file, maybe sacking the f5 pawn might be necessary to change the course of the game. That's another thing that you see, Danny. So often you start spinning the narrative that you're going to see an upset, but these top players, at the drop of a hat, they're able to seize the initiative so often. And Fabi has a lot of time. He's got 7.5 minutes. I'm not too worried for him yet, but the next few moves will be pretty big. Rook f6. Maybe I'm supposed to get a little bit more worried now. But that move makes sense. He's reinforcing the d6 pawn, which is the most important pawn in his position. The most important pawn ever in history.
Most important pawn in the history of any position he's ever played in this game. If that pawn's gone, you got problems.
Knight e4 is also being set up.
Okay, the knight comes back to c4 to double the pressure, double the fun. Computer doesn't like it. Feels like maybe white... I wonder if the computer liked white just advancing the pawns, by the way. At some point in these positions, I often find it interesting when white should say, hey, I've kind of parried things here, and it's time to just go get them, big fella, and get c5 and use this 4-on-3 majority. We don't have the time. We're here to entertain you. We've got other games to look at. But I wonder if that might have been the opportunity that the computer wanted instead of knight c4. Just my instinct.
Yeah, I don't understand what knight c4 accomplishes. Also, knight g5 to e4 is now possible. Knight c4 seems like kind of a vapid move. Like your parents keep hyping up this birthday present that they're preparing for you, for weeks and weeks, and it turns out to be like a $20 Amazon gift card. It's.
Do you have anything you need to talk about? Do you want to talk about that? Is that personal experience?
No. My birthday presents have always been the best of any birthday presents.
All right. Well,
commentating with you, for example.
Oh, stop it. Let's move on to another top player game. I've got my eye on Jan Krzysztof Duda. He was the first of the world elite big names, I guess, that we know to get it done last round, and I feel like he's about to be the first this round. Can he just take on g6 and?
What about rook f6?
Okay, maybe you're the upgraded Daniel for a reason.
Oh my gosh, there's a crazy line I'm trying to work out. Rook f6, queen takes e3.
Okay.
King h1, bishop takes g2.
Yes.
Sigurov has set a trap. Look at that. You cannot take.
Oh my gosh.
With the queen because of queen takes rook. And if you're showing the lines.
Right. I showed the wrong order. I should have showed your order first. Queen takes, you win the rook. King takes, rook takes d2. What a trap. You see that Jan Krzysztof is pausing here for station identification on the Don't Blunder network. He's like, let me think this through. By the way, we just missed a crazy move. I just have to show we missed knight takes e6 from Jan Krzysztof just a moment ago, Danya. And then Sigoriev
E7.
played queen c5, setting this trap. Oh, he's played. Sorry, he played e7.
Look at White's pawns. It's tripled pawns, and all of them can actually make a move, which is not that common to see this arrangement of pawns. The point of e7 is to deflect the queen. Queen takes e7 will be followed by queen takes g6. Black can block with queen g7, so it's not entirely clear-cut how White wins there, but maybe you can play bishop a2 check and pick up the bishop on b7 after the queen trade.
Ah.
God, Duda's so good. And
Very
I never realized
nice.
he's that good. Did you know
Very
Duda was good at
puzzle
chess?
rushy. I have to show Danya's land again, because Danya is a puzzle, someone who competes in our puzzles world championship every year for a reason. This is just a fun little find. I just want to show that the check followed by the trade, and at the end, you're picking up your material. All of it has been earned back with interest, given that you won 1.5 million pawns to get there. So just a fun little line from Danya there to take home. And it is a full board awareness line that we may see on the board. If you profit your way to another prediction, okay, although Rook F6, according to the engine, is the fastest, and Jan's just stuff says, silly Danya, I've got you.
Of course he sees it. Rook F6 is such a classy move to not take the pawn on G6 with check. So many of the things that we take for granted, if you really break it down, you realize how skilled these top GMs are, especially at converting winning positions. That is one skill which is not talked about enough. It's supposed to be the hardest thing in chess, and yet the consistency with which winning positions are converted, even in fast time controls, is pretty impressive. And now Rook takes G6, Queen H7, Sigurov trying to curl up into a little ball, but this merely staves off the inevitable.
Okay, Queen takes would allow Queen G7. Yeah, so you play Rook takes, so there's no defense of the H-pawn. I guess you do have Queen F8, and somehow there's no renegade, although there's Rook takes A6 in that position. LOL.
Semi-renegade Rook. The worst thing for Black is that you're not even really up material here. You're just getting mated. That's end of story kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, Sigoriev is going to try to think his way through. We'll keep the position on the board as my eye spies other options available. A lot of the games are still pretty close to deadlocked. MVL looks like he's squeezing a bit of a Berlin edge against Kamsky. We'll go back to that in just a minute. But Duda, for 2 games in a row, if you're just tuning in, everybody, won a dominant game against Srinath Narayan in the first round of our plan. And he seems on form right now. Good for him.
Yeah. Velimir Ivic on board 6. Looks like he's going to win a second game against Rustemov. Just looking at the eval bar, but MVL's position is actually crazier than it seems.
Okay, let's go back there. So Duda's gonna get the job done here. Oh, we have a move, so we'll just see what Duda plays, because it's always exciting when there's mate on the board, mate on the brain here.
Yeah, I'm thinking Rook F1. I mean, sometimes what you need is a quiet move, but Duda takes and replaces the rook with a queen. And maybe not the most precise, but he is going to win that bishop on c6. There's just too many threats. Queen takes h6, queen takes c6, ace. Everything's on the 6th rank, and soon there will be nothing on the 6th rank.
And let's not forget your full board idea that you pointed out. In some variations where if bishop b7 were to be played, white would take h6 with check. Of course, the queen cannot block because that would be mate. And on king g8, at some point, this move comes in, and maybe just right then, it's rover. So bishop a2 check, as Danya spotted, should get the job done. We're going to bounce back this thing up, and head on over to MVL's Berlin battle versus Gatakomsky. Danya, I see a big edge on the clock for the Frenchman. What do you see on the board?
I have no idea what I'm looking at. Anybody who says the Berlin endgame is boring, just show them this position. By the way, top-rated player who lost in round 1 was Ray Robson. So really, there were no upsets. No player over 2,700 FIDE lost in the first round. But in the second round, looking at this position, we might see a different story. Gata is currently up a pawn. He's got technically a 3-on-1 on the queen side. White's got this very impressive-looking pawn on e6. But look at how many times Black is defending the e7 square. Like every piece it's making its life purpose to prevent the further progress of that pawn, and bishop f8 to b4 is now a major threat. Last thing, Danny, the bishop on h7 kind of looks like Duda's bishop on b1. Don't sleep on it, because it's uncontested and it's controlling a lot of light squares in the center.
Love it. Love the breakdown. That's why I tossed it over to you. I want to point out that the move c4 from Black wasn't really with ambitious plans to get a queen, but probably to open up the d3 square for this bishop, just to be wary of white trying to expand these pawns and maybe lock that bishop out. Okay, here we see the computer blue arrow suggesting that knight g6 is really the only way for white to keep an edge. White doesn't play it, and now black is a little bit better. What's the idea? Just go to d8 and get aggressive. It actually kind of makes sense because white did not take the opportunity to keep these pieces out, and here they come grinding their way back toward open diagonals and files.
Well, Gata gets memed on a lot, but honestly, just watching his feel for where the pieces belong is really impressive. Some of these players of the older generation, they just they kind of just play with their hand, and a lot of the time the pieces just naturally gravitate to the proper squares. It's really impressive to see. Of course, they lack in certain other areas, like sometimes surviving in time pressure, and which of those skills will prevail in the end in this game? Right now, it's looking a heck of a lot like the former. Gata is much better. Just look at his pieces coming out of the gates, Danny. The knight to d6, the bishop on f8. 2 seconds ago, all of his pieces were on the back row. And on the Etienne.
No, you're right. Like, honestly, snapshot this position.
Yeah.
Now this position. All of black's pieces are better coming to life. We might have a true upset in this round if MVL, currently sitting as the top board, falls to Gatakovsky.
94 looked really strong to me, but Gata going after the queenside pawns, he might have to go back to d6. No, but then 97 check. You see MVL is using tactics to make this tricky. 45 seconds for Gata, and he does slink back to d6. 97 is delivered.
He has to go to the B file.
A little setback here for Gata, but he's still better.
Yeah, and the C pawn remains super dangerous. And by the way, your earlier 94 is a threat. Maybe Maxime just needs to play f3. Oh, he doesn't. He reinvites this idea.
Draw? Nope.
No, Gata wants more. Gata wants the whole thing.
You gotta love it. And how is he going to make progress? Because now it's black in the same annoying situation where that C pawn really wants to move forward, but it's not easy to prepare c3.
You got to guard the e4 square, but now you got to go get the B file if you're Gata.
Okay, bishop c3. Kind of a standstill now. A Swiss standoff, I think we called it. I know exactly what you were doing.
I was baiting you, and you didn't take the bait.
I know what you were doing.
I got to get you another time. I got to get you another time.
I got to give you credit for that, but I'm not taking the bait. Are we taking the repetition though?
No, you got to do it one more time if you're going to have a draw. But I don't think that that's going to happen.
Knight h4 is the best move.
I think Maxime kind of senses his opportunity. He does find the best move because looking at the clock, you now are under 30 seconds. Go back to e4 now that the d6 square is open, and now you win a pawn.
Yeah, I'm not sure white's really playing for a win here. I mean, bishop e6, and now black is essentially not really risking.
That's
where
fair.
is the winning chances going to come from if you're Maxime? I thought he should have taken the repetition, but I think he's sort of mesmerized by the sweet nectar of black's clock. But God is actually very, very good in increment time scrambles. He won't just blunder for no reason.
Yeah. No, that's fair. The old clock gambit, right?
I say that, but I'd still be very scared with black.
But no, it's an obstacle bishop position, and black has a healthy extra pawn. So objectively, like you said, Maxime probably should have taken the perpetual, but given the time on the clock, the temptation, he's going for it.
Check. And bishop a5, no, knight h4. We've seen that movie play out before. That knight has been around the world and back again as it goes the other way. Maxime's like, I can't go through g6. I'm going to go through g2, maybe around to e3. And you're looking at some of the other games. Duda has, in fact, won. Caruana taking care of business, it seems. He's turned the game around in his favor.
Against Gladura. Ivic did win, as you said. Oh, wait a second. What's going on here?
No, I was looking at the eval bar in Caruana's game, which keeps moving further in Caruana's direction.
Caruana should be on his way to a victory as black against Gladura. Of course, you can head over to Chess.com, watch it yourself if you are so inclined. Many of you might already be watching from there. If so, hello from the future and the past at the same. Okay, bishop to c4. That's explosive. Bishop to d4. We're going to hit the knight and the pawn with that retreating move. But again, there's really nothing but a game of tickle here because this should be a draw on the board. So if either side gets winning chances, it's because the other person took a big risk.
And there is that big risk. MVL unbalancing the position, very clearly playing for a win, believing that eventually Gata will blunder, and he just did. Gata just gave away a pawn. I think he's going to lose this game. A5 was just a really, really bad move. I mean, he had other ways to defend that pawn. Rook b6 was one of them. Now he's going to lose. He's going to lose most likely the game because rook takes a4. Can you get away? G5.
Oh, G5 and the H pawn runs. G6 is a huge blunder. The computer spots it, throws the blue arrow at us. You were right, by the way. Rook b6 was better, but Maxime missed it. Doesn't see G5. The game continues.
But not for long. Gata's going to lose this.
A5 now.
Knight c5 is possible. Rook c5. MVL, very sloppy in this with 2.5 minutes, but he's going to still win. I think he just senses that it's impossible to figure the defensive task out with 20 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, now there's even awkward ideas where you could take c7 and try to go after the bishop, even if a5 falls, because this knight has tactics.
F4 maybe to set up knight e5 in the future would be my choice.
Okay, he brings the knight around to this square, but now
check and take h6. And there goes another pawn.
H6.
And then another one. And white will be 3 pawns up. Black was just a pawn up, it seems, a couple of moves ago.
Well, shout out to Maxime, despite the sloppy nature, as you said. I mean, he understood what was at stake here. He didn't want to give up a draw early, and I guess in hindsight, he kind of knew that it was safe enough for him to keep pushing. Because I will say, while it wasn't a foregone conclusion that Gata would blunder Danya, I don't remember the eval bar really ever getting that much in Black's favor. Like I'm saying, I think Maxime played a pretty accurate game overall, given the minimal risk that he took.
No, absolutely. Hats off to Maxime, and you can see that for the older generation, it's still the clock is a huge problem. They often outplay their Super GM opponents in the early middle game, but they take too long doing it. And, Maxime, Nodirbek, we see how good these players are as MVL executes the classic idea with f6, king f7, and rook h8. You learned this in kindergarten, and you never forget it. And what a win for MVL, turning the game around. He's on 2 out of 2. Fabiano is on 2 out of 2.
We got to bounce quickly, though. Anish Giri might be about to go down against Rasmus Svein. Wait. What?
Yeah, he's losing. C5.
Queen. Yeah.
Black
C5
promotes
and C4.
first. And white will promote, but white will be 3 pawns down. Oh, no. C3. C3 would have lost. Well done by Svein.
C3 would have lost because the king is in the box. Wow. So he goes for the queen ending.
No, but unless there's a stalemate trap or some miracle perpetual, maybe queen takes a4 was winning as well. But Giri's king is in the center, so I don't see how he even sets up a stalemate trap. Svein can just push.
A king in the center, when you're trying to defend a queen ending, a king in the center is the worst, because any check you give, there's often ways for the queen to block, and then the queens come off the board, and here we see it. It's just over.
And Giri loses with white.
Yeah, the king being in the center prevented moves like queen d5 check from even being an option, everyone, because then queen c6, and they come off. So if you're trying to defend a queen upon ending, you want your king out of the way, away from crossfire checks and queen trade opportunities. Shout out to Svein for getting it done.
I would have tried a Rosen trap here. In all seriousness, got my king to g8, and then, but your king is literally, as you said, king in the center, the worst place to be in a queen endgame, which is the opposite of the general principle you hear in all other endgames. That's why endgames are hard, because they're so concrete.
Endgames are brutal, and it was a brutal result there for Anish Giri, who goes down to Rasmus Svein. The standings after round 2, well, you can see them in front of you there. You've got Rasulov at the top, along with Moisenko, Ivic, Bachman. Those are names that maybe aren't as well known as the next several to follow. Caruana, Jan Shistov Duda, Von Forest, Alexeyenko. Of course, we got a lot of chess ahead in the play-in stage. Danya, This is how this always feels when we're doing this. One, it's super exciting. We just saw some insanely high-level chess. The chess player in me wants to go back to every game that we didn't actually see everything on, but we don't have time for that. So your thoughts on the biggest takeaway from round 2?
These Swiss tournaments, they move so quickly. It's round after round. And like you said, the perfectionist inside me wants to see all of the time scrambles, all of the big moments, but we really only can pick out several. I think we've done a good job, though, of picking out some really, really big results. We will get more upsets and more turnarounds as we move further on. But for the top players, the trials and tribulations are only beginning. And for players like Anish Giri, comebacks are the order of the day as we move into the third round.
Well, we talked about the top 20 leaderboard. Obviously, there's only been one event so far in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. That was the Chessable Masters. The top 20 leaderboard had some names missing, and we said Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, obviously two big names among those. Fabi showing up today, right now, early signs are that he wants to change that. Remember, you and I had the coverage of the first play-in, of course, for Chessable, and didn't Fabi lose an early game there? He at least, something bad happened to Fabi early on in that event.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. That's not a knock on Fabi's strength. Like I also remember something similar. And the big problem with these tournaments is that it doesn't follow the general rule of Swiss tournaments, Danny, as we get underway in the third round, where if you lose a game, you necessarily play a much weaker opponent. If you lose a game, you might play like Kirill Alexeyenko in the next round. And the reason I say that is because he's on board one.
Fish, a real potser.
A total, bad player, amateur.
Yeah. Hasn't competed in the candidates or anything,
Nope.
right? You've got a very dangerous field. That's what you're saying. And it's no rest for the weary, out of the frying pan into the fire. What other awkward reference can I make to prove the point that this bleep ain't easy? Making your way through the gauntlet of the play-in just to get into the placement battles that are going to go down tomorrow when the likes of Denis Lazovic, Yanda Pomnishi, Aroni, and Serrana step in. So this is it. This is the Champions Chess Tour. This is the pinnacle of online chess. We're excited. All right, we've got an English again. This is the second game in a row, third round, second game in a row with white that Fabiano Caruana has chosen the English. Danya, what do you think about that? That's interesting.
Fabi just kind of choosing, and a lot of these top players, they just choose openings for a particular event. We are unlikely to see his candidates prep on full display, but that doesn't mean he's going to play bad stuff. This is a very interesting setup. You don't want to see a black knight on f3, but it's there's no direct flight.
What about d3? Bughouse, knight mates. By the way, I was correct. Stats team just confirmed. Fabi was 4.5 out of 9 and then just withdrew in the last one. So I didn't remember exactly how we got there, but I knew there was a reason he wasn't on the top 20 there. So Fabi would like to change that.
Wow, look at Rasmus. He spent 2 minutes on the move knight c6. I think he was contemplating very seriously pawn to c6 and quickly pushing d5, trying to really punish white for this provocative opening setup. But now Rasmus has played more conventionally, knight to d4. But I don't know. This smells a little bit fishy. Fabi just ignores him. He castles, and Rasmus is making a lot of moves with the same piece here. Somewhere I heard that wasn't a great idea in the opening.
Those are old school tips. They don't matter anymore. Welcome to the Alpha Zero universe, right? No, but seriously, that is an interesting approach to switch gears to trying to control the dark squares. Now you've moved a bishop twice and a knight twice before completing your development. But at least there's some positional reasoning behind it, right? The d4 square is weak. It is officially an outpost square. The moment you get this Botvinnik English structure, which is defined as c4 and e4 together, you have created this weakness. And so, it's a bit of an odd approach, but I think there's a reason the computer still sees it as close to equal, because objectively, black is taking advantage of a weakness here.
Yeah, it's a hard opening for newer players to understand because there's this very big weakness on d4. So you look at it and it looks like black is better. But there are other factors. There are compensating factors. That knight on d4 isn't actually doing that much. White can work around it. This is the phrase I really like to use. White works around the weakness and sets up some very nasty kingside play. h3, covering the g4 square, king h2. And of course, Danny, the classic idea here is f2, f4. Not right now. Don't walk into the discovery. But that is why you often see the king sliding to a safer spot. And once those pawns start rolling, it's really hard to contain White's kingside attack.
I love these structures for White. I had a very, very brief stint where I was attempting to adopt this as part of my repertoire. I mean, the flexibility White has in this structure, you highlighted king h2, f4, you can get f5, and you can go all in on a kingside attack if it suits your fancy. But you also have rook b1, a3, b4. Because this structure is so flexible, it's easy to play, and you can kind of play a little bit reactive chess. We see here Fabi might be going all in on the king side, and we might have a bit of a traditional kind of race position, but very solid. You know what I mean? You feel me, dog?
Yeah. And the thing is that you can ignore the move b5. This is, as you said, solid is the right word. Even if Black plays b5, that move still doesn't carry any threat. So I'm expecting f4 from Fabiano. He might be thinking, like, do I take the knight on d4? Is that worth playing? You know, before I play f4, you can also play g4 and knight e2 to g3. It doesn't feel right here. Maybe Black even has a knight sacrifice on g4. You know, why would you open that can of worms? But f4, I would find that move to be hard to resist.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see what type of very solid position becomes maybe an aggressive attacking one for Fabi when we check back in with it. But as you pointed out, Kirill Alexeyenko is playing on board 1 with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Wow, wait, similar structure. Maybe not the same exact move order, but we are in a Botvinnik English kind of structure, at least in the center, although a very, very different game ensuing here. Wow, pieces coming off fast.
They're just flying off the board, and I cannot believe, actually, that this started off with 1 e4. I would bet a silver dollar that we had an English here as well. But no, this was a Moscow variation.
Danya,
okay,
this is hilarious. C4. E4 and C4 were played on moves 1 and 4 in both games, just opposite order.
That's actually a really interesting similarity.
Okay, sorry. Continue. Who do you think the endgame favors, despite the eval bar saying it's equal? Forget that. Let's give it a little bit of a breakdown.
Man, it's such a weird pawn structure. I guess the big question for Kirill. Queen takes g4 looks very unappealing to me because after hg, Black gets the h-file. But if you're not trading, then what are you doing? Because Black is threatening to take on h4. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, because if you do that, White has e5, discovering an attack on the rook on a8. So maybe Kirill plays a move like rook a to d1. You know, just like throwing out the gauntlet, waiting for Black to commit. Also, I'll point out, Robert, Danny.
You can call me Robert anytime.
97 to c6. It's like during the CGC finals when I called Levy Wesley, you know, like 6 or 7 times, and it actually started getting ridiculous. Like I couldn't help it. As long as I call you by the higher rated name. Knight c6, knight d5 is the point I wanted to make. Knight d5 is a really, really nasty move. So Black's knight, for the time being, is stuck on e7.
I love the e5. I actually really love the idea of rook a to d1, Wesley, because rook a to d1
thank you, Anish,
supports the idea of d4. We can commentate together anytime, Levy. So
Gary, that was an awesome breakdown.
Hey, it's been a pleasure working with you, Maxime. All right, what are we doing here? Get back to focus. I love the idea of rook a to d1. I love d4. You pointed out that this knight is sort of frozen to the threat of knight d5. The more I look at it, the more I agree with you that if I'm Kirill, I'm kind of laughing in the face of the h pawn. Like I would much rather you take it than head to an endgame where I've brought liberation to the rook on the h file. So something like rook a to d1
or d4. Maybe d4 immediately. The fact that he's
right
thinking
away
for such a long time is tipping me off to the fact that he's considering some sort of committal move.
Yeah.
And that committal move might be d4. It might be knight b5. But he's definitely thinking about something spicy here. And I'm not talking sriracha.
No, although great on almost everything. I've yet to find, even where you might traditionally use Louisiana, like you can throw sriracha on it. So way too much sriracha in my house. I like d4 because after takes, then knight to b5 not only provides the threat of the fork, but also ensures that we got too much going on. Because note that if, okay, we have a very interesting retreating move saying you better trade queens or I'm headed over to the queen side.
Okay, congrats. You gave a check, but why not queen takes h4? I don't understand queen d1 at all, and neither does Maxime.
Maxime agrees with you. We're going to analyze. I love, by the way, can I just say that regardless of what happens here, I love how quickly Maxime played that move. Alexeyenko just took 3 minutes, and Maxime immediately takes h4. And there's no way he was fully predicting queen d1 as the main option. You get what I'm saying? And I think that what he's doing there from a practical perspective, Danya, is he knows this position is objectively a mess. And he's like, I'm not going to use all my time right now. I'm going to take the pawn, and I'm playing for a win. This is rapid chess. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? There's just a little bit of that like practical kind of prowess that I think is really critical to win tournaments like this.
I faced this type of pressure. I played Maxime in one of the AIM Chess Rapid tournaments, and you don't really understand the pressure that this puts until you're sitting there and you're like, there's no way he figured everything out in 2 seconds. Like, it's not fair. Like, how is he not blundering when he takes 2 seconds on a move like King F7 here? Yeah, castles. But 95% of the time he doesn't blunder. Sometimes he does, and sometimes it backfires. But most of the time, the pressure that this puts on you is immense.
Yeah.
Queen d6.
Yeah, from a practical point of view, you're Kirill Alexeyenko. You just took all this time to do this move. He immediately takes h4, and if anything, like, the position is just as tricky as it was before. No problem. So I love
MVL's the kind of guy to play f3 here in like 2 seconds.
f3. If g3 mate, rook e8. By the way, I love that you pointed this out, though. Let's not turn our back on this little shot.
He's playing this like a bullet brawl.
Hey, I know a guy who's won a few of those. Have you talked to Hikaru lately? Just kidding. I was talking about you. LOL.
All right, Mr. Bortnick.
I was talking. Okay, you know, the bullet brawl victory is something I will never experience. So I'll talk to you about how that feels later. All right, rook to b1. Okay, despite our applause of Maxime, I think he deserves it. Alexeyenko is getting aggressive here. I think this is the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes f3, by the by.
Also, h4, h3 is a secondary. It's like the twin idea, which might be even scarier because then f3 can be met with g3 at this point. And it's not easy for black to set up the lolly mate. But yeah, okay, rook b7. I guess we're about to find out. Even here, h4 is not, it should be calculated, but it probably doesn't work. Maxime might play rook f7, but his 7th rank is also really, really weak.
I think it almost does. You just have to play f3 first. The idea is that the queen actually has to stay here to guard g3. So I love the idea of h4 now and sacrificing the knight. That, like, h4, everything gets traded on e7. I take on g3. Like, I don't know. I mean, that seems like...
Queen g4 also possible, but white has this maneuver, Danny, knight d1 to meet queen h3 with knight to e3. Oh, there's a crazy tactic there. Black has knight f5 potentially in that position. Like, if black plays queen g4 here, I can show quickly queen g4, knight d1, queen h3, knight e3, and knight f5. And does it actually work? It does. Yeah, for e3.
Danya playing like an engine. Knight f5. Dirty. Of course, if pawn takes everyone, you sacrifice the rook and then deliver mate. And obviously, the knight cannot take, as his job is to guard g2.
This could absolutely happen. Game. But Maxime plays h4, your idea.
Which I think is also interesting. So, look at this. Just to show takes. I think you're just taking g3, and I admit that my calculation stopped here. This is it.
That's where it should stop.
You know, that looks crazy. Oh, by the way, is that on the board?
It's on the board.
That's on the board.
And queen e6 check and queen h3, I think, was what Kirill was relying on. But MVL saw one step further. G takes f2 is a double check. And after king takes f2, black can slide into d2. There's another direction that the queen can go. And, God, this guy is a wizard.
Yeah, so the aligned, we're going to make you do this one real quick here. In your head, everybody. Queen e6 check, rook f7, queen h3 guards everything, but not so fast. After takes f2, you can't put the king on the h file because rook h7 wins the queen. And if you take with the king, queen d2 check, picks up the material with interest, as we like to say. Doing work. Maxime might be the guy on form today. I'm going to quickly click back on that events tab. Fabiano Caruana looks like he's pushing an edge against Rasmus Svein, the guy who took down Anish Giri last round, if you're just tuning in. Jan Krzysztof Duda in trouble for the first time, but we'll have to get to that in a minute. All right.
Wow, queen h4 mate. Rook d7 check just bounces off with a whimper.
Just put the king on h6.
Or even on h8. And look at this again, just not even double checking. So confident in his attacking abilities. And this worked to perfection for Maxime.
As a Maxime Vachier-Lagrave fan, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be biased for a second. Obviously, he's a friend, but this is vintage Maxime. This is the kind of chess, Danya, that in 2019, along with Ding Ren, as you were heading into the candidates, people were looking at this guy as like, maybe he was the most dangerous challenger for the throne. Like, it's how fast he played, the intuition combined with the raw calculation. He just dominated Alexienko with black and has 6 minutes extra on the clock. Like, this was like one of those games where you're just like, MVL.
Yeah, I mean, the way he breaks it down with the black pieces, Alexienko, very solid player, former candidate. This is what MVL does, is he makes players, and Alexienko was spending 3-4 minutes on these critical decisions. MVL was responding instantly and keeping up the pressure. Alexienko resigns, and MVL is on 3 out of 3. That is a huge start. That is a statement. First third of the tournament. And speaking of statements, Fabiano Caruana, not to be outdone, is making a statement himself. He's up in exchange for no compensation at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of good things in his position. He's up the exchange. F5 is coming. You've got the E file, maybe just queen E7. Okay, you don't want to don't give too much counterplay. I guess D3 is hanging, so you got to deal with that. But yeah, this looks like a fairly good position for Fabiano Caruana, likely to join MVL on a 3-0 score after this.
Yeah, not sure being up in exchange is a good thing anymore, but I think it is in this case. Queen E8, Queen G6 would trade queens, but I would not rush to trade queens here, Danny, because then the weaknesses on the B file might start to make their presence felt. Look at this Rook C2, very mature move by Fabi, and the eval bar says, mature, you are anything but. That Rook moving up to E2, I really like that move.
Yep. Guards V2 actually makes taking here possible, because now you're not worried about Rook takes B2 with check.
C5?
C5 was definitely a bit of an aggressive throw caution to the wind.
I think it was, BC, DC, AC, DC, BC, DC, and then you could play this Queen E8, Queen G6, Queen trade, and there it looks a lot more appealing. As an appetizer, you could also even play B5 here, and that pawn is untouchable. But Fabi, maybe Queen E8, and then
computer
some other move?
I think Queen E8. I think the computer likes taking the pawn. You like the human move of giving up a pawn just to get the queens off the board.
But Danny,
if I had to guess. Although, wait, no. No, you can't take that pawn.
If you take the pawn.
Queen D6 check. Okay, yeah, okay. No, so the computer look at you. You're all over it. The computer loves your moves. Get the queens off the board, sacrifice a pawn, and head to an endgame up the exchange.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
I think at the end of that line, you're not even taking C5 and letting them take with check. You're probably playing Rook F5 first, just to hit the bishop and the pawn, take over control of the 5th rank. I think that's what Fabiano will go for.
Yep, for sure. You can't resist. Wow, Rook E1. Why? What is
interesting?
What is the detail here? I mean, he's preventing Queen D6 check. Now it can be met with Queen E5, but as long as you leave the queens on the board, you're giving Rasmus at least some life. Maybe C4 at some point can be tried. I still am very, very skeptical, but maybe some glimmer of hope here for the German Grandmaster.
Yeah, it would take a blunder, but I agree that from a practical perspective, as long as the queens are on the board and the emperor has no close, pawns that can't go backward, you are a move away from a blunder, my friend. But Fabiano's been here before. I guess to some degree, this didn't make the position any worse. You could still do the same idea of getting the queens off and play Rook E5 at the end of that line if you need to.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing. If black plays C4, white could just get the queens off on demand, and C4 is on the board. And in the end game, I think at this point, it's time for Fabi to swap the ladies and take on C4. Yeah. And that end game itself is also not that easy to convert. Rasmus wants to play D3 and hit the rook and then take on C4 with his bishop. So Still some questions to be answered by Caruana.
We just had a big blunder on board 5. Timur Rajabov was in a very good position as white, although he just blundered. We might be heading over to that one next if an upset is potentially on the agenda here. D3 played by Rasmus. I think the rook just goes in front of the pawn. Yep, plays it before I can highlight it. And if you played bishop b5, rook b4.
But rook c7. I'm going to keep the bishop on c4 as long as I can. And it's actually, this is no longer an easy conversion, I think, for Fabiano. I still think his winning chances exceed Black's drawing chances, but he could have had a much better version of this endgame. Now Rasmus can just sort of chill with maybe king h7, just hide the king, maybe even put the bishop on b5 and the rook on c5, and try to set up some sort of a fortress and hope for a blunder where, like, you miss rook c2, for example. Anything is still possible here.
Okay. Yeah, Fabi got a little too fancy maybe for his own good. He does still have a minute plus on the clock. That's important, although remember, we do have increment. It's 10 minutes plus 2 seconds, so don't get too excited, everybody, when you see that time ticking down.
Okay, bishop b5 on the board. As Peter Lecca likes to say, on the board.
It's on the board. Rook to b4 will be met by rook c5. I liked your point. Guard the bishop who guards the pawns. Everybody's having a good time. It's not so clear what Fabi does next. Okay.
Looks like Sam Sevian on board 4 is winning. And yeah, Rajabov much worse. Where do we go?
Yep. We can go anywhere. We can see the end of this one. I saw Rajabov was winning, and he blundered to turn around. So we could go check out what happened there. By the way, I mean, Jan Shistov, I'm just going to rapid fire real quick to show everybody the positions. We've got crazy time pressure here with Jan Shistov maybe joining MVL with 3 points. Sam Sevian just got that job done. He's on 3 of 3. Rajabov is, what happened to his queen?
I've been looking for it, can't find it. Queen not located. And Black's bishop from a7 will try to make its way to d2. So we will see the move bishop to b6 momentarily, I think. And Rajabov trying to seal off the entry points, right? He played h4 to cover the g5 square. No, maybe it was to create some counterplay. This is still very much a game. Queen c2 apparently is the best move. That I don't get that move at all. Bishop d1 there, Danny. He's not going to play queen c2.
Yeah. Queen c2, I don't know what it does. That's a computer random AF move, as they say.
Now he might play it, but then king f1 holds the bishop.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, Fabiano did just convert against Rasmus Svein. Looks like Svein got himself into a bit of a mating net. It's too bad we missed a crazy finish there, John. Right?
Gosh,
Svein, I'm sorry for laughing, but Svein just like walked his king into a mate in the middle of the board. We got to go check.
We'll
it out.
have to check that out later. His efforts were in Svein, but will Enriquez's efforts turn out into an upset win? It looks like it. Bishop d2 is now very much in the cards. How do you prevent it if you're Timur? I mean, rook d1 is not the kind of move that you want to play. It's a passive move, but you might have to.
Yep. By the way, crazy time scramble. Alan Pichot just blundered against Rasulov. It was dead equal and a blunder. Things are turning around over there as well. So crazy action happening. It's round 3. We've only just begun. Rook a1.
Okay. This is still very much a double-edged game. Rook a7. And
there's checks and there's pawns. Look at h5.
Oh, bishop h4 he's trying to play. It's at some point. He wants to checkmate
look at
Black's
that.
king.
Opening up a mating net.
No,
wait a second.
It's not going to work.
Check and the king gets out and suddenly white will be dead.
Oh, bishop e1, but stopping bishop h4, which actually was a mate threat, Danny.
Yeah. Wow.
But now white is collapsing, I think. Rook a2 comes back. Still complicated. Queen d1 trying to get to f3. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Okay,
e3 is going to fall.
Yep.
Here comes h4 and queen to g3. No, take more pawns.
Mop up all the pawns, and Rajabov I don't think can even get rook versus queen, which he would kill for that now, but I don't think Enriquez is going to give up both of his pawns. He's just going to go queen f4, e3, h4, and he's going to maintain both of his pawns if he can.
He does that. The moves are coming in rapid fire here.
Ooh, queen d1. Yeah, just bring up the king. Very patient. Very
Yeah,
classic
Lagrave
conversion
has
by black.
too many ways to come in.
Yeah. King f3. Just avoid the stalemate. But white has 2 pieces, which is why it's so hard to give up both of them and force the stalemate.
Yep.
King f3, queen d1. Anything is winning.
H3
Very dangerous
takes
GM.
advantage of the pin. Yeah.
But how do you finish
Cristobal
it? King...
Henriquez Villagra.
Rajabov is holding the line. How do you actually break it down? 2 seconds for black. He's repeating.
Yeah.
Queen c1 trying to force Zugzwang.
Rook
No,
e2. Wait.
King g3. King g3, rook g2 was a crazy stalemate idea.
What in the world is going on? He doesn't know what to do.
I don't either. Queen g7, trying a different avenue. That's the magic. That's the secret sauce. Or is it?
Now what? Queen f3 and then king g3?
Oh,
no.
Rook takes h3, queen takes h3, but Rajabov doesn't take the bait.
Check.
What is this fortress? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is wild.
How do you win?
Is there a discovered check? If check... No, it didn't work. Okay. Because the queen lost for...
Okay, Danny, I think he had to play... No, h2, rook takes h2. I'm not seeing it either, rook h2.
Well, we're going to analyze it.
I've never seen anything like this before.
But this is crazy. He's about to repeat the position 3 times. And
yeah,
the server don't miss that stuff.
And he's got to keep moving his king around. He has to keep moving his king around to avoid the repetition. Oh, he's got to be careful not to blunder some skewer.
Okay, what is the threat? If Rajabov just sits there, what is the threat?
No, this is wild. Rook e2.
Okay, now he's gotten something good here.
He's gotten something good. How do you finish it?
Queen f3, if over...
Oh, queen f1. But Rajabov's still
F1.
holding. He's still holding on. Rook c2. And now maybe rook e2. No, rook h2. Jesus. And finally...
he found some way to get h2 and queen f3, and it's over.
Oh, and e2, bishop f1. Try bishop f1. And he's taken because e1 queen was stalemate.
Wow. Okay, well, ultimately, I guess we don't have to break it down because he did figure it out. That looks like it worked. He finally figured out getting the queen behind the h-pawn and advancing to h2 check. OMGs or snaps, that was tough stuff.
That was sick.
But how they finished, MVL gets it done. Caruana gets it done. Ivic gets it done. We're already starting the next round. We don't have a lot of time to even shout it out. Obviously, we just saw that one. The games roll forward. The action is nonstop. Welcome to the Chess.com Classic, the play-in stage for the Champions Chess Tour. Second leg. Shout out to everybody. Give it a quick glance over at chat. We see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for enjoying the show. Thanks for being nice to Danya. You know, I don't expect you to be nice to me. That's okay, but be nice to Danya. All right, what do we got here? More Chichilian, more fun.
Wow, where did Vokidov come from? He's also on 3 out of 3. Bluebaum, I think, has also 3 out of 3. Wow, I didn't even notice those 2 players. But
Matthias
they're dangerous.
Bluebaum taking on the white pieces versus Fabiano Caruana, and Vokidov is black against MVL. I think these are the 2 boards that'll get most of our attention, but we should point out that Oparin is taking on Jan Duda, Grigori. So lots of action. Oh, and by the way, Nodirbek Abdusarturov playing Peter Svidler, if we're looking for a good battle of the generations. So much fun.
They just played
round 4.
They just played in classical chess in Sweden, I think. I didn't realize Peter was playing a tournament. He almost won it. He tied for first, I think. Did Peter Svidler. They drew their head-to-head game, I want to say. But Nodirbek ended up taking that tournament in the rapid tie breaks over Erigaisi. And you've pulled up MVL versus Vokidov. Another pawn on h5. Any opening now, it's totally
Alpha
normal.
0.
I think we're just immune to seeing a pawn on h5 this earlier or on h4.
Everything has changed. It has made chess more entertaining and more imbalanced, though, we got to admit, right? I mean, you've got these principles being thrown out the window. This king may never find shelter. Forget castling. Black is going to expand and gain space on both sides of the board. And it's sort of key to kind of keeping the center in check. This is a an English attack, a Yugoslav structure, whatever you want to call it, but with the kingside castles, it's different than a queen. Yeah, go ahead. Queenside.
Maybe
affair.
I'm too old school, Danny, but I hate Black's position. I've tried playing this line with Black, and every time I just want to walk out of the tournament hall. I mean, these time on-off positions, the problem at some point is that Black, I never understand how to continue, because bishop e7, you can't play. If you push h4, you make more weaknesses on the king side. You can see what Vachier-Lagrave is doing. He's working around it and putting the knight on c4, but MVL doesn't have to overreact. You don't even have to take that knight on c4. You can drop the bishop back to c1. And technically there is knight takes a3, but you don't care about, corner pawns here. Or maybe you do care about corner pawns. Black apparently could have thrown in an intermezzo. But now e5 looks scary. No, I don't buy this at all. This smells. But why is MVL rushing? I mean, MVL needs to slow down here and just think for a second.
I love your perspective on this, and just the position is completely wild. I mean, by the way, I tend to prefer these positions as white too. I don't play these Sicilians where my king has to be in the center forever like this. These were awkward ones, especially in practical games where eventually it feels like the tactics are just inevitable that you're going to blunder.
Bishop c5. What a move.
The queen's trap.
Oh, no, knight a5.
Knight a5.
No, come on. That's ridiculous. I've seen this idea before. I have had this occur because this type of situation does occur, right? The queen on c4 is very common in the Sicilian because it picks up the bishop that takes the knight. Oh, and MVL. And instead...
What a tactic.
Oh, but h3 now. h3 is going to be really nasty for white to deal with because that pawn is going to be a bone in white's throat. That tactic was out of this world.
Yeah. And a good one to note if you play into these positions, because as Danya said, it's not that crazy that those types of things can happen in these positions. So you kind of want to be aware of that pattern, especially because knight a5 is a very common shot for white in these types of Sicilians and Najdorfs and all kinds of structures here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Vachier-Lagrave castles kingside, which might seem unthinkable, but king safety is king. Instead, he drops the queen back. He's had enough of the c4 square. I think trying to reposition the bishop, light-squared bishop to c6. And at some point, he's going to start getting some tactics on the long diagonal. Black is better here, with MVL missing, I think, several chances. Obviously, bishop c5, but not only that, even before, I think he had e5. And Vachier-Lagrave making me eat my words. Well, sort of. I still think that Black's position sucked at some point.
I think Maxime had his chances, so you're not fully eating your words. But I will say, regardless of that, if you take Vachier-Lav's blunders back and don't hold them against him either, I will say this position is kind of why they play this line, everyone. The pawn on h3 is the prototypical alpha zero pawn. You advance it. At this point, it is a thorn in white's side for the rest of the game, and it doesn't even prevent you, as Danya said, from castling and getting the king out of the center. So regardless of how you feel about it, Danya, you can agree that this position, if we were to snapshot, this is what you're shooting for when you play on both sides of the board and these sort of modern crazy Sicilians. This thing.
Yeah. And the funny thing about castling kingside is that there's knight takes e4. I think a lot of people might be wondering why it's not happening, because after fe, the f7 pawn actually hangs because white's got these two heavy pieces on the f file. But if you castle kingside, you're actually threatening knight e4 and potentially knight g4, which is the sort of positional version of the same idea. And Vachier-Lagrave, say no more. It's on the board. And maybe queen e3 by MVL should be tried. Man, this is bad.
This is ideal for Black. You have this thorn. At some point, there will be tactics against White's king. Just wait for it. And Black is playing with a free hand over here on the queen side. White doesn't usually have the time to go after things like the pawn because you lose too much tactically. There'll be something dynamically happening in the center.
Mm-hmm.
This just looks so good for Black.
Yeah, and MVL is staking his claim often on the clock in these types of positions, but Vachier-Lagrave has more time. They've both played really, really fast. So still a lot of work to do by the Uzbek Grandmaster, but you can tell why he has 3 out of 3. Fabiano Caruana, I should say, is better.
Fabiano Caruana. Let's go over there and check it out. Maxime has some work to do to come back against the young man from Uzbekistan. Caruana Fabiano is... What happened? What is this opening? What is this?
Some queens... I mean, Matthias has been playing d4 since he was 2 years old. I don't think he's ever played e4 in his life. He's one of those players who just has played the same move, since his first coach taught him chess.
Bishop h4 threatens problems not just on the diagonal, but with the d5 pawn. So you got to watch out for that. But I'm looking at e3. I'm letting you know that's what I'm doing. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I'm looking at e3. I know that rook e3 is met by knight d5.
But bishop f5 is also possible here.
Okay.
You can throw that move in. I wouldn't rush with it, though, because it might actually be helpful for white to play bishop b5 back to d3, which is another thing to pay attention to. The move c4 at some point could end up cutting off the escape route. I think here it doesn't work because of bishop takes f6. And again, black has this very, very big problem with the d5 pawn. And if I didn't see the eval bar, I would definitely prefer white in a blitz game because of all the tactical ideas here down the diagonals and on the d5 and the c5 pawn too.
Can black just play a simple move like bishop e6? I know it's not
Cemento.
The flashiest thing I've ever suggested.
Cemento.
But
bishop e6, I would play bishop takes f6 and f5 potentially. And sack the exchange on f5.
You would do that? Okay, well, we're going to find out.
Will Matias do that? Maybe even f5 immediately is the classier version of the same idea. I'm calling it. We will see this.
Let's do it. F5. I'm just going to show it because if bishop takes, rook takes, and bishop takes here, and I stop calculating. I could take here. I could take here. I just know that you have pawns only a mother could love and a bad king side to go with it. I love this position for white. I literally don't even care what the eval bar says. Like, this is so good for white. I love this.
The queen takes f5, and in the old days, black might resign there. In the modern days, it's still an equal position, but I wouldn't be able to resist. I mean, it's such a good way to turn the trend of the game around. And queen f5, knight d5 looks terrifying. Bishop d3 is a huge threat as well. It's just mate, and he's doing it.
He's taking f6. He's played f5. We have liftoff. We are going to get a spicy one.
Yeah,
it's a spicy, no?
Yes and no. I mean, he did it in the other order.
Yeah, because now Fabi didn't really have to take with the bishop, which is different than the positions we were just looking at. d5 is still well protected. As ugly as this looks, the house of cards isn't falling just yet, right?
f4 is also a possibility. We saw tripled pawns already once in Duda's game earlier. Now we see them here. And the great thing about having doubled or tripled pawns is that you can sacrifice, two of them. And then you still have a pawn on the f file. Captain Obvious number 2. But I like the look of f4.
I like f4 a lot. I mean, just the obvious thing is that it undermines the protection of the d4 pawn. And you are the only one with a dark square bishop. So, chess principles. Let's open up those diagonals and get to work. If f4 takes, I think we just take d4 and blow it open. If you take here, we take with the bishop, and the pawn is now pinned. So, in case you're looking for international master approval of your GM ideas, Danya, I got you on this one. Approved.
I've been searching and making my way to the edge of the earth, in pursuit of that, and I finally found it.
Yep.
Trade. Ooh.
A trade, and then queen c7. He does like himself the dark square diagonal. That's what he's doing.
Well, that did not occur to me at all. This was not taking queen c7 was not even in my universe of considered possibilities, but I can totally see the appeal.
Computer didn't like it either. I think your f4 idea was stronger, easier for us to say, but okay, white is up the no, everything's equal still. That's right. Nothing wild happened on f5. So you can't get too crazy. h3, maybe he's going to play knight b5.
Yeah, rook ae1. I mean, white is down just a pawn and in name only. The problem with f4, right? Why is Fabi not playing f4? Because you're opening up the diagonal. The queen from c2 can swing to f2 and then to h4. And then you've opened yourself up to, or even to e2, potentially. Even if that was a mouse slip, it still is a viable option.
It wasn't a mouse slip. You said F2, H4.
Okay,
I was already mid-highlight. So sometimes I'm trying to translate your ideas so quickly that people think you're in control of the mouse. I'm trying to just stay with you. But I think Queen E2 is just as effective.
Bishop F4.
Very nice. You have ideas here.
Okay, Rook A1, I mean, very blue bomb position. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is
All right.
Fabi is just not. He's just it feels like he's kind of losing the thread a little bit, but its position is wide open, and I think this
Yeah.
game will likely be decided by who blunders, who makes the person who wins makes the second to last mistake, as Tartakower famously said. This might be one of those games, and same with MVL, by the way.
Yeah, we'll quickly flash. Well, by the way, we never did show the final checkmate position where when Fabi won the last one. Was it against Rasmus Fein? Yeah, he brought his king to. Never mind. I wanted to show you so bad because normally as commentators we get yelled at if we miss checkmate. And I want to say that in that game there was no way Black should have checkmated themselves so fast, but the king walked itself into getting mated in the middle of the board. Sorry, I digress. Where do you want to go?
Oh, I'm seeing the eval bar. MVL's game doesn't even look like the position they had 10 moves ago. Like, this looks a lot more like a normal chess position. There's no more pawn on h3. Clearly, white has somehow captured it. I mean, that's the only way for a pawn to disappear, right? If it's captured.
I mean, technically. Sometimes that guy walks by a board and just, like, swipes it and keeps walking. Swiper, no swiping. You know?
Like that Maurice Ashley video.
Or Anish Giri, when he just takes pawns that don't belong to him.
Yeah.
All right, queen to b3 is played, threatening f3. Yes.
Yep. True statement. King g2 walks into maybe nothing. I mean, rook c2 check, or rook d2. This could fizzle out into a draw. I mean, you could see some sort of liquidation where white manages to take the pawns, and they actually don't have a lot of pieces left on the board. And with so many open files, you have high probability of heavy piece trades.
It's true. But if you're Vachier-Lagrave, you have to be careful not to lose these two pawns for one, because if you do somehow end up in a solo knight versus bishop on the king side, this is probably a winning endgame, even with just 3 versus 2. Or it'd be very tricky anyway to defend.
What a bold move, giving up f3 with check and then allowing rook c2. But MVL is calculated, and he also has made threats of his own. I mean, knight e7 check, and look at that. By the way, Danny, knight e7 check, king h7. There's rook h4. We're going to get either like fast liquidation and a draw, or crazy pandemonium, like knight e7, king f8, knight takes g6, and rook f4 is another idea to consider. Maybe Vachier-Lagrave just disengages and makes some quiet move. Just do
that line, by the way. Oh my gosh. Okay, if knight e7, king up, rook h4, king g7, queen e5. Oh wait, the computer doesn't want it. It says don't go for the craziness.
Just go rook d2, cemento. And rook takes d2, rook takes d2. Do not blunder maiden 1 on f1. Easy to do.
Indeed. That's like one of those puzzle rush tactics where you see it loading 3, 2, 1. The person plays rook d2, you take, and you know they're going to play queen here, so you're just waiting to pre-move queen f1 mate. You know what I mean? Because you want to start your puzzle rush off right. You get what I'm saying? No?
I have never done puzzle rush before. This is going over my head.
Whenever I'm watching the 3-2-1 counter, I'm like anticipating what blunder the person is about to play, so I can instantly pre-move the win.
It's like you're pressing the gas pedal down, but you're still in park.
Yeah, like Mario Kart. Like if you overpress the gas pedal, then you sputter out, right? But if you press the gas pedal at exactly the right time, you get the boost. And you know what I'm talking about?
I actually have never played Mario Kart, but MVL.
You never played Mario Kart?
No.
Okay, rook d2.
I'm a GM.
Right, we are gonna circle back to this, young man, right now. Okay, later. Rook d2.
By the way, Oparin, I'm also looking at Oparin's game. I'm just curious if we could very quickly see, is Duda actually losing?
Let's do it.
Am I...
Oh, wow. Wait. What's going on? Mutual time pressure ensuing, and Oparin pushing a queen and pawn endgame. By the way, Fabiano seems to have turned things around against Blue Bomb, but continue. Go ahead.
My guess is this is... I would not estimate that white is dead winning just looking at this without the eval bar. Because material is equal and both sides of a passer, but f4 is a hard move to play. I guess the idea is to play queen e5 after that, maybe. And white's pawn is faster, and black's king could get caught in like a million different mating nets. But nope.
And just like that. Well, that's a really fair point, because the eval bar, that's a really good example of how deceptive and difficult real chess is, not armchair quarterback chess with an engine. F4 was such a tough move to play. You willingly bring the king in and you have the passed e-pawn. I'm not surprised that Oparin missed that. You know what I mean?
Now it should be a draw. Now it should be a perpetual queen f7, queen g5. And it's kind of a classic perpetual pattern. Do not play d6 here because black just trades queens and moves the king up to f7. So this one is going to be a draw. Any other exciting time scrambles on the top boards? Rasulov might be beating Sam Sevian as well on board 4.
This is one of those moments in the show where we have to remind everybody to go over to chess.com and choose your own adventure, because we are going to miss something awesome, and I apologize. All 6 of the top boards are going. Almost all of them are within a close 50-50 eval, and everybody is getting under time pressure. So I don't know where to go.
Yeah, no, not this game. This game, I mean, Rasulov is just like clearly better and up on the clock and likely to win, but this is not where the excitement is at. Blue Bomb Caruana might deserve a quick check-in. Okay, never mind. That's going to be a draw as well, I think. What about MVL's game?
Abdusaturov and Peter Svidler. Nodirbek just a little bit better. Also up a minute on the clock. This is an extra pawn, but kind of a weird Berlin dynamic. Extra pawn on the king side, bishop pair for black. Yes. By the way, Oparin and Jan Shistov did just draw, so you called that result correctly.
Yeah, that was a dodged bullet by Jan. But of course, we don't know how the twists and turns earlier in the game. In terms of Nodirbek's winning chances, good winning chances for him. He's up a pawn. The knight is heading to c6. And Peter now down to a minute. But he would love for this to be a classical game. Bishop a2. What a move. Fiddler opening up the d file.
And it keeps an eye on anything crazy over here, depending on where the knight goes. That's actually a great move. Where do you put the knight? You actually, if you go to c6, I think black brings the rook down to d2, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, knight before a5 has to be calculated there.
Oh.
But are you flying too close to the sun in that case? No, I don't think so. I can totally see Nodirbek doing that, and I can see him doing it quickly. Knight before a5, just boom.
Well, if a5, there's b3.
Bishop takes b3. I think the bigger problem is black plays ba and then plays b6, bishop d5, and maybe gives up his own bishop for the pawn. But definitely this is what Nodirbek is calculating. I can guarantee it.
Agreed, and we're going to find out. Moves predicted as on the board. But
b3 is the best move, but ba, b6, bishop d5. White can sack his bishop with bishop to b3, deflecting black from controlling the b7 square. This is incredible.
Well, it's a bunch of fancy smoke and mirrors. In the end, it's probably just going to be a draw, as long as both sides, because I think both sides are going to end up giving up their respective bishops for pawns, but not after that.
Svidler missed bishop b3. Svidler missed bishop b3.
Oh, bishop b3 deflecting the bishop.
Yeah, and if you have nowhere to go on the diagonal, bishop a8 gets forked, bishop e4 gets pushed away by f3, and now Svidler might be realizing, wait a second, my intended defensive move. Nodirbek one step ahead as usual, and we will see this play out. Bishop to b3.
Nodirbek, I think, knows he has it now. He leaned back, parted his hair, make sure he looks good for the camera, look good for the camera. Bishop b3. By the way, that's the second brilliant bishop move Nodirbek has had today on the show.
MVL might be losing as well. I just saw the eval bar drop down. This is over. This game is over. Nodirbek is winning.
Okay, it's over because of this. Let's do it. MVL, let's go.
Oh, he's blundered mate. Or has he? No!
Wait,
Okita
what?
missed. Queen c1 check was winning on the spot, apparently.
Now rook h4, and we have, what, a perpetual?
Sort of. Queen b8, rook on e8, though. No, how do you save this with white? Queen b8 and rook c4, maybe. Rook c4. Rook c4.
Rook c4, and everybody comes off.
But queen d7 there.
Queen d7, queen f4, I think. And you protect everything.
You know what's funny, Danny? Rook c4, queen d7, rook d4. Ooh, draw. But then queen takes d4 was a check.
LOL.
Now rook e1 is terrifying.
Okay, rook e1 is still terrifying.
even more so.
He has to play queen f1 according to the computer. He finds
Instantly finds it. Instantly finds it.
This
Queen
is
d2.
absolutely crazy.
Queen d2. What's the defense?
Queen
you
d2
sack the
threatens
queen?
rook to e1.
Do you go like
And
rook
you just
f4 and
draw?
rook takes f7?
Oh my gosh. That's it. That's what the computer says. Rook f4, sacrifice the queen, and it's actually a drawn endgame.
Unreal. I mean, you only get this kind of stuff in
Unbelievable.
this type of time control. And this is brilliant defensive skill by MVL. Apparently, Vachier-Lagrave did have that brief moment where he could win.
Wow.
What a crushing
Well,
feeling. You win the queen and you draw the game.
We joined the board right at the right time, as you called it. Nodirbek of Dusaturov did beat Peter's Fiddler. Bishop b3 was played in that position, everyone. Don't worry. It looks like this is probably a draw now. So I actually want to go back to Blue Bomb versus Caruana. We're going to head over there.
Yes.
Because that one has mutual time scramble and potential for blunders still for both sides.
And another queen and rook versus queen and rook. Here the queens are actually swapped. It's
never mind.
anybody's game. Anybody's game.
I feel like we came here right as the fireworks were leaving, though. I think this is... Well, actually, no. The past H-pawn, this is...
No, Fabi's worse, I think, actually.
Yeah, this is
slightly
okay.
worse. Or slightly better. I have no idea. Maybe much better after F5.
F5 and F6, and maybe you're much better. Uh-huh. What's going on?
He untripled and now undoubled the pawns, and now might be tacking a point onto the leaderboard.
Blue Bomb's blowing it in the endgame. He's got no time. He does. Oh, he's okay. He moved with 0.5 seconds.
Oh my gosh. F5 check and F4. He's losing on the board, though.
2 pawns are better than 1. Push him, baby.
Oh my gosh.
Push him, baby. Oh, what a
and
check.
Another nasty little check. Nasty little check. But how do you actually win this?
Oh, rook f5? And
do you sack the rook, king f6, rook g6, check, rook g6, check?
Oh my god! What
rook
is
f6,
going
it's a
on?
perpetual.
Because he can't step to the e-file. Holy god.
Is black
Bobby
losing
just
here?
blundered away the win. Oh, he backed up and closed. Oh my gosh.
That's
2
crazy.
pawns.
King f8.
Defeat the rook. The queen enters the board with Tempe.
Oh,
And
no.
Fabiano somehow is getting this one done.
Rook,
What a
rook takes
wild
a7.
game.
I like how Blue Bomb just takes the pawn. Doesn't care.
Oh my god. Fabi gets up. Says, all right, well, that just
Wild.
happened. I while we're here, I'm sorry, the chess player in me taking over. I have to see what was going on here. So in this position,
He's got to change his pants. I mean, that was crazy.
black is winning if you black is winning if you play king h6. Because now
That is
if you
actually
take
that is
the
absurd.
tempo, that is absurd.
But why is it a draw? Where was Blue Bomb's actual draw? Because I thought the draw was rook f6 check, but maybe I'm wrong. Like after he played king f6, rook g6. Yeah, here rook f6 is that the
you were
draw
right.
move?
Rook f6.
But king g7. Where's the draw?
Oh, I don't know. Wait, there's still a game going?
Apparently,
oh my god,
so.
MVL still playing. We
MVL.
gotta go over there. Okay.
And he's losing.
Sorry.
Go to MVL.
Chess analysis had to be done. I don't even know that I answered any of my bleeping questions, but here we are.
So why is this winning for black now? Nobody knows.
Wow.
Oh, Vachier-Lagrave knows
Wow.
probably. King f1.
Uh-huh. The rook is running out of squares, and
Queen
now
f3.
you get this.
Where's the mate? It's like the
but
Rajabov. It's
still.
giving off Rajabov vibes.
Yeah. The computer says it's winning, but no human has ever gotten it done.
I think Danny G5 at some point to open up the H file might set up a mating
yeah.
net. But you have to have the
or
queen
you
at
get
the
a
right
crossfire
spot.
check.
But you have
It's
to have the
either
queen in the right
opens up
spot.
a mating net or it opens up a
Oh no, he's allowed the rook to come to the best square on the board, and now it's a draw.
Yeah, and the reason Danya says that everyone is if the rook is protected and it guards the F file, which keeps the king out, it's just a draw. So rook protected, king shut out. You can't really make progress. Okay, but let's see this. Let's see real quick. We're gonna throw it. I'm just curious. So what was it going? So king f3 was not the right idea.
Yeah, but it's not that the thing is king f3 is the move that relinquishes the win, but it's not that there wasn't a win by force. The forced win probably came earlier. At some point, he
Okay.
probably had G5, but I'm not sure where. Okay, here, for example, instead of Queen E6. No, but yeah, so I'm looking at the engine line, and G5 does happen at some point. So, for example, Queen E6. Yeah,
okay.
G5 is winning.
Okay. So G5, but I just wanted to show that your idea was correct, that at some point G5 needed to be played to open up the king, whether it's for mating nets or for some sort of crossfire check.
HG Queen H8 we should just show. Sorry to cut you off, but HG Queen H8
I
is
love
just
it.
a gorgeous mate.
Oh my God. Okay, so, all right. There we go. My back. I threw out my back trying to analyze too many endgames here. Welcome, everybody, to the 4th event in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. It is the Chess.com Classic. OMG, have we had drama, action, and awesome stuff going on here, Danya.
Wow.
Your thoughts?
I cannot believe we're not even halfway done with the event. You can see why the players will be exhausted by the last couple of rounds, which will merely add to the excitement. So many heavy piece endgames, Danny, like rook and queen versus rook and queen, rook versus queen, queen versus queen. And this has been awesome so far.
All right, it's been awesome. It's time for us to take a quick pause before we head into the back half of the event. But lucky for you, there's more chess ahead before we do that, because Danya picked his favorite game from the first 4 rounds, wanted to give this one a quick breakdown. Mr. Naroditsky, take it away with some game review.
All right, Mr. Wrench. Well, I've chosen Mr. Frenchman with 3 names for our mid-tournament game review. He's done an incredible job so far, just saving a dead loss position against Shamsuddin Bokhirov. He sits on 3.5 out of 4. But in the 3rd round, he defeated former candidate Kirill Aleksenko with the black pieces, and the way he did it deserves a lot of recognition. It started out with a Moscow variation, Sicilian, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, and here we saw a structure that occurred several times throughout the first 4 rounds. Kirill playing the move c4. I played this move with white, inviting the bishop trade on his own terms. MVL says thanks, but no thanks. Knight c6, knight c3. The pieces get developed, and we get this kind of interesting pawn structure symmetry. I've heard this referred to as the Botvinnik setup, where both sides are clamping down on each other's central squares. Let's go further and fast forward to the interesting moment of this game. They develop their pieces. You have pawns on h4 and h5, a lot of interesting maneuvering play. But where do things get really, really fun? A little bit later. After e takes f4, the bishops get traded. MVL slides his queen into g4, and this is where things go wrong for Kirill. He panics because he doesn't want to take the queen and open up the h-file, but he also doesn't want to give up the h-pawn, so he decides to sacrifice it in return for central play. But MVL playing instantly and confidently, ignoring white's play in the center, castling to a safer part of the board. Kirill tries to develop counterplay in the center, but it is very skillfully parried by MVL. And in the end of the game, he sacrifices the knight and launches a scintillating attack against white's king. h4 is the money move. Kirill accepts the bait. After h takes g3, white's king is stuck. The only move was queen to d6, but with only 2 minutes on the clock, Kirill blunders. Queen e6 doesn't spoil the draw, but rook to d1 does, and queen h4 is the clincher. MVL wins this game with 6.5 minutes on the clock. After fg, queen g3, checkmate is unstoppable, and queen h2 is the second threat. A rook d7 is met with king h8, dodging the checks and winning the game. MVL sits in a great spot going to round 4, and that was just one of many exciting games so far in the first 4 rounds of the Chess.com Classic, Danny.
Awesome breakdown. That game deserved a review. The finish there, it was vintage MVL. Will we see more vintage MVL during this this vintage event? It's the Chess.com Classic. Let's give you a quick reminder of why it was named as much. This month is our 17th birthday here at Chess.com, and to celebrate, we are giving everyone 50% off any premium membership. We've never actually done that before. This is the first time in the history of our company that you've had a full half off any premium membership, whether gold, platinum, or diamond. So if you've been sitting there wondering when it's time, the support you give makes these shows happen, helps us support the professional community, and also helps you get better at chess. We love you. We love it. Consider going premium right now. Use the code CCT24. Use the command special in chat for all the information that you need on our Chess.com Classic Premium Membership giveaway. All right, everybody, we're halfway through the play-in stage here at the Chess.com Classic. This is the second event in the Champions Chess Tour. The 2024 tour rolls on. At the break, we're going to give you a little info about what's to come in May with our next round of bots, as well as a good call to action to go check out our merch store. If you haven't seen some of the sexy stuff there, make sure you do so. Before Danya and I are back, you're going to see a fun trip down memory lane, little nostalgia here in our 17th birthday. So stick right there, buckle up. It's rounds 5 through 7 ahead for the Chess.com Classic play-in stage when we return.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now. This May, explore the galaxy, meet new and interesting species, and bring them liberty, freedom, and our way of life, one chess game at a time. Enlist now at chess.com. Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
The Chess.com Community Streamer Program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Okay, hi everyone, this is Daniel Wrench coming to you from Chess.com, and here we go. So this beginning position here, this is called the Lucina position. Lucina was a famous endgame constructor and position constructor back in the day. Once you learn this method, it can be repeated for every single pawn you see. A lot of times young players have the illusion that grandmasters can calculate 50 moves ahead or 70 moves ahead or something, and once you really learn an idea and memorize an idea, you can apply that to a million different positions a lot of the times. So coming back to what I'm saying here is that this Lucina position is a very important position for that.
We are back. The action is already underway, so we're going to jump right in. Hope you enjoyed that trip down memory lane. The audio in some of those older videos. You know, it's been a wild journey, but we got wild chess potentially on the board here, Danya. Fabiano Caruana, now white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Your thoughts, sir? I can't hear Danya. Can anyone else hear Danya?
Oh, I pressed on my mic. I'm sorry. Danny, just wanted to shout you out. I wanted to shout you out, first of all, just for all of the history with Chess.com. 2009 feels like a different universe. Trivia question. Do you know what the name of the first ever YouTube video was?
On our channel?
No, in general.
Oh, yeah. It was the one with like they were at the zoo with the elephants or something.
Oh my gosh, Me at the Zoo. Very good. I think 2006.
Me at the Zoo. Yeah.
So not long after that, Danny Wrench started posting his tutorial videos.
You know what? YouTube became a thing, and suddenly the internet was here to stay. All right. Well, you know, it's been a long journey. We're gonna have fun going down some of the memory lanes for this entire week during the Chess.com Classic. But all right, man, you and I have a job to do, and apparently Fabiano Caruana is sleeping on the job because he's already worse with white. This move G5, I love it. What is going on here?
What's going on is that MVL is better and is playing instantly, as usual. He's got all of the money squares under control. B4, D4, and F4. Just look at the pawn structures that we've had thus far have been really
seriously
out of this world.
I agree. By the way, coming into this round, we went to a break so quickly, the action is nonstop in the play-in. Fabiano Caruana positioned himself as the sole leader after that round 4, if you missed the memo. He was the only person who was still perfect with 4 points heading into this round 5, but not off to a great start here. Maxime completely dominating the dark squares.
This is a terrible position, just a terrible position for white. And also, again, all about the doubled pawns. Look at that pawn on C7. That is actually the unsung hero because it is prepared to cover the D5 square. White doesn't have a single outpost, nor does white have access to the F5 square. As I say that, Fabi does bring his knight back to E2, but you cannot play knight G3 because that's also controlled. And down go MVL's pawns. A4, further clamping down on B3. And Fabi's just running out of moves here.
It's one of those positions you see, I mean, like, obviously no disrespect to Fabi, I don't even need to say that. This is like a position you see like beginners play where they advance every other pawn just for fun. And then they end up in like a really bad spot where everything is dominated by their opponent here. And you can't really get any space over here without not only opening the A file, but making a new pawn weakness to go with it. So this is interesting. As we now say sometimes, this is an interesting position for Fabiano Caruana. That's what I'll say.
MVL just has to do the procedure, bring the knight to C5. And the hardest thing about these positions is actually winning them because you can control all the squares in the world, but eventually you need to break through. And to do that, you'll likely need to play B5 at some point, B6 to B5. But if you miss time, that breakthrough, Fabi could get some counterplay. Let's not forget the F6 square is weak. The bishop on D2 can drop into B4 at some point and prevent black from castling. So, as much as black's position is aesthetically pretty, you need to be patient. And at the same time, you need to, at some point, find the right moment for a breakthrough on the queen side.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that you made it more 50-50 than before, but we got to still love black. I mean, like the bishop coming here can be blocked at any time. And I think black can slowly, when the time is right, pry open the potential targets. Although I guess in the end, maybe even white, if we're talking about slow jams, and here goes Fabi, maybe white is going to slow jam some improvement for himself.
Yeah, he was trying to provoke C5 was Fabiano because that square belonged to the knight earlier. And you can see what MVL is doing. He's preparing B5. He's making all the, crossing his T's and dotting his I's, but so is Fabi, bringing the bishop back to F1. Both players, it's like getting, your house ready for a big storm. I wouldn't know what that's like because I'm from the Bay Area, but maybe Fabi will strike first with B4. Maybe he will try to beat MVL to the punch. That's not out of the question.
Yep. All right. Well, Fabi's been on form here today for the most part. That last round battle versus Matthias Blubaum was a wild one. But overall, I would say of the chess we followed from the top players, both of these guys have been playing great moves. So the stage is set. We'll see. Let's come back to it as we check over on the games tab and see all the other games in action. Oparin has taken on Abdussaturov. Jan Krzysztof Duda taken on Cristobal Henriquez Villagra. Sevian versus Meshkovs. And you got Wonderful Time. Min Lei taking on Rasulov. Little Title Tuesday throwback there, huh?
Title Tuesday throwback indeed. Min Lei winning one of the Title Tuesdays yesterday, and obviously incredibly strong in blitz and rapid time controls, and in classical. I think people tend to forget that they're also GMs, strong GMs. But Sevian, Meshkovs, we haven't looked at Sam Sevian a lot yet. Does he have an exciting position? No.
Let's check it out. No. No, Sevian has been the most ignored player, currently sitting at 3.5 out of 4.
And in general, he's underrated consistently. Yeah. I don't think people realize how good he is. I know it's a cliche in and of itself to say that about certain players, but Sevian is a positional mastermind. His positional understanding is pretty incredible. He's really redefined himself. He used to be all about tactics and tricks, but once he crossed 2,700, he really added a lot of components to his play. And I think he's got a great shot at qualifying to Division 1 this time around.
Okay. There you go. High praise from his countryman and someone who's played him a lot. Danya singing Sevian's praises. Let's look at Oparin's game with Abdussaturov, because this one of the top 6 I spied looked the spiciest, Danya. This has got fireworks.
No, I think the Sevian game was a lot more exciting, actually. The symmetrical structure in that game. Bishop G4 was not blundered, I think, by Oparin. It was a calculated sacrifice, trying to go for the light squares. And Nodirbek says, no, I like my bishop on D7 because of the possibility of a sack on H3. And you can see the general contours of a ladder mate starting to form, with the queen maybe swinging to G6 as well. This is pretty terrifying for white.
Yeah, scary position, although what's the immediate threat? I guess bishop G4 is still on the table as it was before. This pawn is pinned. So if you want to play bishop G4 as black, you can. But I'm kind of like, if you didn't play it last move, what's coming next?
Rook G3 maybe? Sort of. So maybe white should double on F1, but still, Rook G3 I think it's more of a serious threat than it seems, because after the trade of rooks, you actually are threatening bishop takes H3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this bishop on D4 guards the escape square, so there's all types of mating nets now.
Typical Nodirbek.
Yeah, the queen goes here. She's trying to help out, but bishop G4 is still possible.
Wow, there's some really cool tactics. Bishop G4. I'm trying to work it out, Danny. Bishop G4, rook takes F4. And I can smell it, but I can't, pin it down. And maybe the engine can't smell it, which is a bad sign.
Well, because there's G1. You look at G1, Queen, you look at the potential of the two rooks.
Queen D7. Maybe it's just something anticlimactic, just setting up bishop takes H3. Bishop H3 and queen takes F4 fails, by the way, to queen takes F4. And this is incredibly annoying. Rook takes H3 mate. Nope.
Yep.
Wow.
This is crazy because you've got what looks to be, as you said, a position that's hanging by a thread for white. So bishop G4 is played. And if rook takes F4 is played.
Bishop H3 and rook G1. I completely forgot you can actually win the queen there.
This is straight up.
But it's obviously not easy because you're giving up a ton of pieces in return. Wild position.
Nodirbek bringing the heat. He's also up 90 seconds on the clock. Oparin is going to have to work his way out of this. We got both players on camera there. That's always nice. Nodirbek, I feel like, is just... I'm not saying that body language matters, Danya, but entertain me for 5 seconds. There are players who literally look just like stoic and frozen. Like, does Fabiano ever change position other than to give us a glimpse of his forehead, right? Like, I feel like Nodirbek is just so intense. Online chess treated like he's over a board. no matter what.
I noticed this when I was playing the AIM chess events, that I seem to be the only one who I keep changing my sitting posture, and I'm like rocking back and forth, because to me it's natural. Like if the position's tense, I'm like swaying together with the eval bar. But then I look at these top players and I'm the outlier. They're literally just sitting, not changing their expression, even as they've got 2 seconds in a wild middle game. And maybe it's just the product of being a professional player for so many years. They learn how to contain their emotions, even online. And speaking of emotions, 94, Nodirbek can take the rook. It is legal, and it is on the table because knight takes d6, rook takes h3 is a lovely mate.
I have to show it. Takes and easily. Whoop.
Beautiful. Even without the rook on g8, by the way, it's still mate. But queen takes f3. The problem is positional. You're giving up the light squares. You're giving up a bunch of your mating ideas. And the pawn from d5 moves up to d6, opening up the bishop. So,
this actually looks like a position you'd love to be white here. I mean, okay, it's not over, but it feels a lot better.
He has played queen d6 to g6. Okay, totally natural move. I disagree that it's... I mean, eval bar doesn't even change that much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the computer just wanted to take material, maybe, but...
Shocker.
Queen g6... Queen g6 looks like it keeps the pressure. I was just going to ask that, though, like, what exactly is the response on rook takes f4? Because there is still no bishop h3. There's no queen g1 mate here. Everything is fine. White is holding on by the very clean-shaven hairs on Oparin's chinny chin.
Exactly. Isn't it unbelievable how black has every piece is invested in the attack? Every piece is on a perfect square. Like, you've got one rook on the h file, one rook on the g file. Both bishops are in the mix, and yet you just don't have the mate because white's pieces are in the right place at the right time. And when that happens, you often need a slow move. You sometimes want to just go like bishop d7, because this is exactly where people panic. Maybe Abdusattorov has just panicked, but he is going all in for checkmate.
Look at this move, rook a3.
Where did that come from?
That is a full board defensive awareness move, and he finds it.
Wow.
That might have been missed by Nodirbek, like, honestly.
And rook g1, I think a lot of people might be jumping out of their seats. Rook g1 winning the game. No, queen takes g1, and you always have to count the number of pieces you're giving away for the queen. The queen is just another piece. And white gets rook, knight, and bishop. The game is not over. This is probably what Nodirbek has to do. Oh, never mind. He's gone rook g6. He did have to, by the way, play rook g1, and now knight f2, another ridiculous defensive move, cutting off the bishop. Will he find it? Are there any other moves that might trip him up here?
Yeah, moves that might look better than they are. I don't know. I mean, knight f2, he finds another move.
I did not see rook f8 at all. Queen h4, what?
What? Queen h4 hits the knight?
Is Fabi winning, by the way, someone was saying? Can we just see the eval bar in Fabi's? Never mind. Okay, no.
And I saw some chatters shouting out they want to go see Wesley's game. That's fair. Wesley's a top player we haven't seen a lot of. He's about to beat Axel Bachmann. So we likely will not go to Wesley's game this round. Forgive us, chat. No. But in a future state, we will definitely be covering Wesley So's games.
But Fabi is actually, he's equalized, by the way, but this is a much more exciting game.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, rook takes g8, rook takes g8, and queen f6 is a backup option for Oparin. If he wants to get rid of the queens and get rid of any losing chances, he can do that.
Wow, what a wild position. If he bails out with queen f6, it'll be because he thinks he's in trouble. And he didn't see knight f2 before, so I'm not sure he's going to see it now.
Now it's less appealing because it's just like a quiet move. It doesn't threaten anything. And queen f5 there looks bad. Maybe the knight swings over to g4 and cuts off the rook. But queen f6 is so tempting to me if I'm playing Nodirbek.
Yeah, again, everyone, the reason knight f2 is the move is because you have to stop the communication between the rook and bishop on this square. And so knight f2 that's simply what it does. Although if knight f2 and you move the queen to f5 or f6, you can move the knight next because the bishop does defend the queen. So
That's
if he
right.
sees knight f2, like Oparin might go on to win this game.
And he might take a minute here because he can play queen f6 with 5 seconds left and he won't lose. It's an
Yeah.
easy endgame to play. So he might be looking like, can I keep the extra piece? He might find it.
That's a great point. That's a great call out, Danya. I think this is really good time management by Oparin, because when you have a bailout that is that sort of get out of jail free card, worse, you could get down to 20 seconds and just play queen f6, and you're not going to lose the opposite code bishop endgame. And by the way, objectively, you're the only one who can maybe still win that.
Exactly. And that's precisely what he's doing. Fabi's better. Jesus. Sevian is going
better
to win.
against MVL. I have no idea how that happened. We're going to have to see, because
another
that is a game.
Rook, queen and rook versus queen and rook position, but I don't know where we go. There's so many exciting time scrambles unfolding here.
Wesley So already beat Axel Bachmann, for those who wanted that, and he does ultimately settle on the endgame, unable
Whoa.
to... Wait, what?
Whoa, Nodirbek is playing for the win.
What in the world is this Rook G1?
Bishop takes
We
A6.
weren't even looking for this. Oh my gosh.
Bishop takes A6. Come on, let's see it. Come on, Grisha.
Bishop takes... No, he goes for the D pawn.
That's genius, because look at that knight on G4, restricting the bishop. Bishop F6, impossible. How do you stop the pawn? You have to go to D2 and do it with the rook. But now you're barely hanging on if you're Nodirbek. Rook B3
You can also
possible.
swing the rook over here. Okay, yeah, rook B3 is even better. I was looking at some sort of chance for a mating net over here, but this is even better.
And rook B6 at the end will be very dangerous for black, because the A6 pawn might fall. Okay, looks like good winning chances for white, but only 24 seconds left, so hard to say. We've seen everything. I mean, black still might win this game, given that it's the CCT.
Yeah, bishop G7 is a smart idea. Get rid of the D pawn now, and your bishop still spies the B2 pawn. By the way, this is... Yeah. Okay, does rook B6 work now? It does. He goes for it.
D3 and C4.
Wow. If you take, we trade.
I'd be scared of losing this if I'm white, in a time scramble where my opponent has all the time in the world to punish my mistakes. King H7 is important here to avoid getting checkmated.
Yeah. Giving check and taking the pawn would lose. You have to stop the king from coming in. Now you're threatening rook D5 check, and so white stops that, but that might mean a draw on rook endgame.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a draw now.
Yeah, okay. Okay, wow. Okay, speechless. By the way, Sam Sevian continues to get neglected, and all he does is continue to win chess games. Puts up another dub. Sevian beats Mezhkov's. Wesley So and Sam Sevian, two of the top Americans, who we really have not covered very much at all. And okay, did we leave this? Are we good to call this a draw? Even with 6 seconds for...
Well, Oparin's not going to lose at this point. I mean, unless his internet gives it out. But I say that, but nothing is guaranteed.
I think he's gonna go back to G6 and just take the draw.
He is.
There you go. And indeed, that's how you see it. That's how you call it. We go over to Fabiano Caruana, who is somehow in a better position against MVL. But okay, is it that impressive? Maybe it is actually. This is like a one result game here. Fabi owns all the files.
I was going to propose G5-3. And that one result might be... Now all 4 results are possible.
Yeah, all 4 results.
That's right. Whoa, FG check. No, queen H5 check, and we might get a perpetual check. Queen takes G5 and queen F4. Okay. That was a pretty anticlimactic finish.
Yeah, we came over here with all the hype. Fabiano Caruana takes his wretched opening and somehow gets an edge, but he's unable to get anything but a draw. I think that they will just rinse and repeat some checks here, and we will head over to Jan Krzysztof Duda's game, I think.
Yep.
I don't expect anything. I just want to make sure no one does anything wild here.
Or stupid. I mean, rook C2, queen A7 just loses on the spot, so MVL just double-checking that he's got no shenanigans available. Queen C1 if he wants to keep the fire burning, but Queen C1 doesn't threaten anything. So there's no need to... I mean, Fabio's got 24 seconds. with increment, and a draw is agreed by repetition. Yeah. They had no option to reject it because it was automatically claimed. And it looks like Duda is about to win, but he's only got 10 seconds to convert this thorny position up in exchange.
Yeah, Black has a pawn for the exchange. This isn't as easy as it might first look. You can defend everything. He does so. And if you move the rook off the second rank, a2 falls. So this is white.
Viagra. Black might still be in his preparation. I mean, this is not easy. King f7 and king g6.
King f7. He's trying to get the knight and king around.
But he couldn't go knight g7 there because of rook d7 and rook g8. So Duda is just hunting for that knight and now hunting for checkmate.
Wow,
F5 is probably not a good
move. Sign. I was going to say it's not a good sign because if he has to expand, at some point this king's getting in trouble. Like, what if we check, flip around? No?
Nah, but he's just taking all the pawns. And Black's giving them all away, and now it's over.
Yeah.
Unless he blunders a fork, and I don't see a single one that's even possible. I think Black just resigns here.
Tough to play that position down the exchange. The knight was never really able to get out and compete with the rooks, and so ultimately, Jan Shistov gets it done. Okay, Min Lei is still taking on. Okay, Rasulov. This is just a Title Tuesday, fun affair. They're just going to keep playing this one for a while, but we're not going to get any fireworks here. I don't imagine. Okay, well, what does this mean? It means that we had the clear leader and Fabiano Caruana, the only one on a perfect 4-0 score, get a draw against MVL, which means that several players who were sitting at 3.5 points have won. You see them in front of you. Sevian, Duda, Kozak have all gotten a dub to come into a tie for first place. And there you go. We haven't looked at Adam Kozak all day. I guess we'll be seeing him paired off against one of the other top 3 players there.
Yeah, another player who's flown under the radar. I mean, he's a 2,500 GM, but he's a really, really good blitz player. Mr. Tatalia, I think, is his Chess.com handle, and he's usually, in the 2,900, 3,000 range. Very dangerous player. And his biggest test, I think, is yet to come because he's going to face, one of these other really weak players who have got 4.5. But Sam Sevian, my eyes are on him. I want to see him keep this momentum going.
So many weak players at 4.5. Subtle reference by Danya. Classic Danya. Classic Danya at the Chess.com Classic.
Classic Jospim, yeah, with 4 points out of 5. And there's a big group with 4 that includes MVL and Min Lee, Rasulov, Nasuta. I mean, just a lot of new players. This is what I like about these tournaments who announce themselves in these events and generate more visibility with performances like the ones that they're putting on.
Not too far behind them, you have other household names at 4 points. Abdusaturov, so Jospim, Jose Martinez. As we go to the event and go back to the games, we have our next round. It is set to lift off. Sam Sevian will get a battle against the top American in Fabiano Caruana. Although Sam gets the white pieces here, Danya, and we're off. We're off to see the wizard. The wonderful wizard of chess.com. Oh, okay, sorry, that eval bar just jumped really wildly. It must have just been something I was observing with my eye. Nothing crazy happening in the opening here. Nobody panic.
Yeah, 1e4. I mean, a very mysterious move that is likely to swing the eval bar. Looks like Fabi is not at his seat.
Yeah.
He's got to finish that C-Squared podcast before he comes back to the board.
Just rolling around the apartment right now, looking for the microphone. Christian always misplaces the microphone. Classic Christian,
Classic.
All right, now Fabi's back. We have a Sicilian on the board, and liftoff. Yeah. Adam Kozak gets white against Jan Shistov Duda. We have had no moves on that board, by the way, so we're going to stick on Sevi and Caruana. We're going to stick on Sevi and Caruana. My apologies, everyone. That was my bad. We're going to go back to Sevi and Caruana.
Are we going back to Sevi and Caruana now?
We're gonna go back.
Just
we're going to go back to the island, Kate. By the way,
I have no idea what that
Sevian-
reference was, just making it clear, but go on.
Don't tell me what I can't do, John Locke. We're going back to the island, Kate.
John
Nothing?
Locke, like the philosopher?
Is John Locke the
1700s?
philosopher, but also the TV character from a famous ABC show. Produced, written, directed by J.J. Abrams, and it did not deliver an ending that I'm happy with, and I'm still upset about
Would
it.
that be Lost?
It is Lost. There you go.
Okay. I think I lost the reference game. It was a big plane crash.
Big plane crash.
Left.
All right. Well, we've got a Sicilian here. Apparently, this move order has thrown off Sevian. He's taking his time, trying to get the position he wants. We're transposing into a Sveshnikov, which has become one of Fabiano's weapons of choice lately. If you're just tuning in, he took the black side of this opening earlier in the event in round 2.
Yes, and he faced in that opening the different line, I think, Danny. Earlier, bishop takes f6. Here, Sevian plays the very traditional move order, now c3 and c4. c4 was all the rage. Well, it's been all the rage on move 1 in this tournament, but in this position, c4 is considered the positional line. But recently, players have switched back to trying c3. And the point of c3 is to cover the d4 square, but also to prepare knight c2. And then, again, in the old school version, you play a2, a4, and play on the queen side. But now things have changed. There's many, many more modern lines, like bishop e2 is a move, h4 is on the board. And these lines go to like move 30 and 40 sometimes, Danny. The Sveshnikov is just one of those openings that has been developed oftentimes like to the end game.
Yep. And so many forced draws, but the type of forced draws that, okay, they look peaceful when top players play them, but every single position was a landmine away from just losing with either color, right? It's a very dynamic affair. I love the alpha zero pawn getting involved in the mixed early on. And just because you play g3 doesn't even necessarily mean the bishop will go here. White can still play positions with bishop d2. Depends on what you fancy. Although here you might.
Yeah. It's interesting, the Sveshnikov, it was never refuted, and it's actually been one of the most objectively accurate Sicilians, even in correspondence chess. Nobody has been able to find an advantage or anything resembling an advantage for many years, but people kind of forget about it. And then once every few years, like top GMs are like, wait a second, what about the Sveshnikov? We forgot about that one. Yeah. And then they start playing it again. Yeah. Magnus and Fabi both have played it a lot in their careers, and it's a great opening. It just somehow always flies under the radar. There are openings like that, Danny, that are perfectly good, but always just seem to be neglected at most levels.
It's so funny how that happens. Things go in and out of style, and it makes no sense. But yeah, the Sveshnikov is definitely on the top of that list of they forget not only how playable it is, but how in a world where you're often looking for openings that give you something to play for, some sort of winning chance. It's a good choice. Definitely creates positions, especially in fast time controls, full of craziness. All right, bishop to b7 here, played by Caruana. An early trade on g6. That's a little surprising. Normally you don't break the tension that quickly.
Whoa, Fabi is fearless. I would be terrified of getting checkmated on the h file. But of course, when you've got a fianchettoed bishop, even if a white queen landed on h4, black could slide the rook to e8. And the check on h7, it's terrifying, but objectively, there's often no clear follow-up because the key squares are controlled by the bishop.
Yeah, dark square problems don't exist if you have a dark square bishop and your opponent does not. This isn't a Yugoslav dragon. I almost said dragon. I don't know what's going on with the Yugoslav dragon, where white comes in and gets rid of that thing. So a much safer position for black on the king side than first meets the eye because of what you said. All right, well, the most interesting thing about this game, outside of the in vogue or in and out of fashion Sveshnikov discussion we had, is that Sevian is really getting down on the clock. He's going to be 3 minutes behind Fabi here in just a second. So I guess it shows you how well Caruana knows these positions. This is probably just prep for him, even still at this point.
Entirely possible. And if you ask yourself, well, what is black's next move? You know, in this Sveshnikov, you often play the move f5, even if you're castled kingside. Now, don't play it here.
Not
It is
now.
actually the worst move in the position because the blunder is
Ready
made
to
in
see it?
one.
Whoop.
I'm ready. Nice.
I want that
I'm
one.
happy you didn't take the knight on e7. This is the more aesthetically pleasing mate.
This is so like whatever. Who needs to take a piece when they checkmate? Much better.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
A5 instead has been
Yeah.
played. The other typical move, and one knight replaces another. Pieces are flying off the board. And a classic opposite colored bishop middle game, which is anything but drawish. It's extremely double-edged with Fabi setting up counterplay on the queenside b4, rook c5. And he's controlling a lot of the pawn breaks in the position. But will we get a queen trade? God, Fabi's playing like MVL. Really
I'm
fast.
sitting here like this is like, what was this? I saw some comment in chat earlier. Is this candidates prep? I mean, Fabiano playing instantly at this point. Totally comfortable. Just like walking into the d6 pawn not being a problem, which just tells you he probably has looked at this position. And I'm not saying that either side is really in that big of trouble if white does take it. I don't know. But the fact that Fabiano was playing this fast just says a lot. So,
and maybe he trades.
Find out.
Yeah, he trades, and it's a little bit disappointing. I was hoping for queen a7, but what Fabi's saying is, yeah, you're up a pawn, but first of all, we have opposite colored bishops, and second of all, I control the dark squares. After bishop f8, especially if a bishop ever lands on like d4, I think white's winning chances here are minimal. And in fact, I don't even think black is worse. I think black's compensation is full-fledged for the pawn. Maybe a4 and b3 is an idea as well.
Yeah, I mean, this bishop is stuck behind the pawn chain.
b3 immediately. And if you play a3, Danny, there's bishop takes a3 ideas.
Oh, that's a b pawn that I'm happy to see. In fact, is he setting that up? He plays rook c8. Is it threatening b3?
Now white can play it. But now white can play b3, and I think he should.
If b3, does black just grab the d file, and then your idea of the bishop coming to d4, and this is just lights out? I think probably. So
I think very, very likely this will be a draw.
Okay. Well, there's the Sveshnikov. A lot of fun. Clearly some deep prep by Mr. Caruana, who's up 4 minutes on the clock. We're going to head back over to the events tab and see if we've got some other interesting games. The lowest rated player sitting at 4.5 points is Adam Kozak. He gets the white pieces against Jan Krzysztof Duda. This is a fun one. A much more flexible position still on the board. I don't think this one's headed to a draw just yet, like Sevi and Caruana.
Yeah, Cozy Kozak with 4.5 out of 5. That's not actually his nickname. But this pawn structure worries me for Jan with that pawn on d6. White can't push f4 and try to double with rook c2 to d2. Pot bazooka on that pawn. But, okay, f4 is very, very committal. So maybe you put a knight on f4 and threaten knight takes e6.
Oh, wow. I love it when you spy tactics. That's my favorite thing that you do. Knight f4. I mean, I'm not happy with your lack of knowledge about Mario Kart, by the way. We have not unpacked that. That is...
We'll have to get back to that. Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah.
That's a conversation yet to be had.
Yep. E4. I like this move in a Dutch position where your opponent has advanced the f pawn. Obviously, this wasn't a Dutch opening, but whenever that pawn has wandered too far, opening up the light squares is usually a good idea. And kind of similar to Danya's tactic about taking on e6 and then pinning the queen to the king. This e4 is a very principled move, right? Good stuff.
Shows a great understanding of the position. He's opening up the center, and he's willing to invest some tempi into doing that, because after the trade on e4, Duda can play like knight d7 to f6, and Kozak will just bring his bishop back to g2. But once he opens the e-file, it's going to be much easier to attack that weakness on e6. So this is a very mature approach to the position. He's not trying to immediately cash in. He's trying to set up the long-term attack. And Duda says, no, that is not happening. I'm going to keep the center closed. I like f4. Then maybe bishop c1. And this is a very tricky position to play accurately, but Kozak is navigating it beautifully. Exchange sack?
Come on.
You know you want it.
Come on.
Forced to win.
Rook takes f4, and it's impossible to defend the attack. By the way, Kozak leaning back. Kozak and Jan Krzysztof Duda, they look like they could be brothers from this angle. They just I don't know why. One's got slightly darker hair. One's leaning in.
I can totally see
Black
that.
versus white. I don't know. The symmetry here seems like it was staged.
One's like moving back, the other's leaning forward, and now they're probably going to do the up. Oh, now they're going to do the opposite. Duda's going to move back, or not. He might move back in the tournament standings because he is in big trouble here.
Yeah, this bishop is a beast. The d6 pawn is a problem. I don't even know if you can play rook c6. Is e5 just winning? Yeah, so he's giving it up. But this looks like something went wrong for Duda much earlier on than we caught, because I think that Adam Kozak might be about to pull an upset here.
Yeah, bishop e5, another great move, and maybe forcing the exchange sack this time on e4, and this time on much worse terms for black. Where do you go? I mean, rook f7 is just a miserable move to have to play.
Yeah, this just doesn't look fun. It also doesn't look super fun for Aram Hakobian because he's playing the white pieces against Wesley So, but we got to go to that one. We've got a crazy position on the board. I'm sorry for jerking the vehicle hard left here. We're gonna make a quick turn here. I see a knight on f7. I see crazy stuff going on. Danya, this is why we bring you in. Teach the people what's going on.
I don't understand how the knight got to f7, but the fact of the matter is it will not leave f7. That is where it will meet its end after rook takes f7. And I think black is just, I mean, a rook versus two pieces is a very misunderstood type of imbalance. A lot of the time when the queens are on the board, it favors the two pieces because of the possibility of an attack. And I think this is a great illustration. Once that happens, black can then play bishop takes h3. Basically, like a single rook is a much less of a potent defensive weapon than two minor pieces are of a potent attacking weapon. How did Hakobian get his knight to f7? Did he take a pawn on that square? Like, did he do it on his own free will?
In fact, it was actually just a couple of moves ago. G6 was played, and he fully committed to the combo. He gave a check and took the pawn. Apparently, according to the computer, he still could have played knight g4 here, and that was probably better, again, according to the computer. But once you've played knight h6 check, apparently he was all in on this idea. Whoa, bishop c5. We got action.
Yeah, he says, take me on f7. And Wesley's like, okay.
And Wesley is, don't mind if I do. I love how you highlighted that it is a misunderstood imbalance, but particularly in middle games when you have the two minor pieces that your opponent lacks. In this case, I highlighted the light square bishop because it's the bishop that's about to go away for white. It's just that the rook's in an endgame, the rook's on open files, the rook's in any sort of position where they can flex in the open board are better than the minor pieces. But this just already feels like the eval bar doesn't even do it justice, that it's just going to be so easy for Wesley So to bust open things and get a big attack.
Yeah, and Aram is trying to trade off some pieces, but that's the thing. Wesley can take on d6 and then push g4. And it's just
even
very,
have to
very
take
easy.
Your queen guards it. Like, can I just play g4 now? I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, g4 immediately also looks great. No, this is just dead loss for white. It looks like Hakobian lost the plot here. Even knight takes h3 has to be calculated, but I wouldn't even bother with these types of tactics. I would just play this. Even like a very Wesley approach is to play bishop takes d6 and then bishop e6 and bring the rook to h8 because there's no rush. The knight from f4 is never going to get chased away. White can never play g3.
Yep. And white can never play g3 everyone because then you just lose the pawn for free. So this is just stuck. I love your move bishop e6. In fact, now that we see it, I think, okay, he takes, probably
bishop
now follows
e6
it with
is a
your
very
suggestion.
Wesley move.
Yeah, and the rook is coming to h8.
Oh,
he wants more than Wesley moves. He wants more than
Oh
Wesley
my
moves.
gosh.
He wants brilliancies.
And king
Danya.
takes g2, bishop takes h3. That's incredible.
This is it. We have to show it. King takes
Wow.
g2, bishop takes h3, takes, queen f3 first, know your puzzle rush, and then bring the rook over and deliver the goods. You felt it. You could smell it in the air. Wesley So showing why the minor pieces are better than the rook when it comes to attacking middle games. So there you go.
It's because you can give
I got
them
a
away.
little excited there.
No, this is an incredible tactic, and obviously, if you don't take the bishop, then black will not take the rook on f1. Black will play queen f3 with unstoppable mate. What a tactic! Rook d8 still fighting, but just knight
Still fighting.
h4. Knight h4, knight f4.
Okay, he went to f. I think you were right. I think knight h4 was even better because of the threat of queen f3 as well. But all right, just as good.
Not totally over. Like, as long as white pins the bishop, there's going to be some questions left to answer. That's why I thought knight h4 was just more precise.
I think you were right.
That might have ended it immediately. Now, still some technique required.
Yeah, so what do? Do you just play b6 to just make it easy and like end the problem of the bishop's development? Or yeah, I think you're right. Sometimes, you know, when you steal a pawn and it feels so good, you're just happy to get out of dodge. Wesley just brought the knight back to f4. Maybe didn't appreciate that there was a chance to really think that through there.
I like b6. He's just helping himself to all of white's pawns on the king side. Okay, g4 is also a good move.
I literally, can we just get Wesley's camera off screen? Like, looking at him hurts my back. Like, I cannot.
I know, right?
What is going on? I am going to talk to him about this. Like, bro, we sent you that secret lab chair to sit in.
Not to put your laptop on it. Yeah, and then he has some sort of a towel hanging from him. Like, it's just nothing about that makes sense.
It's a blanket because it's a little cold. He likes it. I don't want to call Wesley out, but he enjoys himself. He enjoys himself a whoopee. You know, everyone loves a whoopee. I've got a blanket I love too. Everyone loves, you get on the couch with your favorite blanket. It makes you feel warm. It's not even because you're cold. It's just the comfort. Yeah,
this posture resembles like a Picasso Cubist painting. You know, like nothing about it makes sense. Like the head is where it should be. Like the laptop is on the chair.
Find the 10 things that are wrong with this photo.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's like a Salvador Dali.
We need to delete this VOD before Secret Lab sees it and gets upset about how their chairs are being used. My gosh.
Or maybe they use it as a promotional photo.
You know? All right. Let's keep moving forward. Wesley So doing Wesley So things. As you said, it's not over yet.
And he hasn't moved yet since the time that we started talking about his posture and his chair.
It's fair. By the way, Sevian and Caruana drew their game. So the battle of the top two Americans, at least in terms of the standings of this event, has ended peacefully. So they will remain in a tie for first unless someone wins between Kozak and Jan Krzysztof Duda. So we'll get to that at some point too. But I kind of want to see Wesley finish. By the way, Oparin looks like he is on his way to beating Jose Martinez, Jaspam, for those who don't speak internet username. And yeah, all kinds of fun chess.
Queen h2 would be my vote here for white, trying to target maybe the only weakness in black's position, but queen e2, queen h2, queen e7. No, there's not enough here. Looks like Duda has turned his game around, and MVL will beat a wonderful time, also known as Tuan Min Lei for those who don't speak internet usernames.
Also,
but everybody speaks wonderful time. Yeah,
wonderful time. Wonderful time is not having a great time in that position. We're going to flash it and show you real quick. We've got MVL up a bunch of pawns and a rook ending. Going to flip the script and push them, baby. And I don't think wonderful time is gonna talk about this the next time he's having a wonderful time with friends sitting around talking about. Oh, by the way, he's got a mating idea though. Hold on. Okay, he had h3 and rook h1. That was a fun little trick.
Yeah, I was like, not on my watch.
Yeah. Maxime's like, no. Okay.
A7. Oh,
after check.
Stopping all counterplay and winning the game.
So we go back to Wesley So's position. Indeed, your queen h2 was played, Danya, but Wesley responds with queen f6, which maintains the pin on the f file.
Rook e8, gf maybe, and then rook takes c8. You're going to get pinned on the h file. Wait. Oh, rook f3, queen f3 is a check. That's actually very important because otherwise queen takes e5 and it's mate the other way. Jose.
Yep. And if you take with the rook, we got to go. We'll take out Jocelyn. But if you take with the rook, the bishop gets out. That's the problem. And if you trade queens, at this point, the endgame is just winning as well. So, all right, I don't know where to go. There's only 7 seconds here.
I know.
Jocelyn is turning things around against Oparin in their time scramble. I need some caffeine. I didn't have my coffee today. We're now hitting those 12 o'clock. This is not about me. I'm just saying.
I'm hitting the 3 o'clock. Fill in
Like,
the
hey,
blank.
how you feeling
Yeah.
with the nooners? I've got a case of the nooners over here.
And Wesley has a case of the blunders.
Queen F4, double question mark.
No. What was the move there?
What
How
was
is it?
the
It's
move?
rook takes F3, I think. Maybe it was a
just
better version.
Just take the pawn. Yeah, you were right. Just take the pawn. It was better.
No,
No,
I was wrong. Oh my
okay.
god.
I'm just gonna check real quick.
Oh, queen takes
it was
F3.
queen takes F3 was the
Okay,
move.
impossible. Impossible.
This is like one of those, inconceivable. I don't think that word means what you think it means.
But now it's winning, but still not. This is not easy. Wesley has to find knight e2 and g4. Knight e2 is a really important construction.
Knight e2 and the pawn pushes.
So I would try king g3 if I'm Aram.
Yeah. What's funny is if he doesn't find knight e2, you're right. Then the a pawn is pushing. So knight e2 and then what? Oh, knight h5.
This is even better. Bishop b4 and g3.
Okay.
Black strikes
Now
first.
You push him fast. Push him fast and furious. Vin Diesel, Fast and Furious 15. The pawn.
That's it.
Past pawns. That's what it's going to be. The Fast and Furious 15 is going to feature Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann in a race to push the pawns as fast as they can. Fast and Furious. Too fast, too furious. 15. Wesley wins.
Wow.
We move on. Okay. All right. By the way, that brought it to a close, everybody. Let's count it. Sevian, Caruana draw. Kozak and Duda do the same. Vachier-Lagrave takes down Tuan Min Lei, that is wonderful time. Wesley So beat Jacobian, Abdusaturov and Rasulov drew. And somehow Josvam came back and held on to draw Oparin. So there you go. By the way, don't turn your back on Anish Giri. He's just drawing his way to relevance right now. He's just staying relevant. Anish Giri, just staying relevant.
Wow. Anish Giri lost that second game. And as you said, I mean, the narrative is often early on we check for upsets, but then we forget about the players who get upset, literally and figuratively. But then, they win a couple of games and suddenly they're back in this huge pack. Look at the standings. You've got 7 players with 5. And then the players on 4.5 out of 6 that include Lenier, who I mentioned at the start of the show, who always just seems to be kind of circling around like a vulture, waiting. Randomly, he's like number 10, and then randomly he's number 1.
It's so true, though. And this is an event that is just, it's the who's who. It is the pinnacle of online chess. Remember, everybody, that the top 11 players are competing to get placement in tomorrow's Division 1. All 69 players actually will qualify to continue playing. The top 69, nice. But the top 11 are the ones fighting for D1 placement. They will join the likes of Carlsen. I'm just naming random ones. Keymer, Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja, Lazovic. So, in case you're wondering what you need to do, you need to stick right here because we've got the final 4 rounds ahead. 3 rounds left? How many rounds we got left? We got 3. Only 3 rounds left. Okay. I'm excited.
I am too. And 6 rounds in the books. These are the 3 most important rounds because you're trying to make it into Division 1. You're way before the stage where you can start taking quick draws. Sometimes we have a player who pulls away a little bit and they can choose to play it safe. There's nobody like that with such a huge tie for first and then such a big group of players on 4.5 just waiting to join them with a victory in the next round.
Yep. And, we're going to find the only game that's still going. It actually is Raunak Sadwani's game. I'm going to try to find it. There it is. And back to right as we go there, commentator's curse. Meshkov's looks like he blundered away a blockade he had working for him, and Sadwani's going to take this one. But okay, with that game coming to a close, everything you said is true. And I want to double down on a point you made that part of what makes this event crazy with so many players stacked there, Danya, there's no way to draw your way to security in the top 11 because you could easily put yourself into bad tiebreaks where you have the same score as the top 11, but you don't get in, right? Like, this is way too early for the players to be mailing it in or protecting their lead. That doesn't mean they take unnecessary risk, but we are going to have a lot of decisive chess here down the stretch because because it's spicy, and you don't want to be in that spot where you are victim to something that's outside of your control, like a tiebreak system. By the way, remember how you said Dominguez? Okay, there he is. He was sitting right there.
Yeah, he's very much back in the mix. And,
shout out to Lanier, by the way, just in general. When was the last time we did a random LDP shout out? Shout out to the man known as LDP. Yeah, you know me. He's a former World Blitz champion, and he is actually considering becoming a streamer. We've been working with him, so I don't know if I'm putting the cat out of the bag there, Lanier, but we want to get you streaming there. And now that I'm putting pressure on him on camera, you know.
Yeah, you can't dangle that bait in front of the fish.
Right.
That would be great. Next round is underway, I think.
We can go so many places. We've got Caruana taking on Kozak. We've got So taking on Sevian, and we've got Duda and MVL. I am a spoiled, rotten kid who will get whatever game he wants this round. So you get to choose, but I'm going to get whatever game I want.
Well, Duda MVL is a classic matchup, and we will get a Grunfeld to the surprise of exactly no one. MVL is, along with Peter Svidler, I mean, the two players who have essentially defined Grunfeld theory for the last 20 years.
Yep. Okay, well, as you said, to the surprise of precisely zero human beings who watch these players play, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But there's two things as predictable as the sun rising. One of them is MVL playing the Grunfeld. The other one I'm not going to talk about.
Yeah, Death Taxes and Grunfeld MVL. This is the main line. Well, what used to be considered in the old, back when there was a main line in the Grunfeld, now it's like there's 16 different variations, and all of them are just equally as popular because all of them are draws.
Yep.
This one, White will play F3. Okay, I think not as exciting as maybe the openings in the other games. Fabiano versus Kozak, I'm interested in that game as well, just because it's a good pairing for Fabi. This is not a knock on Kozak, but this is a chance for Fabi to win and perhaps pull ahead if a lot of the other top games are draws.
Before we go there, though, let's set the tone of this, because you said it's the main line. It hasn't been as in fashion. And so just describe everybody the quick features, what's going on here, right? Black's putting pressure on the D pawn. Where's the main line going here? And when does White try to go for D5 or not?
Yeah, a lot of people who look at this position just assume White is better because White has the center, but that's the point of the Grunfeld. First of all, Black is oftentimes sacking a pawn. If White plays DC, the point in the Grunfeld is you often play this move Queen C7. You sacrifice a pawn, and then you get massive play in the center. The knight from C6 jumps to E5, etc. The same goes for a premature D5 by White. It can be a very strong move, but D5 here looks terrible because of knight E5. And then if the bishop drops back to B3, Black has C4. So that's why you see Duda taking the more slow roll positional approach. Both sides improving the placement of their pieces. And yeah, it's an equal position. It's just an equal, very dynamic position where the better player wins. And the better player here might be Stockfish, also known as Duda. H4 is a move that the computer really likes.
It's such a wild move. And again, we see that theory has changed since the neural nets entered the game. Of course, if the pawn is captured, the queen gets in trouble immediately. It's off the agenda. Bishop G5, and then something like knight G3, the queen's trapped. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah,
but if you don't... Yeah? No?
Oh my gosh. I saw a really cool line, but go ahead, Danny.
If the queen takes it, the queen does get trapped, though, right? I mean, yes, you can give up a piece, but that doesn't count.
Well, I mean, if you start with CD and then play Queen H4, it gets really interesting.
We have to analyze it now. CD, Queen H4, Bishop G5.
Yes, Bishop takes D4 check, but Rook F2 is the key move. Oh, sorry. No, what am I saying?
No, I meant
sorry, Queen H5 first. Queen H5 first. This is what I was looking. Knight G3, Bishop D4 here. Here, Rook F2 is very important.
Okay.
Bishop F2, King F2, Queen H2, Rook H1. This is what I saw.
Okay. Love it. All right.
Wrong move order.
Wild times at Kingside High over there if the queen ultimately takes H4, but it doesn't happen. CD does. The queen goes to D6, and we've got traditional Grunfeld stuff coming. Black has this long-term 2-on-1 pawn majority. Always keep an eye on that. White's going to try to keep the big center and use it. So, all right, we've officially set the tone. Thank you for entertaining me. I didn't want to leave the game before we kind of described, set the table for what might be in store for dinner. You want to go to Caruana versus Kozak. I heard you call that out.
And already you can see Fabi with the full complement of 10 minutes remaining in an Italian position that Fabi has had so many times. I mean, literally every tournament, you have at least 2 or 3 of these. And oftentimes you assume that it's, why do the players play these Italians when the games often end in a draw? Well, it's because the player with the black pieces often has the same level of knowledge. And when you face a GM with not as much level of knowledge, you really see how much these players know about certain openings. And Queen F6, by the way, there might be Knight H5. Just pointing another interesting tactic out.
I'm only showing it quickly. We don't need analysis board, but just to quickly flip the scripty on Danya's idea, the point is the queen gets trapped. That's why that doesn't work. So, wow. Okay. Fun little tactic to be aware of.
Yeah, I think that won't be missed, but I'm not sure what Kozak exactly. I mean, H6 looks reasonable. Rook E8, Knight H4. Wait, what? Okay, he's...
Take
what is
everything?
Happening in this position? No, Bishop F4, EF, and Knight H5 is terrifying because Black's pawns are just awful. And you might lose F4 outright.
It doesn't seem like the right idea either, because allowing that trade, when the pawn leaves the tension on D4, everything in Black's position gets worse here in these Italians, because kind of the whole point is that the tension you have here makes it hard for White to just focus on the king side. But now that pawn's going to capture. I think you're going to see Danya's Knight H5. And everything about White's center is stable. This bishop feels like a lost bystander. So I'm with you 100% that Kozak may be showing, again, all respectfully, that he just doesn't know these positions to the depth that Fabiano does.
And he just shook his head because he just completely forgot that. I think he was focused on D takes E5, which looked a lot juicier for Black. And he's definitely not going to go G5. Like Knight takes F3, Queen takes F3, G5. You can just resign after White pushes E5. And you might even be able to resign in this position. Black is just lost.
Yeah.
Black is lost.
Knight H4 just straight up lost the F4 pawn and gave White the compensation of the center. Like you lose the pawn that was key to the whole position, which was keeping the tension so that it's hard for White to focus their efforts on the king side. So again, Fabi, no disrespect, Kozak has had a great tournament to this point, but this was a really good display of Fabiano Caruana's his class, his
Caruana-ness. Yeah,
his Caruana-ness.
Fabiness.
His Caruana-ness. he's Caruana-ing. He's currently Fabiano Caruana-ing. That's what he's doing.
There's a lot of things I want to say right now, and I'm not going to say
them. we are not doing that. We are not doing that. Okay, what we're going to do is move on to a different game. And we're going to talk about so many options. By the way, Matthias Bluebaum putting the hurt on Jospin. What is going on here? Black is much better with an A-pawn that is rushing.
Giving him the Bluebaum. Rook takes A4 and B3.
He's giving him the Bluebaum. He's doing it.
I know why you chose this game after what we just talked about. Wow.
You have to stop. We're on camera right now. The jokes cannot get out of control here.
No, they can't. And White's attack might get out of control if Bluebaum is not careful, but B3, it just looks like the E5 pawn is so well protected. Also, Knight A5.
Yeah, the knight is pinned.
Not good.
Yeah. What are you laughing about? Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. F4 is played. Jospin trying to create some magic. He's just worse, right? I mean, Bluebaum just has the B pawn, and the knight is pinned, and there's more ways to bring pressure. So F4, I guess, just from a purely practical perspective, kind of feels like it was needed.
Yeah, it's an annoying move, and it's easy to overreact after this move. Or underreact, right? And just say, your attack's not dangerous. B3 was my instinct. But Jose, pinning all of his hopes on this. Ooh, Knight A5. Not what a difficult move. Allowing F takes E5. And then it gets really messy, and I guess the tactics work out for Black.
Yeah, well, the computer says so. You see that blue arrow, you know what that means. The engine likes it. Black would be better. It is a good position to point out the difficulties of, we have complete information here as commentators. We try to make it as entertaining and as educational for you as we can along the way. But this is such a tricky position because if knight a5 is the only way to maintain that edge when you are staring down the tension on e5, this is why chess is hard. By the way, with the queen moving, there's also this threat of knight f5 at some point. And just like that, you see one move gives away the advantage because this is a really hard position to play.
Yes, bishop a3, but why is it so wrong?
I think because c7 is hanging in the end of some of these positions.
Oh, queen b3, and the bishop on b5 is everything is hanging and everything's getting captured, and rook b4.
Boom.
Rook b4
boom,
d6.
boom.
But rook b4 d6 is a huge
dirty
move.
Danya. You dirty Danya.
And then queen takes d6. That's actually what's going to happen. Rook b4 d6, queen d6, and a draw.
Oh my gosh. Rook b4, d6, queen takes d6, knight takes, rook b5, knight b5, bishop e3, opposite goat bishop. I tapped out. Draw. By the way, it might be time for some caffeine over here. I'm going to open
Easy
it.
clap.
No one's going to see the brand of caffeine I'm drinking because they do not
Nope.
sponsor the show, so they do not get to be on the show. But I do enjoy the drink.
Gotta take the Minotaur by the horns.
All right, rook to b. If we get rook b4 and d6 and the massive trade of obstacle bishop gloriness, oh my gosh, we're seeing it.
But queen d6 is an only move. Actually, this is sick. And wow, Jose Martinez, you've just given him wings. And queen d6, knight d6, rook b5. That is a ridiculous line.
The answer is no. That is not what I'm drinking, by the way. There are no wings involved. All right, knight takes c7. We get an obstacle bishop simplification, and now we move back. Oh wait, Jan Shistov just got a big advantage over on board 1 versus MVL.
And they have agreed to a draw. We literally called it. That is exactly what happened.
Draw town, agreed town.
Wait, what's going on?
I clicked on Jan Shistov. It didn't move over. Okay, here we go.
What on earth is this? MVL has like 6 hours on his clock as usual. Dude, why can't you play knight takes c6? What is the... Oh, knight f3. That's the best move.
Knight f3 cuts off the queen's protection of the bishop. That's the whole idea, right? Knight f3, and if you take, queen takes f4. What happens on takes f7? You're just like hiding the king? Like,
yeah, and queen b2 there is a very scary looking idea. Actually, I think that is Duda's concept. If black plays knight takes c6, maybe he wants queen b2. But yeah, knight f3 just wins on the spot, apparently.
So MVL has to see knight f3 or that eval bar is going to shoot all the way back up. I want to take a look at how we got here. If I... Ooh. There you go. As we said, if he doesn't find knight f3, the eval bar shoots all the way back up. I'm backing up to this position after 17 h6 because things were equal in this Grunfeld where we left it, and then bishop takes d4 was played, giving up the dark square bishop. Things start to get spicy. f4. And apparently this position was running off the rails here, but e5 was not the best idea. Queen to e3 and bishop g5. Oh my gosh, opening the f-file. Wow.
It's run off the rails a long time ago, and it's now officially off the rails. Bishop g5 is crazy. F takes c6. I mean, why is this equal? You know, like, what is the move now? Is it just bishop e3, de-escalate the tension on the king side? But bishop e3, let's not forget, white is also down 2 pawns at this point. So trading queens, not an easy step to take. But I don't see it.
I don't think Duda thinks he needs to be worried at this point. I think Duda's the one maybe still thinking he had a big advantage because, by the way, he did. I mean, just a couple of moves ago,
he was winning.
The dark squares were crazy. Queen to e3, just to show everybody, it opens up the f-file, so the f7's a problem, and bishop g5 is out of control. But wait, we have action.
Oh! Wait. Look at this
Queen
tactic.
D5?
Queen d5, double attack on the rook and on the pawn on g2, which is mate, and apparently can white
and there's
play
no rook c2.
But can white play like queen f2 and then queen takes c4, move the bishop away to... Oh, but then the knight from d4 can block the f-file. Wait, queen f2 and bishop g5? And we might still see the move knight f3, by the way, in this game.
Yeah.
Or knight
By the way,
e2,
just
queen h2.
like, what do you do
Oh my
right now?
God.
I mean, just the rook and the pawn. Like, okay,
Rook-
I guess
no,
you just
this
give up the rook.
loses. This
That's
is
the
done.
answer.
Queen
So
e5, maybe his try.
Maxime he rebounds
Knight
from a
knight
position that
f5.
was in big trouble. Knight f5 saves the knight, defends g7, opens the rook. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, I mean, is there an alternative? I guess rook d7 maybe also wins, but I would be a lot more scared to play rook d7 unless I'm missing some trap.
Queen b8, you can just come back. So I think you're right. I think rook d7. Look at that eval bar. Look at that game arc. It's like a. Go ahead.
You know what's often missed in this position? It's like rook d7, the bishop moves from f4, and there you're threatening this cool little trick, queen h8 and rook f8.
Ah, yeah. It doesn't work, but yeah. Knight f5 is Knight f5 is key for that anyway, because not only does it guard g7, but it also blocks the f file, so you don't have any of your puzzle rush ridiculousness where you sack a queen and mate on f8.
Yeah, Duda might try rook c2 and resign after queen d4, or resign here. It's also possible.
Yeah, so weird how that got away from this position. Again, not super surprising given how well Maxime knows these Grunfelds, but yeah, this whole queen e3 idea would have been really dangerous, but didn't quite have it.
Yeah, Duda just staring at this board, at the remains of his attack. That pawn on h6, and it's an impressive opening idea to play h4. He got what he wanted, but this is why MVL is such a Grunfeld expert. He knows how to weather the storm. He did it with a little bit of luck here, but yeah, this one's over. I mean, 5 minutes on the clock. Fabiano has won, as we predicted, and Wesley, another game that we haven't looked at.
Taking on Sam Sevian. That's probably where we got to go. The moment we have a teeny bit of clarity here between Jan Krzysztof and MVL, but Fabiano Caruana is at least tied for first. If Wesley and MVL do win, they will join him.
Yes. When MVL wins.
When MVL wins. I mean, I'm not big into jinxing people these days. Hashtag Joshua
No?
Chamberlain. Yeah. Do you know the legend of Joshua Chamberlain?
I know Will Chamberlain and like Joshua.
It's an inside Robert. It's an inside Robert Hess reference just from our OG days of doing commentary back before chess was cool in 2017, 2018. No, it's just a random Twitch chatter. His name was Joshua Chamberlain. That was his username. And he got so mad if we ever said, oh, this one's over. Like as if we were biased in some way, like, this person blundered or this was over. Like it was like you guys are just, you guys are saying it's over before it is. Give these guys a chance, like as if he was personally offended. And we were like, never call a game. Joshua Chamberlain lives. That became an inside joke. I just told the whole thing on camera.
Have you heard of the Josh fight?
No, I haven't.
In 2021, there was like a huge internet sensation. They gathered a bunch of 10,000 people named Josh. It's like one location in some city and had them do a fake fight.
This is genius. The kind of thing I would do if I wasn't busy getting yelled at about Chess.com's cheat detection problem or all the other things that we need to fix in the world. Anyway, I love that. Battle of the Joshes. That's brilliant. Maybe Joshua Chamberlain was there.
I would happily exchange one thing for the other.
I bet you would. All right. Bishop
sacrifice my position for anything. All right.
I know you would. And you'd win too. Okay. Rook to c2 is coming, but you can't do it yet because we have a draw. Check me out. The king can't get out of the cage, so watch out, everybody.
Oh,
that would be what?
These players are so tricky. It's honestly unbelievable how they're always able to find that last trick. Always.
So, I mean, black can do other things, obviously, but bishop g5 is a really fun little move. Maybe the easiest is you just start pushing your Grunfeld 2-on-1. The old school Grunfeld advantage comes back to win for black. Don't even go rook c2. Just push the pawns.
I'm still getting over the fact that Joshua Chamberlain was the governor of Maine, the 1800s, governor of Maine from 1867 to 1871. But
Is a
That's not the main thing.
Legendary OG Twitch chatter. All right, let's go to Wesley So's game because that's a little more dynamic. Maxime should convert this. He's just taking his time, so we're gonna give it to him despite the jinx.
Okay.
Wesley's up the exchange.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
so
good.
knight takes a4. Knight takes a4 some of the time. Knight takes a4, rook b4 is his concept, because if you come back to c5, you start dropping a lot of these pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, everything falls. So this is actually really hard now for Sevian, because if takes, rook b4, knight c5 takes, even on b6, you have rook takes e4, and you win the rook. So there's really... So what is he doing here? I think that So is... This is one of those funny ones where the eval bar doesn't give as big of an advantage as it does in other games, but this is probably more straightforward for White. I don't know how he defends.
I think with 1 minute on the clock, White's winning chances are greater than Black's drawing chances. Like 0.7 doesn't give us any insight into this position. The problem is if you exchange the A pawn for the B and C pawns and then traded rooks, White should be winning. Because Black will also lose the E pawn.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good way to think about it. In some positions, if you're the one defending everyone, you can have a drawing goal, which is, hey, even if I lose 2 pawns for 1, as long as I simplify the board to the king side, I'm drawing. But that's not the case here, and that was Danya's point. So he plays knight d3 because Sevian knows he has to keep the hopes alive, centered around this c pawn. But now what?
a5?
Now a5? Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Okay, he brings his king up, but you might be flying too close to the sun. It's easy to miss a fork, and rook f7 check. Wesley might be trying to zigzag. Is he actually planning rook f7, king e2?
And he's going to run.
Wild.
He's running out into c3 because Black would get a million checks there, but the king would eventually get out. That's wild.
That is just heart of cold-blooded, and now he does get his king to c3, and I think he's winning. He's just slowly stopping all the counterplay.
I feel like Wesley So just finds those really just, gutsy ways to play a position super accurately. Like just walking the king into that.
Wait, look at Duda MVL. Look at Duda MVL. That eval bar is...
No, I think it's still... I've been keeping an eye on it.
No, but go to the game.
Go to the game? Okay. I thought it was just it was simplified, but I felt like Black was, he takes. I feel like Black is still just in control.
Wait, rook g7 there might have been a draw. It's not easily winning. How did he lose his extra piece?
He voluntarily gave it up. I was keeping an eye on it. He gave up the bishop for a couple pawns, but
why is this winning? Like rook takes the b3 pawn is going to be lost, and it's like a 50-50 position. I mean,
yeah. This is trickier than it looks. I do agree now, especially because of the checks. Even if you get the king out, there's all kinds of weird stuff.
You said you're not big into jinxing. Oh, I am.
Well, apparently I jinxed it. That's why I was not trying to leave. Now Joshua Chamberlain lives. He's right again.
It's a draw. It's a draw. King h6, bishop d2. And
unbelievable.
Will
someone find Joshua Chamberlain and call that guy? He was right again.
Or was he? Oh my gosh, this is
knight d6.
Actually ridiculous.
Well, the knight guards b7, by the way. That was a key point. If you move the knight away, the rook will come back to b7 and you got problems. So maybe now you can get away with it.
The eval bar goes round and round.
Rook a4?
Rook a4?
I think rook a4. Rook a4.
I think now I'm just going to stop talking.
Back. Okay. I think that he has finally figured it out. And I think that MVL will go on to win this game. I'm saying it laughing in the face of the legend.
By hook or by crook?
Chamberlain.
Literally, by hook or by rook, I should say.
I feel like he got the king out. He's got 2 pawns. Knight
Don't
e5.
go knight e6.
Yeah. You can play knight e5, though, because there's no trade into the rook ending.
Oh.
Look at this. Look at the accuracy. laughing in the face of putting your pieces on the dark squares?
What's he laughing in the face of again?
G5, putting the pieces on the dark squares. You've never heard that?
First time for everything.
You've
King
never
F5.
you've,
Okay, yeah,
you've never heard of the legend of don't put pieces on the same color square as your opponent's bishop. Karpov talked about that, but he's laughing. He's laughing
before my time.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Karpov? Let me
E4.
tell you a story about a world champion. All right, King E4. Now it's over, as I said.
King E2. Wow.
Okay. Wesley So went on to win. Caruana went on to win. Esipenko, who we haven't talked a lot about, that's a talented young man who's happy to see you. He takes down Nodirbek Abdusaturov. So we've got more hats being thrown into the ring as we head into these final rounds here. Anybody's opportunity to win the playing stage of the Chess.com Classic. So anyway, not that this one is over, but I think MVL's about to get it done. He does. Oh my gosh, there he is, the Frenchman with 3 names. Probably knows that wasn't his cleanest victory, Danya.
Wow, that was completely smooth. There were no changes in evaluation at all. And MVL, just as he planned it, another vintage Grunfeld victory.
Well, okay, what does that do in terms of the standings? Where does that leave us? It means that MVL does get a dub, which ultimately puts him in a tie for first with Fabiano Caruana, along with some others. Let me just double check. Yeah, along with Wesley So and Esipenko, who took down Abdusaturov. So what a finish we are potentially in store for. But before we take our final break and give you those final 2 rounds, the man with the plan right next to me here, spiritually, not physically, is Danya Naroditsky, and he's got another breakdown with some game review analysis. Let's do it.
Well, before the last 2 rounds, so far Fabiano Caruana has been the man of the tournament, especially after his really disappointing performance in the first CCT event. He has just been crushing it with both colors, and in the last round, he defeated Hungarian GM Adam Kozak in really a display of Italian mastery. And the critical moment in this game comes early on. They've made all the kind of normal Italian moves. It seems like any position from any super tournament. Bishop b5 is an important idea that's been popular. Just sticking the bishop on the weak square, getting this knight out of the way, and then pushing d4. The critical position comes after Fabi gets his knight around to g3. And already Black's position is very unpleasant. We talked about this really cool tactic, queen f6, knight h5, and bishop g5. And Kozak overreacted. He took a long time. And then he played this move knight h4, forgetting that after bishop takes f4, he has to ruin his pawn structure. And actually, he just loses the f-pawn. And Fabi goes on to win a really, really nice game. Knight f4, then he takes knight takes h4. He brings the knight back to f3, and then seamlessly transitions to the center. He pushes e5, opening up the diagonal and setting up the battery with queen d3. He expands on the king side and gives himself an outpost for his knight. Just look at the harmony with which he plays knight back to h2. Queen f3 preparing to maneuver the knight over to g4. Really playing this like a Russian schoolboy. Rook d1, shutting down the bishop. And then, after a couple more maneuvers, Kozak gives up another pawn, tries to make it interesting, and fails. He loses literally all of his pieces in one move. Fabiano Caruana coasts. Oh, queen e8 is actually checkmate. So that's why he resigned. Fabiano coasts to victory. He is tied for first place, and he is sitting pretty with great chances, barring a last disaster in the last 2 rounds, to make his way into Division 1 tomorrow, Danny.
Always disappointing when they don't play it out to mate. You know, just play king e7, let him checkmate you on e8. That's what the fans want. It's what they deserve. But all right, magical breakdown by Danya Naroditsky there. If you're into magical chess, well then Anti-Chess is the variant for you. Consider checking it out. It's a new way to play chess. Spell chess mechanics. They modify the offense, the defense, and all kinds of crazy stuff. You can use the command in chat or go to go.chess.com/Anti-Chess to check them out today. All right, we got 2 more rounds to check out. So much drama ahead here in the play-in stage of the Chess.com Classic. That man may have the final say in terms of who ultimately takes first place. Hans-Moke Niemann in the mix, along with a lot of the other top players. You've got Min Lei still having a wonderful time twisting his hair We're going to have a wonderful time in these final 2 rounds. I will be back with Danya Naroditsky in just a few. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll be right back.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps. Ready to take your chess to the next level? Now through May 15th, get 50% off any Diamond, Platinum, or Gold Chess.com premium membership. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads, all at 50% off. Go to chess.com/special and enter code CCT24. Discount applied to first payment period only. Existing premium members are not eligible for this offer.
The Chess.com Classic, the second event in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour, rolls on. That man leads the field along with a few others. Fabiano Caruana making up for his first, dare I say, awful performance at the Chessable Masters. Danya, we called it out, so we're going to say it loud and clear here because he has played well today. Bobby looking fresh, playing damn good. Right now, in a position that pretty symmetrical against Wesley So. Neither side brought the most dangerous of fireworks to the board in this one. But at least we still have action because I thought we might get a Berlin draw there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, we will get a Berlin draw, but not, the worst kind of Berlin draw. The second most boring kind of Berlin draw is very likely.
And again, just reminding everybody, if you're just tuning in, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, along with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Andrei Esipenko, they all sit atop the standings with 6 points. So there's only a couple rounds left. Not the worst for them to maybe get a draw in this round. I don't think anybody's safe yet, including the 4 leaders. Remember, you really don't want to be in a position tied for the top 11 because you may be on the outside looking in after tie breaks. So
how
the
many
top 11
times have we
on.
seen that?
Yeah.
Where
too many times.
You're leading the tournament and then you just estimate your tie breaks and then you turn out to be wrong.
Yep. And so we don't know exactly what the score will be. I think you need at least 7, to get into the top 11 at this point. So a full point over the next 2 games, I would guess. The top 11 directly qualify for the placement round, which is tomorrow, where 4 of the Division 1 early qualifiers will join the field. The top 3 still wait for Friday. They are Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Vincent Keymer, if you're wondering. They don't come in until Friday. And yes, by the way, Magnus, along with other players, will be competing on Friday. People have been asking. This does run alongside the Super Bet event, but we have actually coordinated it, Danya, so that people can play in both events. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a gambling man, but I was so sure, Danny, that you coordinated it, that I even super bet on it.
You did? How did you super bet on it or just super bet?
I super bet on it.
Okay. But so shout out to the organizers of the Super Bet event for working with us. Obviously, we all want the best players in the world playing in all the best events. So anyway, there you go.
It's so nice to see players. And, this is one way in which I think traditional chess understanding and approach has changed, Danny, where my coach, like when I would play a tournament, like no bleeds during tournament, no online chess. You are not allowed. No games. And now it's totally normal for players to play Title Tuesday during the candidates tournament. And nobody's like, oh, they're not taking it seriously, because it tells you that they do take online chess seriously. And I think that's great.
Yep. It's also normal for players to be struggling in the candidates and throw down in a late night bullet session against someone, I don't know who would do that. Who would play someone in the candidates for hours bullet? Sounds like a real jerk to me. What do you think?
All right. Don't invite him for any commentary gigs.
All right. Well, we've got a symmetrical position. We're going to move on to MVL's battle with Esipenko here in a minute. Just highlight that when you've got this much symmetry going on, there's not a lot of dynamic action here for either side to play for. So as Danya said, not the most boring Berlin draw, but we're going to head over to the MVL Esipenko battle because this one, a little more dynamic, a little more spicy. Danya, you're the grandmaster, so you go.
I mean, MVL trying to bring the hammer down and win this game to basically guarantee qualification, and yet he may have been bringing the hammer down on himself because d6, it's a weak pawn, but if it advances to d5 under the right circumstances, White's pieces are very discombobulated. You have the rook on a4, so you have a weak back rank. You just have a lot of weaknesses here, and I don't see what the catch is. Why can't Black just push d5 and open up the center to his favor?
Yeah, a5 is also a target, by the way. Of the 2 a pawns, Black has a better chance, I think, of quickly snatching that one. I'm with you. It's an awkward position, and d5 is on the board, just what the Dr. Danya ordered. And Esipenko giving us the interrogation treatment with the light right over his head. Don't look directly at it. You're going to blind yourself. But there you go. Put your head in front of it, big fella. Help
Knight
us all out there.
c3 also is a huge threat. Knight b4. These knights are just jumping around the queen side. And MVL, what a topsy-turvy event he's had. I mean, every game is an adventure for him, but not the kind of
Yeah.
adventure that he's looking for this time around.
Yeah, that knight on e4 is more of a unicorn, quite the beast, and hard to see how you get rid of it. Also, bishop b4 is a threat, by the way. We haven't even talked about that. That's awkward AF.
It is. Bishop b4, knight c3, and this is getting spicy, but not in White's favor.
Not the sriracha kind.
No.
All right. Well, we're not going to head back to the game between the other two players sitting on six of 7. They are Caruana and So, because that game hasn't changed much and seems to be peaceful. Players like Duda and Warmerdin, Sevian and Truong Sun, who we haven't even seen all event. Those players are definitely pushing a little harder with 5.5 points. Vakitov taking on Jospum.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Rachmanov taking on Neiman. Go ahead.
It's crazy that, again, players like Warmerdam, where was he this entire tournament? And suddenly he's on board 4 playing against Duda.
We can't cover every person. That's why, by the way, speaking of coming out of nowhere, I want to go to the Dubov game. Daniil Dubov is putting the pain on Opar. This is about to be over. Yeah,
this looks like a game, that my coach. Looks like some 18th century game where Morphy crushes, some player he plays in a simul. Except Grigori Oparin is a incredibly strong GM. Just G takes H6 and knight D5. I mean, this is just slam dunk. Goodbye.
I want to see knight D. Okay, he plays G6, which makes sense. Obviously, better than opening the G file.
But it doesn't make dollars.
Okay, but if knight D5 is it that over? I know the eval bar gives us some bias, and certainly the attack looks dangerous. But E4 is also weak, and I don't see the knockout yet. So you take over and drive if you feel like Dubov is really just moments away from knocking this one out of the park.
Well, Joshua Chamberlain, I mean, he's always watching. So I want to be careful with my words here. Yeah, Rook F1 is a really classy move. You're not rushing with knight D5, and what you're actually setting up is knight takes F5. We should show people, I think, knight takes F5 on the previous move. Walked into queen takes F5. Obviously, you would want to open the G file, so that's the point of Rook F1. You're actually just setting up knight takes F5, and I don't think Black can do anything about it. Knight takes E4 doesn't help. You just still play knight takes F5. It's totally winning.
You're even threatening rook takes F5 depending on how aggressive you want to get with rook G7 and queen G5, right? Just open up. Here we go.
Yep.
So that makes sense. I guess as you put it that way, it seems harder to defend this position for Black. Agreed Town, population us. We're hanging out there. There's an airport now in Agreement Town. I don't know if you knew that, so we can get in and get out faster. Yeah, Agreement Town just got an airport.
Damn. I mean, it's growing fast. It's soon going to be flying off to Mexico and Canada, and we can call it international.
Hoping to get a Home Depot and a Trader Joe's soon in Agreement Town.
Damn right. And then a Walmart coming up. And nice chicken joint.
Rook DF1. You're threatening to take F5, taking E4, not really an option.
Yeah,
Rook F7. E4, we just take F5. If you take,
and if Rook takes
I knew that. I knew if you took with the bishop, Rook takes F7. I was saying if you took with the knight, I guess knight, Rook takes. The queen was under fire. So I was saying if you take with the knight, I assume the move is just takes F5 first. That's got to be it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is resignable. I mean, I don't understand what's so wrong for Oparin that it looks like he's made less moves than White has, but this is 1-0.
Okay, so Dubov, by the way, so that means, speaking of the goal of the initial play-in day, everybody, is really to make the top 11. Dubov, even though we haven't talked about him all day, is certainly within striking distance of doing that. And if he delivers a knockout blow here, watch out. Okay, Caruana and So did draw.
Ooh.
If we want to head back to the tournament leaders, or you can choose our adventure next. Up to you.
Okay. Well, MVL is worse. On board 6, we have Rachmanov. We have Duda Warmerdam. We could take a quick look at that one just to kind of see whether Max Warmerdam can continue his great performance. I mean, it looks like a draw. is in the cards, and I think a draw is bad for both players here, Danny, because that puts you on 5.5 out of 8 if you're trying to get into Division 1. It's maybe if you're Duda, you can draw and then win in the last round, but if you're Warmerdam, you probably don't have the greatest tie breaks. So but winning with Black against Duda, easier said than done. MVL pulled it off in the last round.
Well, by the way, no, just so you know, just to clarify the standings, a draw is, I think, a great result for Warmerdam because remember, he does have 5.5. Duda has 5. Warmerdam is the only player with 5.5. So that's how he snuck in there. Yeah,
great clarification. I didn't notice that.
If you call the standings like you see it, with Caruana and So having already drawn everyone, they sit at 6.5 with one more round to play. MVL and Esipenko have 6, and then Warmerdam coming into this round was the only player with 5.5. And then you have literally a list of like 30 freaking top grandmasters with 5 points. But Warmerdam is in a good spot if he can hold the draw with Black here.
Yeah, he's started off kind of cold, but he's been getting warmer as the tournament's been coming along.
He's been getting warmer than my friend Don.
I wonder if he's from Amsterdam. Warmerdam from Amsterdam.
All right. Well, here we go. We've got wait, 96 was not a move the computer is happy about. Maybe he gave Duda some chances there. What's the plan? By the way, rook d1 is not the move, everybody. That would lose on the spot. Knight takes e4 with check, wins the rook. So don't do that.
So maybe all rook endgames are drawn goes the common wisdom. The problem here, I think c5 was overlooked, Danny. Rook d2 check, king e3. And suddenly the pawn sneaks through. It's crazy, but your king on f8 looks so like it's so close to the pawn. But because of these two tempo moves, Warmerdam has to go passive with rook c6, and then White's king inches forward. What a moment!
That's actually really huge because the king looks like it's inside the. Sorry, my mouse got stuck. The king looks like it's inside the box, which again, in a traditional king and pawn ending, that would be enough, but not when your rook is behind the pawn. Now the pawn just marches on. Like, as I was trying to describe this theme, he blunders into it. c6.
But c6, he wants to go rook d8, c7, rook c8. So he's actually inviting the pawn forward because he thinks that he can pick it off more easily with his king. Maybe the pawn endgame that ensues is winning for White, because what often happens in these situations is White pushes the pawn at c7 and then basically has like 3 moves because Black will have to play king e7, king d7, etc. And in that time, White sets himself up for the pawn endgame.
I was going to say, but I think it is winning. I mean, I think our reaction was justified because you play c7 and the king comes up, and Black cannot win this pawn without...
Why are you not pushing?
Did he just allow this? No.
Then rook d1.
No, then we can check.
But maybe he allowed king to... Wait a second. This is actually really interesting.
I feel like that might have been a computer slight overreaction. Yes, it may not have been as accurate, but that's one of those where the eval bar corrected itself. And I actually think White was still just winning, and c7 is still coming. That's my bold call out the eval bar there, because I think sometimes it looks a little bit jarring, but I think from a principled perspective, you're going to push the pawn. At some point, Black is going to have to go gather it, and White is going to win the king and pawn ending. Maybe king e4 was not the computer's favorite way, but I think this is still fine.
Yeah, and I think the reason he's not pushing is actually maybe potentially very smart. He's trying to, like, maybe king f4 deserves attention, but then the rook slides up to c7, and Black has a little bit more leverage, so c7 has to be calculated first and foremost. I think it is winning. c7, king d6, and then maybe g4.
I was going to say, I was just about to highlight, can you get away with g4? Obviously, taking is off the agenda, because when you gather c7, I will rush the pawn. Harry is a wizard on h8. So, and if you don't take g4, I take and eventually get in with king f5. So I again, I think, all due respect to our artificially intelligent overlords, I for one welcome their reign. We are still in a winning position for White.
And maybe king d7 should be tried with this classic trick where you're trying to replace the rook with the king and go rook e8 check and king c8. The problem is, even if you do that, you're probably still lost. So king d7, White can still play g4. White can slide the king to f4, and that has to be calculated too. Ooh.
Yeah. I like that trick, though, from Danya. just spitting out some grandmaster tricks there and some bullet tricks from one of the best bullet players in the world, everyone. That being Danya Naroditsky. We'll give him compliments. The king d7 idea to give the check and then switch is actually a really nice trick, because if it actually worked out and white didn't have enough time to win over here, which we think white does, now all of a sudden your king is doing the passive job, which is what you want your king doing, and your rook gets back in that spot where he can flex and do his job, which is the aggressive stuff. So that's a very nice trick from Danya to point out that that whole little quickly flip the position of the king and rook to take home.
Yeah, this is this ain't good for Max, and this will be a tough loss, because with a draw, as you said, he would have been on 6. He would have had a chance to make it into Division 1. In the meantime, MVL still worse on board 1.
Yep, MVL still worse, but it's not
holding.
It's holding worse. Yeah, we're gonna stick here for just a second. I want to see what move we get from Warmerdon. I'm looking at the other games here. Sevian just stays with it, by the way. If he gets another dub, once again, he will have been neglected and and still just, inching his way toward the top 11.
Yeah.
Wild stuff.
Okay. Well, what else do we have? Vokidov Martinez draw on board 5. And
Vokidov Martinez board 5. They drew. I'm pouring my caffeine drink.
Your unidentified caffeinated drink.
My unidentified caffeinated drink that the world is still guessing about. And it'll be a little bit of a teaser for people just to see the color of it.
Ooh, okay.
Oh my God.
How many degrees Fahrenheit?
That was so unnatural. That was so unnatural.
Freshly squeezed orange juice.
My AirThings device says I'm doing okay. I think that's a decent amount of CO2 that I've been sucking in here in the office. I hope so. Well, if anything, anyway, we got the AirThings. We got other stuff going on, but we don't have a drink sponsor, so they don't get to be on camera. All right, here we go. Jan Shistov doing his thing. He's going to convert to that king upon inning we talked about. I'm ready to move on.
A UCB, unidentified caffeinated beverage.
All right, king g5, and this is what we talked about, everyone. If black takes, you open up the floodgates for an outside passer. If you don't, well, I guess the same thing in the end, because white's going to win the h-pawn, and this king is way too far away from doing anything that truly competes. So Warmerdon probably resigns here momentarily. Where you want to go? You want to go to MVL? You want to go to Vokidov and Martinez?
Wait, Sevian is about to win. Sevian on board 4. Can we go to him?
Shoust we shoust.
He's up a rook. A full rook. It's just literally up a rook.
It's a rook. Hey. I lost to Hikaru Nakamura up a rook one time. I don't know why I just brought that up. It's one of the most painful memories of my chess career. Just wanted to share it.
Wait, what was one of the most painful memories?
Losing to Hikaru up a rook.
That was a classical game?
It wasn't. No, it was online blitz. I was going to say it wasn't full Lawrence Trent. Lawrence Trent losing up a rook to Magnus was worse. This was different, but it wasn't my finest moment. Okay, Sam Sevian, speaking of finest moments, he's playing some fantastic chess here today. We know that MVL and Esipenko are likely to finish peacefully, which means they will remain tied for first, along with Caruana and So, who already drew earlier, if you missed it.
Okay. Dubov has won. I mean, we expected that.
I see Sadwani versus Rasulov. That's also another one there. We see Rachmanov versus Hans Niemann. We see Leonard Dominguez-Perez losing to Adam Kozak. That's unfortunate for LDP. Yeah, you know me. I love that LDP.
Wait, can we look at that position, Lenier versus Kozak? Because Kozak has 20 seconds.
Let's do it. Oh, right as I said, that was a blunder, and it turns around.
But I mean, okay, this is... Oh, there was a tactic, apparently, because how was black better in that position? Wait, queen f8, and suddenly the eval bar swings 180 degrees. No, I think it was just a wrong eval bar kind of thing.
Okay.
It was an evil bar.
An evil bar. Okay. So here we've got a position where
E5
LDP he's not only up on the clock, he's also in a great position. This B5 pawn is weak, this F6 pawn is weak. I actually have no idea what's going on here besides I love white's position.
11 seconds for Adam Kozak. This is when the Ruy Lopez goes right. This is what you get. I mean, I think Lenier had e5 instead of knight d4, and that might have been a crusher, but he's just keeping the pressure on. But Kozak is really good in time scrambles. I've had some Title Tuesday time scrambles with him. He's generally very with it in time scrambles. I wouldn't count him out in this game. It's hard to actually break through, Danny. That's the big problem for for white. You can play queen g3 and hit the pawn at knight e8. And okay, black holds in on Cemento.
Yeah, Cemento Memento, starring Guy Pearce. Fantastic movie.
Lecco.
That's right. I think Guy
Bishop
Pearce
takes
would
d4.
play Peter Lecco. Bishop
Really?
takes d4, c takes d4.
You're really piercing the heart of this position. 2 seconds for Kozak. He's got to move.
It moves. At some point, do we have g5? I've been staring at it for a while. I want to open the F file. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on.
Especially with 3 seconds. And Lenier, he got the memo. But look at Kozak.
Yep.
So far, so good.
Oh my gosh. G5 was a bad idea. Never listen to Danny. Things turn around faster than we can.
Say F faster than we can say F6.
6. The queen just blocks, right?
No, F6. Bishop takes F2. Maybe.
Sacking the queen and then taking
and then
C2?
rook takes C2. Oh
my. Then maybe that's what he missed. Maybe he thought he had this little intermezzo F6 and he didn't.
So what does he do? He's got 30 seconds now himself. Can Kozak turn this game around and win?
Take d4.
What?
Just do it. Take d4 and just sit on the bishop pair. Rely on the time pressure with your opponent having an open king. Just take d4.
He's burning all of his time trying to figure out F6.
He did it.
Bishop F2 wins.
Bishop takes F2. Kozak sees it. Oh my God. He's going to blow it. And Kozak sees the queen sack under time pressure.
But wait, King H1, and I'm not sold on the fact that it's totally over. Kozak needs a few more accurate moves. He's got 3 seconds on his clock. We've seen crazier things happen today. Bishop F5 would be my choice. He's played Bishop E3. He's blundered. Bishop takes E3. Bishop takes E3 and rook F8.
It was mate. It was mate with Bishop D4, and he missed it.
This is another terrible move by Black. He had Bishop F5 winning on the spot. Now it's anybody's game again.
But
we have to show that in the end. We have to show that
back
tactic.
up and show that. That was dude. Bishop E3 with rook F8 and Bishop D4 was mate. Oh my gosh. I feel like Ben Feingold and David Pruitt. No one wants to find checkmate.
Rook B6.
Okay.
He walked into that with tempo, and now the B pawn's heading forward. But I think Black will win.
I think so too. As soon as we went here, I was like, I think Black is going to win because the moment you corral that pawn, the 2 pieces will be better than the rook here. H3 is even hanging now. Just take it.
But Mr. Dominguez not going down without a fight. Knight B5, King D5 was the idea. Kozak says thank you for the pawn. Rook B7, Bishop G2 is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Bishop T. What are we doing? Rook B7. Okay, now actually Rook B8 was better because here comes the B pawn more aggressively, and you have Rook H8.
Black could lose this.
96 is a threat.
Wait,
what a move,
B6?
Bishop F7.
Why not B6? Knight B5? No, I don't know. I'm telling you, it's a 3-result game.
What is going on here?
White is playing for a win is what's going on.
Oh, but he's going to mate him on the edge of the board, knight and bishop style.
I'm telling you. But King B7, Rook C7, Kozak's going to lose.
He's going to take H7, and now he's got B7 and King B6 coming.
Oh, maybe put the rook on G7 first, just so you can take the pawn when you need to.
Okay.
Rook D7, Knight C5.
Go to D6. Go get it. Go get it.
No, but Knight C5 and Rook D8 check there was winning. Now B7, King A7 is a problem.
Oh, B7, King A7. Very nice. So is he going to take the draw? Don't tell me this ends peacefully. Come on.
D7. Rook D7. No.
Oh, my God. It's going to end in a draw. What a just absolute, talk about leaving you wanting more. I feel robbed.
That right there. It was a Kodak moment, or shall I say a Kozak moment.
We have to back up. We have to back up and see this moment because I want Danya to be able to show the checkmate that existed right here. Instead of queen to E4, take it away, Danya.
I mean, this was honestly incredible. Bishop takes E3 is not a pattern you see every day or even every life.
Yeah.
Rook takes G2. This is an actual Kodak moment. King G7, Bishop D4, Knight F6. Don't go GF because after King H6, Black wins. Bishop F6, checkmate. This was winning for Lenier, and this was just one of many twists and turns, Danny. You can take the board back from me. What a game. This was the highlight of the tournament for me.
What a crazy game. That was so much fun. Ultimately, I guess it was poetic justice served with a draw, given that both sides did have winning chances. But yeah, certainly Lanier felt like he let that one go. Ultimately, where we sit heading into the final round, remember the top 11 qualify for Division 1 placement. Fabiano Caruana, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, and Andrei Esipenko. I hate to say it, they could probably draw their way there, maybe, because there are only 4 players on 6. Jan Krzysztof Duda, Sevian, Bluebomb, and Dubov. Those 4 players with 6 trail them. And then, again, we have a massive list of human beings on 5.5 points. It becomes a who's list of superstar chess players. So we're not going to list them all. But wow, Danya, I am jazzed. I am all jazzed up.
Yeah, no, the real intrigue is going to be on the tail end of who qualifies for the top 11. I mean, we shouldn't criticize some of the top boards for making a quick draw. It's just the way these tournaments work. It's not bad, but man, will we get a lot of fighting chess in the last round. We're still experiencing some fighting chess in this round as Igor Lissy, that means bald in Russian, fun fact. His name is Igor Bald. I don't think he's actually bald.
I might be going bald, so let's just put that on the table now. I want to just get ahead of
that's a bold
the
statement.
Vanity, it's a bold statement that I might be losing my hair, But yeah, you've got certainly many players who have to fight for a win in order to clinch it. I think the top 4 players are in an interesting kind of situation. More than likely they can play for peace. But okay. Pablo Salinas Herrera versus Igor Lissy, as you said. Lissy? Bald?
Lissy.
Igor Bald.
Lissy.
Yeah. Igor's going bald, his new nickname. Hey.
Igor's going bald. Bald Igor Bald.
Baldy. You heard of a bald eagle? Here's a bald Igor. There you go. You get it. You and I are having too much fun. All right, everybody. One more round to go in the play-in stage of the Chess.com Classic. It's the second leg of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. We have drama. Okay, that's what that means. Drama. And man, oh man, I'm excited for this last set of games. Shout out to chat.
Woo! That was, you didn't need any sriracha on that one. And I add sriracha to everything. But these last games, they will be big. And it's not necessarily the case that everybody at the top will make a quick draw. I mean, if you're someone like Wesley, you might say, well, I want to play for a win, see how it goes. And, if my opponent knows his stuff, then I'm going to make a draw. But let's see, by the pace of play, I'm guessing that we might get some sort of a forcing draw. Yeah, this is the Queen A5, Queen takes A2 variation. This is a very well-known way to hedge your bets if you're playing white, and MVL knows this by heart. Queen D2 is a move here also, by the way. So don't pre-move Queen takes A2 if you're MVL.
Okay, well, the moves came in so fast. These players are playing faster than the event server can keep up with. There are different relay delays that happen. For those of you who are always curious what we do for fair play, all players are under 2 cameras. We can see views that you can't see, including other types of screen sharing, monitoring stuff. And there is no access to the live games in real time, i.e. eliminating, hopefully, a second gunman influencing it, because nobody can see the games where they're being played on the live server besides staff, and everything else is on a full 1 minute delay. So, fun fact, haven't done our fair play shout out of the day. And what it means is sometimes when the moves come in rapid fire like that, Danya, we literally got the moves served really, really quickly to the events platform where you and I are doing our commentary.
For sure. That was a good breakdown. And
good reminder.
This line leads to a forced draw like 99% of the time, but this might be the 1% where we actually get some sort of fresh position. I don't know this well, but I think the players do, and that's what's important. We're going to get some sort of a repetition, or bishop b4, bishop takes c5, and queen takes e6 will happen. One way or another, this will liquidate.
It's an obstacle to bishop position coming ahead.
Okay.
Oh, well, okay, but bishop c3, knight d3. Well, okay,
No,
they already
perpetual
know.
rook g7, rook d7.
Look at that. Adorable. That was adorable, you guys. Wesley So looking cute, sitting on that chair. Sacked my queen. Look at that. All right. Good talk, fellas. Good talk with that draw. The second board has Esipenko taking the white pieces versus Caruana. This one's a little bit different.
More interesting position. Esipenko trying to win this game.
Yeah. Esipenko is this is not a line that, as far as I know, has any forced theoretical draws, Danya, unlike the Grunfeld variation we just saw there. This is, this will be a game. It doesn't mean the players will spend their time taking huge risks, but yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, if there's one surprise, it's that Jose Martinez agreed to a quick draw with Vidit Gujrathi. That's a bit of a risky play. I mean, there's a lot of players who could easily leapfrog them. They finish with 6 out of 9, not competing for a decisive victory here in the last round. But there's a lot of players with 5.5 who could leapfrog them. So I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and publicly criticize that decision. I don't think that was the best decision from Jospam and Gujrathi.
Yeah, I mean, I understand like why you want to end on a good note, and you want to give yourself a chance, but still, I mean, it does make sense to play in that situation. And yeah, definitely Esipenko and Caruana are playing a game. They've got a very combative position. There might be a draw offer, but other than that, there's no easy way to go down like the path that Wesley and MVL did.
Yeah. Okay, so this one will be a game. Jospam, Jose Martinez, and Vidit Gujrathi sit at 8 and 9 right now, but that's only because they have already finished, and so they are tied with the players at 6. But I'm gonna make a bold prediction that neither one of those players makes the top 11, given how many people I see at 5.5.
Did Fabi offer a draw? Because Esipenko's taking just a ridiculous amount of time on this one move. No. I guess he was just thinking.
There you go. Okay. Well, we're going to have action here between Caruana and Esipenko, and even if it feels unnecessary, because I think they are in a safe position where 7 out of 9 will surely punch their ticket. Remember, it also makes sense to try to finish in the higher part of the standings, because you do get a more favorable pairing potentially, given that you get to choose your opponent. There's all kinds of fun little twists and turns in our format, so who knows what these players are playing for at this point.
That's right. Okay, so we have Dubov versus Duda, and I think that will be a draw in due time.
Mm-hmm. Dubov is singing Zippity Doo-Dah as they take a draw.
Yep, this is a very, very, very well-known Scotch line.
I'm
where technically,
just to show.
Yeah, white is up a pawn, but it's like rook c3 and rook a3. White has no way to make progress, so black just has full compensation. You don't have to play rook a3. You can play f5 and get your king up to f6. One way or the other, this will be a draw. Yeah,
okay, so Dubov and Duda will be seeing this one head toward peace. Board 4, let's continue to move around the horn here. Bluebaum and Sevian. This is one where the players are clearly going to be fighting for more. I don't think that it's funny because, I think all the players, let's call it like it is, right? These events are marathons. They are not sprints. So as much as we always want to scream as commentators and fans in every single round that they play for decisive results, the reality is the Champions Chess Tour and the 4 legs that lead toward the live finals is a bit of an ordeal. It's a gauntlet. And so just surviving the play-in stage is step 1, right, Danya? Then you get to the placement, and then you move into knockout play as the divisions get set. And so not only do I not criticize them as we have another result, Dubov gets a draw against Duda, but it's kind of funny because I think if the players had their way, they would see the other results just to know what they have to play for, because they really don't want to play for a win if they don't have to. I kind of understand it, but you can't just sit there and say pass while your clock is ticking.
That's exactly right. And by the way, in Bluebaum's game, He's executed this plan before in what seems like a different tournament. It was, in fact, this tournament against Fabiano Caruana in one of the early rounds. This bishop e1, bishop h4 maneuver. So clearly just setting himself a plan in this tournament. This is what I'm going to do with the white pieces against every opening, and now just doing it.
And he had a good position against Fabiano, by the way. He ultimately went on to lose that game, but he had a good position.
I had a good position against Daniel Wrench in the 2009 Philadelphia International, and I went on to lose that game.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. You know, the reason you lost that game, youngster, I honestly, I think you couldn't even see over the table at that time. So I will take my my happy victory. Although you were very strong. You were already like 2,300 at like the age of what?
2350. Yeah. That game made its way into my endgame book, actually. Because we had this really interesting. Actually, you played brilliantly in a rook endgame. And you were already in IM.
I was in IM, but I haven't gotten any better since. It's been a long 15 years. I am old now. Thank you.
That was a GM.
All right, here we go. Well, we've got CD4 and ED4 right back. You got to maintain control over that center. Pop a pony.
Don't like this for Sam. Don't like this at all, because white has, first of all, knight e2 to g3 to f5 is a nasty idea. Queen d1 to b3, another move you see sometimes in these types of positions, setting up the threat of bishop takes e4 and bishop takes b4. So this bishop on e1 is actually an incredibly placed piece. It's holding a lot of the key squares, such as d2, right? You often have queen b3 runs into knight d2 with a fork. Not here. I think Blue Bomb has a shot here of winning a huge game and making his way into Division 1 with a victory.
What an ending that would be for Sam Sevian after a great chess all day, keeping pace with every single person in the field. If he were to lose his last game and go home, heartbreaking. But hey, that's why the game is played. Knight g3 by Blue Bomb. Maybe not the most forcing option. I think your queen b3 was best, by the way. I like that move.
Yep. But knight g3 is tempting. Yeah, knight d7 to f6, just cemento, stabilizing the knight on e4. And then knight f5 can be met with bishop d6 dropping back to f8. And maybe the worst is behind him already. Yes.
By the way, none of the other games really showing anything. So if you're wondering, obviously you can watch and choose which game you're focused on over at the Chess.com events portal. But not really anything leaning besides a small advantage, maybe edging its way toward Caruana as he plays black against Esipenko. So but nothing else to really look at.
I think the epicenter, or shall I say the epicenter of the tension lies on board 2. Because now I said Episenko. Esipenko has 3.5 minutes on his clock. We do see queen b3 from Blue Baum, but maybe a little bit too late to be as effective. It still threatens bishop takes c4. I still like his position. And this one will be very combative one way or the other.
It is instructive. Obviously, he may have missed the best opportunity to do so, playing queen to b3 after knight g3. But it's instructive to see how strong players build on the tension, everyone, because black really can't take on e5. It's just a non-starter to allow white to capture back and open the f-file. And so you are threatening things on f7 without actually threatening f7. And putting pressure on b4, which also indirectly puts pressure here on the loose bishop. So, again, I know the position seems equal, or according to the computer it is, but I still like white a lot here. And I think Sevian feels uncomfortable as well. As you can see, he's down a couple of minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. His position hasn't been good since the opening. So, okay, Esipenko is apparently worse also. Queen b6.
What is this move?
I think it's the correct move, because you can always play bishop d6 takes e5 at the right moment to eliminate the threat against f7. He takes g3, and I think we'll follow up with queen b6. So he's doing fine. Can we check into Esipenko Caruana also?
Let's do it. We're heading over there. Esipenko. Wow, this weird. Looks like it went well for Fabiano out of the opening.
Well, there's a shocker.
It's not every day you see a rook on b3 in front of the pawn chain like this. The a5 pawn already so far extended. This is interesting.
Funny line, a6, which I think is very likely. Black might play b5 because rook takes b5, I was calculating. CB, queen a8. king c7, queen b7, king d6, knight e4, king e6.
Oh my gosh.
And the bishop on e7 defends the c5 pawn, so there's no fork, and black wins on the spot. Actually, white cannot avoid the queen trade here, which is really funny.
Wow. It's a fun line, and I agree with you. There's a decent chance that a6 comes to the board here. Not yet. Esipenko's still on the clock. And by the way, speaking of time, Esipenko is running out of it. That's probably just as big of an advantage that that Fabi has here. We see the computer likes black, but almost 4 minutes. Shout out to Fabi. If he manages to win the last round sort of unnecessarily so with black, that would be a good sign for him.
That's why I did the game review, dedicated the game review to him, because Fabi has had a great rebound event. He's done great on the clock. Honestly, just you called it at the very start. You know, the players coming off the candidates, they oftentimes wait. By the way, Jan Nepomniachtchi, where is he? Has he just dropped off?
No, he's playing tomorrow. Remember, he's already got placement. He's already got a spot in the placement. Yeah.
Who else from the candidates is playing in this qualifier? It's not Jan. I guess Vidit.
But
I feel like somebody else was high up in the beginning and then dropped off. Oh, I guess Nodirbek was the name I was thinking of.
But he wasn't in the candidates.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, no, I mean, we said beforehand coming in that often players, after they've competed in the pinnacle of slow chess, bring in that prep and that form to fast chess, if we're just using slow and fast, regardless of the other terms we use in the chess world, classical, rapid, or blitz. This is usually where players can shine, and Fabi has delivered on that prophecy today. He's played fantastic chess, and if he wins this as black, what a way to kick off the Chess.com Classic.
Indeed. F5 on the board. I mean, look at the tactical, just the energy in his play. Queen takes e5, f3, and bishop d6 was winning.
Wild.
And bishop d6 to set up the same idea in the other order. Actually, even f3 first and then e4 is also threatened. Esipenko has to drop his king back. And this is looking like a death sentence. Queen f3. Whoa. Now it's already smelling like
look, there's
C4
you know what
and
I was just
E4.
about to say. There's a d2 knight that's a little tender, and Fabi, before even overthinking it, just puts the bishop back, which attacks the a5 pawn and makes e4 an immediate threat because the d2 knight is loose.
Huge threat. I mean, also you can even start with c4 in some cases to deflect the knight and then play e4, but it's unnecessary because the knight is hanging. No, and h4.
Yeah,
even rook g4 is a possibility here.
I think you were right, though. I mean, Esipenko needed to play more prophylactically, if that's a word. Prophylactic thinking was in order. Put the king on h1 and get out of the danger of checks, but he didn't do it. And now he's going to pay the price. Because now there's just too many problems to solve. You can't get the king off the diagonal, the knight to a safe spot, and the queen away from the tempo moves. It's just, here we go. I got to see the end. Fabi's going to deliver. Here comes e4,
and rook g6,
doubling the rooks.
And so impressive how he's playing on all sides of the board. Like he's pressing all the buttons. He's like an operator, TV operator, just pressing all the buttons, or like a pilot. Esipenko trying to press his buttons on the queen side, but that's the only button he can press. And now Fabi will double on the g file. You can't go rook g1 because of e4. And this is often what happens when you're so lost, is you cannot hold and contain all of the weaknesses in your position. It is over.
And the rook just feels more lost than ever on the b file in front of the b pawn, staring at a brick wall. The rook's not connected. Certainly doesn't help the tactics that are about to happen here. So there you go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Probably after this game, the game with the most potential on the decisive results will be some others. We'll jump to them in a minute. But yeah, we're going to stay here until we get this one in the books. Fabiano Caruana. You know what he's doing right now?
What's he doing right now?
He's playing like a star.
Ha!
You know what's about to happen? Pain.
Wow, that is nifty right there.
You know what could be explosive? C4.
Oh my gosh. I'm just going to let you do your thing.
Can anyone else hear the sound effects that happen when I use them? Like, can you hear the sound effects?
I mean, I can. I don't know
okay.
if
I don't know
can.
If you can, that just makes me so happy. That one doesn't make it. Only the top ones make the fun stuff.
I thought only Wesley made you so happy.
Ooh, the queen's a target. Sorry, the target, exactly. I won't continue. But
It's
this
like the
was
Mitch
fun.
Hedberg joke. I wanted to today. I wanted to do my grocery shopping at Target, but I missed.
Love it. I love it. Bobby is killing it. Thank you, featured chat. Chat, you've been killing it. You've behaved. You've behaved. We've had a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Some productive comments. Queen D5. That tells you how bad your position is when your opponent can offer an endgame and you're still completely, you know what? Like, wouldn't that be amazing if White traded and fixed Black's pawn structure? Can we just get a visual on that, please? Can I get a visual? Can I get a visual?
And then
Wow.
Black plays B5, pawn F4,
Yes.
back to G5, and then A5.
Yeah, we just crush forward. But okay, C4 has been played.
Okay, Esipenko still fighting. I mean, we've seen crazy turnarounds. We saw Kozak Dominguez. We saw MVL almost not winning that endgame against Duda. So Josh Chamberlain has been happy. Apparently, Chad can't hear the sounds, but I can, and that's the only thing that you care about.
It's the only thing that matters. I'm here to entertain you. But E4 is played. Knight H4.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
but okay. I mean, rook F6 and okay, knight is trapped here.
Yeah, the knight is trapped. That's a good point. Bobby's just taking his time. He's up 2 minutes on the clock. The knight on H4. Feeling less like a knight.
I'm speechless.
I was just waiting for you.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing to add to this display of technical mastery. Yeah, this is. But do I have anything to add to Esipenko's saving chances? Look at what he's managed to do. He's managed to evacuate his knight from H4, Danny.
Yeah, he did.
And again, I keep coming back to this because it's such an important aspect of what sets these top players apart, even from like 2,600 GMs, is the resilience is off the charts. They never go down without a huge fight. And even other super GMs find it difficult to win these games.
Yep. Agreed. Especially players who, we talk about it, we've called them the online generation, right? The players who've grown up not just watching other top players like Hikaru Nakamura save games that they had no business saving, but when you've played so many games where you persevered and maybe, stole not just a draw from the jaws of defeat, but a victory, you kind of get used to it, and you become aware of how tricky chess can be and how hard it can be to convert. So I think they just have that extra resilience and attitude that is literally a never say die. Now,
but
that said,
I think it's time to die.
Yeah. That said, Fabiano Caruana is on form today, and this is looking harder and harder to hold. That rook on B3,
Yes.
by the way, feeling awkward AF, awkward as Fabi. And that's it.
Oh my! Have you been preparing that for the entire broadcast? All like 4.5 hours or however long we've been live?
I've used awkward as Fabi before, AF, ever since we hosted the 2021 World Championship commentary together here at the Chess.com studio, actually. So I will not take credit for my own joke that I've used before. But if it was the first time you've heard it, then yes, I prepared it all day for you. Depends on what story you want.
I appreciate it.
All right, the knight is centralized. Let's give the pony some credit. No longer a donkey. But yeah, that's a problem. Rook C3, what happens next? Bishop E5, maybe?
Bishop D8 also, going after the H4 pawn. You can just win a game like this by taking a bunch of pawns. That is a lot of
Bishop
rook
D8
D8
was great, by the way. Okay, this is also fantastic. But Bishop D8 was, I think you were right. I think that was the most delicious version. Oh, you can't take it. That's a 4. Give him the brilliant emote. Give it to him, baby. He
Rook
takes
D2.
that brilliant
the other rook
emote
can come
to add.
D2.
The other rook. Give him another brilliant. Rook D2.
Nah, that would be a blunder.
That's a blunder. It doesn't work because now you can take. But I wanted it. All right. Okay, now what? You take and play bishop e5 or rook d3. I don't know why I'm elongating my first syllable. The
I think he
emphasis.
should play bishop e5, and Esipenko will lose this game on time or on the
Bishop
board.
e5, rook
Mis
b1.
amigos.
Mis amigos.
Mis amigos. Fabiano will win us this game. And Hans also was winning, and his eval bar is swinging.
Hans was winning. Oh, his advantage is gone? No, it's back.
What is happening in that game?
Might be about to beat Dmitry Kolarz. We will head to that game in a second. The moment we've got a result here.
Which, I'm telling you, it's crazy, but it's not over. Danny, rook e3
actually,
is a blunder because of knight d6 and knight f5. And the game turns around.
Dude.
It's
actually
not that easy. Because white has a passed f-pawn.
Has Fabi already blown the game? Okay, he's trying to keep the two passers, but
he's
Esipenko
he's actively starting to do it. I can just sense when the trend of the game starts to see when the choke starts happening. Fabi needs to stabilize right now. He's got to take his time and find a couple of accurate moves to bring this back into control. And I think he's doing just that. Bishop d6 and b5. b5, get those pass pawns rolling.
He's losing every pawn. Luckily, the bishop is still better than the knight in these types of pass pawn races. So Fabi has that going for him.
That's d3, f6. Rook b2.
Rook b2 is coming.
c2.
Rook b. Oh, c2 with check. He just blundered it. Oh my gosh. And Fabi breathes a sigh of relief. That was hilarious. You see that reaction. They say body language isn't telling. Jesus. I think Fabi was pretty excited when that happened. All right. Well, congratulations for winning the play-in event clear to Fabiano Caruana, but we have another game that's about to finish. We have to head over to Hans Niemann's game versus Dmitry Kolarz. It's the only game still going that has implications on the standings, and I don't know what just... Oh, my God!
No!
He just blundered his queen in one move! Oh, my gosh. Not that I need more reasons for Hans Niemann to be mad at me, but I think that was a commentator's curse. We just headed over to the game, and Hans Niemann goes from completely winning to blundering his queen in one move.
Meant to play pawn. He meant to play pawn e5, I think, which is winning. Which is
a mouse
winning.
slip.
And he accidentally put his queen on that square.
Well, it's one of those things. Well, here, I know exactly what happened, and so do you, Danya. What happened was he's trying to play fast with seconds on the clock, and when you click, you were considering queen f5 check, so he clicked the queen because of queen f5, and then decided to play e5, and then touched the e5 square, and that's what happened. That's literally what happened. He touched the queen, decided not to give check because he saw that this was winning, and then touched e5, and then that's what happened.
And the crazy thing is, a draw, even if the game ended in a draw, because Kolarz wins, he actually gives himself a chance.
Wow.
People with 6.5, Danny, some will qualify, and Kolarz might be one of them. And he really grabbed the bull by the collar there. That was incredible. What a painful moment for Hans, and he is playing a classical event. He's going to have to put it past him, but mouse slips in critical moments, they stay with you for a while. The mouse usually doesn't stay with you, doesn't live longer than that day, but yeah, that was
Indeed.
A crazy moment.
Wow. Heartbreaker in the final seconds, literally, of the event for Hans Niemann. But as we get our final standings set up, I will just, before we throw to you and get our last game review of the day, call out that I was right at the beginning of the round, not because I have any interest in calling them out, but I said it would be a huge mistake that Vida Gujrathi and Jose Martinez took an early draw, Danya, and you know what happened. They're both on the outside looking in. Regardless of how the tie breaks break down, neither of them will be competing in Division 1. So I think it's a good lesson because you have players a little too early trying to jockey for position rather than playing decisive chess. But speaking of decisive chess, there's one guy who played a lot of it today, and he's Fabiano Caruana. I understand you have one more game review for us.
I do, and I'll make it quick. Just, again, to really congratulate the winner, Fabiano Caruana. I hope nobody minds that I've dedicated 2 game reviews to Fabi. I mean, we all feel for him. Such a painful ending to the candidates, and not only a shout out for his performance, but also just the ability to just keep on going and immediately rebound with such a performance, crushing Andrei Esipenko in the last round. The position transformed early on out of a Rosalimo. Fabi was able to win a pawn, And Esipenko really never got off the ground on the queen side. He tried to get an attack going, but instead it was Fabiano Caruana who used the semi-open g-file to his favor. f5 was a sick move. Queen takes e5, f3. That was really the game-winning idea. And then he followed it up with bishop to d6, setting up e4, forcing Esipenko to put his queen on an awkward square. Again, the e4 is threatened. Then he doubles on the g-file. It was just masterful conversion by Fabiano up until the very, very end. There was a brief moment where we were holding our breaths. Esipenko fought very well in this endgame. Fabiano played another really nice move, rook d2, and the rook is untouchable because the pawn recaptures with a fork. There were some inaccuracies, but Fabio really never let the decisive advantage slip out of his grasp. And then the final move, another case of tripled pawns. We've seen them several times this tournament. And after c3, the point is f6 runs into rook b2. This is the critical tactic, and black strikes first. Esipenko tried to get ahead of it, and instead he went under. After c2, discovered check. Fabi promotes to a queen. 7.5 out of 9, his score, and first place, clear first place in his clutches, Danny. What a performance, what a game.
That's one guy who's not waiting for the tie breaks to shake out. Fabiano Caruana, as you said, clear first place, winning with black in the last round when he only really needed a draw. So that's some good stuff from Mr. Caruana, on form, even though he didn't get the job done in the last round of the candidates. And I don't know why I just said that, not trying to rub it in, but it is a reminder that he did get it done in the last round here. As we wait for the final tie breaks to shake out so that we can preview and set the table for what the matchups will be tomorrow, let me remind everybody that Opera is the browser for you as a chess player. You should check it out, download it today. It's got Chess.com integrations directly in it by default, both on mobile and desktop. Opera guarantees the chess community is only a tap away, so go get it. Use the command chess browser if you're into that kind of thing, or if you're in the market for a new browser. You know, sometimes we get in the market for a new browser. Sometimes we're happy with our browser. Sometimes we're not. Go check out Opera if you're not. There you go. Guess who's happy? I am. We've had a great time today, Danya. I cannot wait to see how the standings shook out and what the pairings are going to be for tomorrow. That guy coming back to his chair doesn't have a lot to wait for, but he will be picking his opponent. Fabiano Caruana gets the job done. Don't go anywhere. It's the final moments from the first day of the play-in stage here at the Chess.com Classic and the 2024 Champions Chess Tour.
All right, first game we're going to play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm going to name a sport, and you're going to tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think was Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah,
okay.
I meet him all
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right, I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods, but there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranac.
All right, I like it. All right, what about poker?
I only know Jennifer Shahade. Yeah, I only know her and Grischuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rensch.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite. Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But okay. I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing.
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best
good.
Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less.
Yeah.
But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday stream, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTV?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer the movie or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Obviously, don't go and do that, please.
Now, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
All right, first game we're going to play is
Day one of the Chess.com Classic here is in the books, and the winner is now joining us on the show. He is Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, who dominates the play-in stage. I know it was a close finish, Fabi, but I got to say, we covered multiple of your games in our little game review, game of the round breakdown, because you just seemed to have it working today. How are you feeling, and how are you feeling about your performance?
Yeah, it's funny. I expected to do really poorly because I was just very tired in the morning. I just felt so tired. But somehow I played reasonably well. I guess like things worked out in my favor a bit. I also used like a lot of my preparation from the candidates. So I was familiar with a lot of the positions, and like my game, like this game against Kozak was just basically I knew the line very well and he didn't, and I got a huge advantage. So yeah, there was like some things like that. In the last round, I felt like I should play for a win because I thought even if I lose, I'm probably not out of top 11. But if I win, then the like top spot having some extra advantage, it gave me some incentive, and I got like a fighting position. So I was pretty happy with that as well.
It's amazing. Was it, you said you were tired. Was it until I sent you the picture of the person who was sitting in my chair? Did that wake you up? Is that what happened?
No, that disturbed me even more, Danny. That was
my team. The team set that up. I walk into the office to get ready for the studio, and I'm like, someone's sitting in my chair, so I had to send you a picture of it. But
it was
all right.
It was some good juju, I guess.
Good juju. I want to go back to what you just said because Donnie and I talked a lot about it. Jokes aside, that you were up on the clock a lot. That was one of the other telling things about your chess today, and we kind of, had the hypothesis that it might be that you were getting positions you felt well prepared in, i.e., the candidates not too far in the rear view right now. So, do you feel like that was part of how you played well today, coming off of the candidates, not only with some prep fresh in your mind, but just feeling the form? Because you obviously, despite things not working out how you wanted, you performed very well in Toronto.
Yeah, I think part of it could be that I was comfortable in my openings and the resulting positions, and I was playing quickly. There were some games like against Sam Sevian, for example, that I just like blundered, and I was continuing to play quickly, and I was like, what am I doing? I keep blundering, but somehow it's not like destroying my position. And yeah, keeping the pace up is generally good. I mean, even if you're playing like not very precisely, at least having that like time buffer is going to usually save you in a lot of bad positions. I think like one very important game was my game against Maxime, that I didn't lose that because I got like such an atrocious position out of the opening, but found some like important moves, and even at some point I thought I'm very close to winning it. And although I think that I didn't deserve more than a draw. But yeah, the playing quickly and generally speaking, my form wasn't too bad. I was surprised, and some games were quite nice. So overall, I'm pretty happy with it.
Well, it was great. You just called out, I think, objectively, probably your game against Maxime was maybe your only bad game of the day, and even that you didn't lose, right? Just started off on the wrong foot. But I'm going to use that to throw to our first question from chat. From username Pomodori wants to know, what was your favorite game today?
I actually think probably my last game. Probably my last game against Yasipenko, because I didn't really have to win. Like it wasn't. It was also reasonable to, let's say, play it safe. But I got like a position I was comfortable with, and I really pressed him, even though probably didn't convert like super precisely. But I really pressed him quite well, and kept up the pressure. And I was like slowly outplaying him. And he's such a strong player that I'm happy that I can like outplay a player of that level from basically getting like a normal position and just kind of positionally turning the screws a bit. So that game I was pretty happy with.
Well, and I want to build on that, though, because you just commented that you didn't have to win that game, but were you aware that winning that game gets you the bye? How important is that in an event like this, where we know that it is an absolute gauntlet to make it to the end? You get to sit out tomorrow because you won the play-in stage clearly. So did that ever cross your mind at some point when you started to get an edge against Esipenko that, hey, I should maybe take the shot here?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and I also thought he might be a bit nervous. Like sometimes, if you're not sure whether you play for a win or a draw, it gets you maybe not in the best psychological state. And so I kind of approached the game more like I know what I'm trying to do in this game. The only like slight consideration was that my tie breaks were good, so a draw was also possibly could have gotten me first place. So to lose when let's say a draw suffices would be pretty sad. But luckily my position was always comfortable. I was never worse. I never felt in risk. I never felt like I was in risking to lose or in danger.
That's great. Well, I'm gonna throw to our last chat question of the day before letting you go and wishing you a final congrats. Sort of paraphrasing a little bit, that your confidence obviously was there today, and I'm going to add that you didn't have a great Chessable Masters today. You played great. Overall, do you like this time control? Do you feel better in Rapid and Blitz at this point in your career than maybe you ever have? Again, slightly paraphrasing Salvador Moreno's question there.
It's hard to say because after you have like a good tournament, you have those positive emotions and everything feels good. But of course, it's also in this type of format, it's so up and down, so volatile that I could have even a bad day in my next the next time I play or even in my next game. So it's really not that clear cut in Rapid and Blitz. Like staying sharp is so important, and it's so easy to play badly for anyone in the world. I do have to say though that I got like the worst piece of bad luck during the Chessable Masters. The first play-in, I got food poisoning that day. It was like I absolutely cannot play whatsoever, and I was just blundering everything. I wasn't even like just looking at the board. I was so miserable, and which it's not like an excuse, of course, but it was kind of bad luck.
I think that's a pretty decent excuse. I think it's a decent excuse given that you played pretty well here. So anyway, man, well, You played fantastic chess. Congratulations on taking clear first. Enjoy the off day tomorrow as you get set for what will probably be quite the dogfight here down the stretch, right? Chess.com Classic. There's a lot at stake. So we wish you the best of luck and have fun competing on Friday.
Thanks, Danny.
All right, man. See you. There you have it, everybody. That was our winner, our clear winner, winning with black in the last round versus Andrei Yesipenko. Fabiano Caruana punches his ticket for a bye, and now we can see all the players who have officially qualified their way into D1, and the placement is as you see it. The top 4 that were gold didn't even have to play today, and Fabiano Caruana is the one right at top of the list of all the players who joined them. We have to give a shout out that the players who had 6.5 points, Danya, who didn't make it were Jordan von Foreest and Alexander Rachmanov. That's difficult, right? When you have the same score as people that did manage to punch their ticket into D1, you see that Dubov right there was the last one sneaking in 15th place.
And Dmitry Kollars, who wins that game against Hans, actually makes it into Division 1. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard, and that is just the way that these tournaments work. Everything always boils down to one moment. But what a great interview with Fabian. I'm just not an excuse at all to have food poisoning. You're still supposed to play just as well as when you don't have food poisoning. And I think we should really make that a known fact.
He's a humble guy and doesn't want to make excuses, but I think he's telling the truth on that. And awesome. It was a great interview. I think it was good to see him in form, and I think he's a contender, whether he would say it or not. I would argue Fabiano Caruana is playing the best rapid and blitz, the best fast time control chess of his career right now. I think you'd probably agree with that. But all right, definitely. Let's take a look at the pairings, because what's fun about previewing the placement round is a reminder, everybody, that the players picked their opponents, starting with starting with Wesley So, who picked Kollars, the guy who snuck in because of a Hans Niemann blunder. MVL picked Ivic. Duda picked Dubov. Sevian picked Dominguez Perez, and Esipenko was left with Blue Bomb. Your thoughts on how that breaks down? Of the people that picked their opponents, anything stick out to you?
Wow, some interesting. I understand the choice of Kollars. Obviously, everyone here is incredibly strong. And it's funny, in elementary school, you're always afraid of being picked last in PE class. But here, you want to get picked last because that tells you everyone's afraid of you. The reality is, the choices are a really nice touch and it adds a lot of motivation. But at the same time, everyone's capable of beating everyone else in Division 1. So it's not like Wesley picked Dimitri and is like, okay, now it's going to be easy. He's the heavy favorite, but I love seeing the underdogs in the knockout rounds. I just really like seeing the passion. And careers are defined in the case of, Denis Lazovic and Fedoseev and players who have made it to Division 1 and showed that they can compete with the top guys. That's part of what makes the next stage of CCT tournaments really magical, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree more. And we have seen players pick their opponent, by the way, and then lose to the player they picked. It happens, right? It's kind of a fun little element there. And we'll see if anything like that happens tomorrow. Every one of those matchups is interesting, to say the least. So, All right, Danya, final thoughts on today that isn't just talking about the form Fabiano Caruana showed. You got to pick something else.
Well, first of all, super fun to commentate with you. I'm honored to be inaugurating this Chess.com Cup. These Swiss tournaments just move so fast, right? It's round after round after round, and there's stuff happening simultaneously on all the boards. But I'm pretty happy with how we did. I think we covered a lot of the most exciting moments. There's a lot to break down. My next few lessons are going to be exclusively, games from this tournament, because there were so many instructive, topsy-turvy moments. Huge shout out to Fabi. What a rebound from the candidates. Just composed, collected, motivated, and he is rewarded with a bye tomorrow. And he goes bye-bye to the rest of the players. We're going to have to go bye-bye to the chat pretty soon, Danny, but not for long, because I'm excited to watch what unfolds tomorrow as well.
Not for long. You and I will be back tomorrow. We already previewed the matchups. I'll say I'm really looking forward to that Sevian Lanier Dominguez Perez. It's an American versus American battle there, and Sevian chose his opponent. So sorry, didn't get to pick the one that I'm most intrigued by as far as who chose their opponent. So, all right. Well, this has been awesome. The hype has been very, very real. Day one of the Chess.com Classic, the play-in stage, is now behind us, and I think it delivered. Cannot wait for the matchups that we have in store tomorrow. There's a guy who played pretty well today, didn't quite make it to the next day, but so many of the players that did will have great chess in store for us mañana. Can't wait. Danya, enjoy the night. Chat, thank you for being here. Shout out to our team, our producers, our engineers, our technical directors, everyone working hard to make it happen. We appreciate you. We will be back tomorrow for day 2. It's the placement battles of the Chess.com Classic as the 2024 Champions Chess Tour rolls on. Just blundered away the win. Oh, he backed up and close. All right. Danya, that was fun. I'll see you tomorrow, right? Oh, I'm with David. David Howell? Oh, great. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Implications on the standings, and I don't know.
Oh my God!
No! He just blundered his queen in one move. Oh my God! Yeah. Oh no! Overall, the software was great.
C2.
I think. Oh, C2 was checked. He just blundered it. Oh my gosh! And Bobby breathes a sigh of relief. That was hilarious. You see that reaction? They say body language isn't telling. I think Bobby was pretty excited when that happened. All right, well, congratulations for winning the playing event clear. 5 part 1. Make sure that it's more than just line 57. Say, hey, it's 57 and 58. If you just say that.